One day my Merkaba started dancing in the middle of the meditation. I suddenly realized it was alive and responding to me. I called my facilitator and said, "Jeffrey, my Merkaba is alive." "Maureen," he said, "some people just do not get it, till they get it. We talked about that in class. Don't you remember?" Somehow my own bias for geometry being just shapes overrode this all-important fact. I love geometry, as any of my students will tell you. My own overlay of geometry being about static shapes blocked out my ability to hear that the Merkaba was alive at that first workshop. I now know better. In fact, your Merkaba is consciously aware of everything going on in the entire universe. This includes other dimensions along with everything that is important to you here in third dimension or wherever you reside. What does a seeing eye dog do for a blind person? It gives a form of sight to the owner. Similarly, the Merkaba gives sight to other parts of reality that we do not see, hear, or notice. As I emphasized in Chapter 2, experiencing unconditional love is the doorway to take you places you have never before experienced. Unconditional love will clear your emotional baggage and blockages. It is not the only way to do this clearing, but it is one way that works. Your sense of this grows as your heart connection opens. Your light body becomes more alive and its awareness more accessible as your love for life grows. All of the exercises in this book leading up to this point are designed to help you let go and forgive those who have harmed you. Being able to observe your so-called enemies and releasing them from that role as enemy, so both of you can move beyond it to the perfection of each moment, produces ecstatic states. These states allow your Merkaba to function on higher and higher levels. Learning the Merkaba allows you to start in the middle of the ascension process and then move up very quickly. Everything that you learn from this material is centered on unconditional love. Love is the key. The Merkaba is alive. Because your Merkaba is alive and connected to you, it can respond to you and your desires. With an active higher self connection, you can give crystal clear fifth dimensional directions to help you achieve your heart's desire. Those who dream can build greater and greater things. Our world was built by dreamers who had visions of a better life. Your dreams can be converted to a set of instructions that can be compared to writing programs for a computer. Your higher self can help you develop code that is perfect for you. Your code or programs can run in your Merkaba, maximizing you to your fullest potential. It is widely known by native peoples that crystals carry messages. Marcel Vogel, a pioneer in the exploration of psychic energy, proved that a crystal will accept programs, thoughts, feelings, emotions, and will continue to send these programs forever with great precision until someone or something erases the program. Ever wonder why Vogel crystals have so many facets? Vogel found that crystals can carry as many different programs as there are facets on the crystal. Fortunately, there are unlimited numbers of programs that can be run in your Merkaba. The reason programs are so powerful is because you are telling the universe, while you continue to live in third dimension, that you no longer abide by the rules of the game that mass consciousness is playing. You are choosing an alternate version of the reality as defined by you. Careful now. Inappropriate programming caused the demise of Atlantis. Programming is not to be taken lightly. The fail-safe solution is always asking your higher self to review your programs. In this way, you are using your fifth dimensional self to sign off on any programs that your third dimensional self may dream and create. Basic rules for writing programs for your Merkaba. Always ask, higher self, is this program appropriate? Does this program align with my highest purposes or the highest purposes of those who may be affected by my actions? You can create a program at any time and in any place. However, seriously consider only creating programs during your meditation. This is to ensure you are checking in with your higher self and that your communication with your higher self is the clearest possible. If you are suspicious of any information you receive in response to your question, you can ask again, is this my higher self telling me? Fill in the blank. Only your higher self will be permitted to answer yes. Take all programs down every New Year's Day or other anniversary date you choose to use for this purpose. This is because you may have programs running that you forgot about and need to clear out of your field. This is just good housekeeping. Think of your spring cleaning or periodically defragmenting your computer's hard disk. You must remove all programs to keep your systems running optimally. Can the Merkaba be used for protection? The Merkaba is a fifth dimensional tool that's been made available to give us a jump start into mastery of the perfected human. The Merkaba cannot be used for protection because the energy of the Merkaba is fifth dimensional, which is completely neutral, thus not polarized. While wearing your activated Merkaba, you do not need protection, because you do not have anything you need to be protected from harming you. Needing protection would bounce you out of fifth dimension because your fifth dimensional self does not need protection. The Merkaba is a proactive tool. Being proactive puts you where you need to be in any given moment, so again, no protection is needed. The Merkaba is a proactive tool. You are where you need to be and know what you are supposed to do in any given moment. Finally, the belief in a need for protection creates a state of polarity in the manifestation zone of the Merkaba. Therefore, using it for protection produces a need for protection, as a manifestation field produces what is seated in it. Remember the story I told in Chapter 4 about driving the curvy mountain road, where you were learning about connecting with the higher self? That story illustrates this point. The activated Merkaba along with your higher self connection will produce such clarity for you that you will always know where you need to be, and you will know what you need to know or do. Higher self is proactive, not protective. I was told to leave New York and go home before the 9/11 disaster. I was pulled out of the action, of being caught in New York like so many travelers who were stranded away from home that week. Your higher self is not protecting you from anything by steering you away from a difficult or unsafe situation. It is operating from a sense of being at the ideal place in the ideal time. From here, looking there, it may seem like protection, but from that vantage point protection has no value. You are connected with all of life and are following your inner direction that puts you exactly where you need to be in any moment. Why do I make this distinction? As we develop fifth dimensional understanding, we change how we look at things. This change is appropriate. I have found that using fifth dimensional descriptions and language allows thinking and being to shift more quickly. Imagine you are traveling in a foreign country. If you don't know the language, you will need an interpreter to translate the words people are saying. However, once you learn the language, you no longer need an interpreter, because you understand what is being said and can read the street signs. Once you are experiencing the language of the higher self, there is no need for interpretation. You hear and know what is being said as it is being said and know where you need to be. Your higher self connection allows you to be your higher self in the moment, hear the thought of the higher self, and know what the higher self knows. How is Merkaba useful? Just doing the Merkaba will help you let go of your judgment about the world and your interaction with it. Just practicing the Merkaba meditation realigns your thinking, which will happen automatically. If you are doing the Merkaba regularly, sooner or later you will understand and, more importantly, integrate this exquisite awareness into your life. Your activated Merkaba makes you immune to the effects of mass consciousness programming and mind control. This is another wonderful benefit from an activated Merkaba. Programming the Merkaba. For years there was a raging debate about programming the Merkaba. After much trial and error, I discovered that before we can program the Merkaba, we need to integrate certain integrity issues. This is because we are third-dimensional beings integrating a fifth-dimensional tool. If we were fifth-dimensional, we would not need to deal with the integrity issues because we would already be so plugged into God that integrity would be a non-issue. At fifth dimension, we are so connected with our love of God that certain behaviors will not occur to us. These integrity issues are addressed in the rules for programming your Merkaba. It bears repeating. Before creating any program in your Merkaba, always ask your higher self, is this program appropriate for all involved? Do I have permission from my higher self to activate this program? Not God choice in the free will third dimension. Imagine that I called you to ask if you could host the Dalai Lama or some other well-regarded dignitary that you admire. What is your first response to my request? Yes. Next you would ask about other details, such as dates and dietary preferences. Furthermore, if you had a vacation scheduled for that time frame, you would find a way to change it and be available for this important visit. This is what being fifth dimensional is like. You are so connected to God that not God choices do not even occur to you. All of your communication with me would be around yes. The possibility of saying no would not even occur to you. This is what being fifth dimensional is like. You are so connected to God, so filled with God's love, that not God choices do not even occur to you. Yet when we are observing ourselves from third dimensional reality, we do not always recognize when we are out of alignment with integrity. In third dimension, we have the choice of not God or God. Let me illustrate this. One time, while trying to impress my son with my determination to get him to complete his homework, I took a wire cutter to cut the TV cord. The TV was turned off, so I didn't think about the fact that electricity was still coursing through those wires. It never dawned on me that it was live. I was just being passionate about impressing my son. I hope you are laughing at me here, as my friends did when I told them about it. How could I not know it would still have power running through the cord? Sparks flew everywhere. My 16-year-old son started to cry. I got the desired effect, and thankfully the wire cutters were insulated so I didn't get hurt, but it was a dangerous mistake. What could go wrong? Those of you who know a little more about electrical appliances than I did know not to do that. Can you see how a novice or naive person could assume she knew what she was doing? Why would the TV have a power button that says, off, if it was live? Mistakes like that can be disastrous. In cutting an electrical cord, I could have electrocuted myself or at least received quite a shock. For similar reasons, I have developed rules for programming your Merkaba to help you avoid disastrous mistakes. The more I know about the Merkaba, the more I realize that experience makes me like a trained electrician who understands intuitively what is appropriate for it. The Merkaba is a fifth-dimensional tool. If you think of the Merkaba chariot as a vehicle, you would not give your car keys to a 5-year-old. When you finally grant the keys to a 16-year-old, you also insist on a learner's permit and driver's education classes. Impact of your sexual partner. Anyone you allow into close proximity, as in a sexual intimacy partner, can accept or alter your programs. Normally this is limited to your sexual partner. Assuming you are not having indiscriminate sex, and that you have high standards and so does your partner, there is no cause for concern. What kind of standards am I speaking of? Illegal drugs and marijuana usage puts holes in your aura. Entities can easily move into your aura and then can be transferred through sexual intimacy. I want you to know that your sexual partner is the only person who can alter your programs, with one very important exception. When you are carrying fifth-dimensional energies, your partner may notice the huge light or energy you carry is different from that of any previous partners. This is especially noticeable after your Merkaba has become permanent. Sex is the one arena where boundaries cross and the free will rules are expanded. Your sexual partner has access to your activated Merkaba when you are physically intimate. On more than one occasion I have had to clear entities from persons who had sex with someone who was carrying a lot of entities. I have seen many strange experiences where a sexual partner was the source of the problems a person was experiencing. Your sexual partner's extracurricular activities most certainly will affect you in your ascension process. If something unusual happens after you have intercourse with your partner, it is a good idea to ask your higher self what is going on. You may discover your sexual partner is bringing in stray energies or entities. The impact of drugs. Another thing that can happen is that your auric fields can be opened and torn from using certain drugs such as ecstasy, entheogens, mushrooms, or heroin. Unfortunately, although marijuana and alcohol are legal, they too will put holes in your aura. The misuse of drugs will have an impact on your auric field, or your partner's auric field, which can then allow holes in your field. There are no checks and balances operating when these holes are created and opened through drug use. Anything nearby can be collected, entities, energies, and God knows what. Although the Merkaba can repair this, why would you want to spend all your time in repair mode? Imagine starting to build your dream house, then at night, for recreation, taking a sledgehammer to it. Start now to repair this problem. Get agreement from your partner that the behavior, whatever it is, will stop and your partner will change or you will stop having sex together. Your Merkaba will repair damage from drugs, but entities need to be cleared. I have seen hooks, portals, and other strange devices in spiritual beings who had no idea they were being used by dark forces. Once they were cleared of these, their behavior changed dramatically or their situation improved significantly. What about the first time with a new sex partner? I highly recommend you ask your higher self if it is appropriate for you to have sex with the new person. As long as your higher self says yes, you know it will be all right. Advanced planning is helpful. Who wants to ask higher self that question when you are already aroused? It is not easy, I know, but I can tell you it is possible, worthwhile, and the only way to live, once you have an activated Merkaba. Basic rules for programming. Is this program appropriate for all involved? Do I have permission from my higher self to activate this program? Can programming be dangerous? Programming your Merkaba could be dangerous if you create something that is out of integrity. This is because your Merkaba is fifth dimensional, a realm where there is no polarity, no good or evil. Your Merkaba can be assigned programs by you that are not appropriate. Some have said, if the programming is so dangerous, I don't think I want to use it. Have you ever wondered about someone living in the United States who didn't drive? Except in a few large cities where convenient mass transit exists, such as New York or Boston, anyone without a driver's license is missing a lot of experiences and opportunities. Even though driving a car could be dangerous, we still learn to do it and we learn how to drive safely, including by learning skills from experienced drivers and learning to pay attention. The famous physicist Albert Einstein said, "The world is dangerous not because of those who do harm, but because of those who look at it without doing anything. Nothing that I can do will change the structure of the universe. But maybe by raising my voice I can help the greatest of all causes, goodwill among men and peace on earth." He won the Nobel Prize for his work on peace. The gift of knowing how to program your Merkaba, along with the ethical understanding of programming the Merkaba, is the assurance you have that you are maximizing this great gift. In the chapter on surrogate Merkaba, you will discover some of the mistakes people have made with programming. These mistakes prove beyond any doubt that it is possible to program your Merkaba inappropriately. Steps to programming. 2 basic principles must be applied: intention and attention. First, you must ask your higher self's approval. Is this program in alignment with my highest purposes and the highest purposes of those who may be affected by my actions? If the answer is no, you may not proceed. Your higher self knows for sure if a program you are interested in doing is acceptable for all involved. Now you understand why building an accurate higher self connection is so very important. Always ask your higher self if what you would like to do is appropriate for you. When you get a yes answer to your question, you may proceed to the next step. Put your attention on what it is you are working on and place your intention into that area. With your attention focused, see the desired outcome. You may use vague or global words, general instructions, or even pictures. Both have merit. In some cases you will use both. Drunvalo has labeled the various programs as male, female, and child. These labels are simply to help you understand the way a program works. Male programming is action-oriented, female is receptive, and child is both. The fourth kind, the witness, is not really a program so much as a decision not to program. I do not really think it is important to know which one is which, as much as it is important to know they are all acceptable. Specifically, place your attention on your Merkaba while you are in meditation. I like to do this on breath 14, but during any heart-opening meditation will do. Then either speak or think what it is you want from your Merkaba. Once your Merkaba knows what it is that you want, it will instantly begin to perform this duty. It will perform this duty forever, or until you stop it or change it, as long as your Merkaba remains activated. All programs have a purpose. The purpose is stated in the program. Stay in alignment. As you begin to write programs for yourself, after your 45-day higher self practice, you can double-check yourself by asking, what is the purpose of this program? Your purpose is the outcome you are naming for yourself. For example, if your program implies you will be protected, your purpose is protection. You will remember that earlier in this chapter we learned that it is not possible to use the Merkaba for protection, so this would not be a valid purpose. In another example, you might ask to be invisible to someone or to groups of people. In this program you would not program them to not see you, even though that might be the outcome. Instead, you program, I am invisible to everyone who might know me at this location. It is a bit like learning how to define what you want, and making sure you do not include changing others. You do not want to interfere with another's free will, so when you make yourself invisible, others may see a person, but they do not notice the individual they are seeing is you. 4 types of programming. Male. Male programming is detailed, written down, and easily explained to another. It has a repeatable pattern and is usually very logical. Female. Female programming has a quality of receptiveness and adaptability. It is like your grandma's favorite gravy recipe. You add a little potato water to the drippings, maybe vegetable broth or chicken broth, some flour. Get the idea? You cannot specifically tell another how to do it, as it will continually change, adapting to the moment. Child. The child or both way is just that. It is sometimes logical, sometimes adaptable, or both simultaneously. Witness. The neutral or witness way does not take part in the drama of life, it just watches. This is relatively difficult, very fifth-dimensional, and it is now possible. The witness only observes what happens in creation and feels no need to override what is. Throughout creation the observer makes up the largest part. Think the plant and animal kingdoms. Because our prime directive is to create, we will interact with the observers of creation. This is the clear canvas from which we create. All of the observer, witness parts of creation know what is happening and do not care. Remember the reference to movie extras, who stand in for the nameless crowd? They are literally holding space for creation to occur with the co-creators of the universe, you and I. Example. Active, male. Referring to the negative lines of force, with your intention and attention, say or think. The negative lines of force are hereby diverted around me. All harmful electromagnetic fields, EMF, that are being broadcast all over the world have no impact on me. Example. Adaptive, female. Referring to the negative lines of force, with your intention and attention, say or think. Through my intimate connections with God and life everywhere, I program my light body to give me whatever I need before I know I need it. Example. Both, child. Referring to the negative lines of force, with your intention and attention, say or think. I program my Merkaba to provide everything I need, including perfect health. Example. Witness. Referring to the negative lines of force, with your intention and attention, say or think. I program my Merkaba to allow all of creation to move through me effortlessly. The witness understands that polarity is a means of discernment and nothing more, so it does not see or react to good and evil the way most do. The witness sees good versus evil simply as contrast. The most important thing that I can tell you about programming is you must wait until you have completed your practice period with your higher self. This bears repeating. If you do not follow your inner guidance, higher self 100% of the time, you do not really trust it. Look in Chapter 5 if you want to review detailed instructions on how to develop your higher self connection. This is the key to the kingdom. Once you have a 100% accurate connection with your higher self, asking about a program that you wish your higher self to run is appropriate. Your higher self will provide you with the answers that you need to establish with certainty that your program is appropriate for you and for all who may be affected by your actions. Everything depends upon your connection to your higher self. Not everyone wants to develop a higher self connection or needs to, but everyone can benefit from this practice and grow the connection. Enough of us need to develop this level of connection so that we can reach critical mass to achieve ascension. You probably wouldn't be reading this if you weren't interested in mastering your ascension. General rules. Always complete your higher self practice period. See Chapter 5, before attempting to do any programming with your Merkaba. This is because the only way to know with confidence if the program you are creating is suitable for you is to ask your higher self. If your higher self connection is not 100% reliable, how will you know your programming is appropriate? I insist that you agree to no new programs until you have completed your practice period, so you are certain you are not in violation of some unknown activity. Then make the following commitment. I agree to wait to create new programs until I have completed my practice period. Practice period is fully discussed in Chapter 5. The 7 basic programs. The first step is to ask your higher self. Higher self, are the 7 basic programs from this book appropriate for me? If you get yes, you may proceed. If you get no, then you may ask individually, before each program. For example, you might say, higher self, is program number 1 appropriate for me at this time? If you get no now, you may get yes later. If you are told no on any of these programs, there may be a specific reason for that, but these basic programs are approved for almost everyone. If you do not get approval today, you can ask again tomorrow. I program my Merkaba to divert all harmful geopathic lines of force, such as ley lines, electromagnetic lines, and black water lines that exist in and around the earth around me to produce zero impact on me. Divert all harmful EMFs, electromagnetic fields, and other harmful transmissions, such as cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, and so on, around me to produce zero impact on me. Remove and divert all forms of pollution, known or unknown to me, that can adversely affect my physical, mental, emotional, and etheric bodies as gently and as imperceptibly as possible. Be invisible and undetectable to any and all whose purposes are out of alignment with my purposes. Assist me with my own and planetary unresolved issues that may need to be forgiven and released. Remind me to reactivate the Merkaba before it goes inactive. Place the above programs in my startup group. Programs you forgot about. Daryl, a contractor on Whidbey Island, Washington, had placed a program around the luxury condo building project he had been developing. It made the condos invisible to anyone not involved in the construction project. This proved quite useful, as he did not need to do anything else to limit unwanted visitors. Notice that it is a fifth-dimensional program by virtue of the fact that it is not providing protection. It may seem like protection from this vantage point, but it is truly a proactive program. I have visited Daryl's home many times to teach. One afternoon he wandered into the class while I was teaching about programming. All of a sudden he tapped his head and left the room. Within a few minutes of his return to the room, his cell phone rang. He had put the condos up for sale about 3 months earlier and had not received any inquiries, and was really wondering why. When he was listening to my talk, he remembered the above program and realized he still had it running. He immediately took it down. Within 5 minutes a realtor was calling, asking to show the property. Programs you can create. After you have completed your practice period, you can add programs on your own. If you already have installed the 7 basic programs, you may not need anything else. Even pandemics are addressed by the 7 basic programs. You can use these programs as antidotes for anything that may be a threat to you, such as a flu virus or the negative effects of a vaccine. At a certain point, these threats no longer have any hold on you because at 5th dimension there is no problem with them. They can only cause problems to someone who accepts what mass consciousness is saying about the reality. Always ask your higher self about any programming you are doing. Programs work. Programming works because you are operating at a 5th dimensional level and can create the programs with commands. It may seem that your Merkaba programs are similar to intentions, although they are far more powerful and effective in 3rd dimensional reality. Merkaba programs are absolute. They create from 5th dimension, a place of instant manifestation, into 3rd dimension. Asking your higher self permission is imperative. Without getting permission, there are no checks and balances on your Merkaba programs. If you are already 5th dimensional, then of course you would not even think of doing something out of alignment with God. However, you may be a 3rd dimensional being who is using a power tool, which is why it is essential to always get higher self-approval so you do not accidentally cause some ill-intentioned effect. Misusing a 5th dimensional tool for ego-related purposes is a serious infraction of cosmic law. What is a startup group and how do you use it? A startup group is a set of programs that run each time you activate your Merkaba. On a computer, a startup group includes programs that open automatically when you power up your computer. In practical terms, it means that all your basic programs will run automatically when you activate your Merkaba daily. The startup group is purposed so that all you need to do is the Merkaba, and all your basic programs are automatically activated. How do you properly and fully take down a single program? If you have a number of active programs and later decide that one of them is no longer wanted or needed, you will want to remove that program. To take down a single program, you think of or say that program and state with clear intention. Higher self, this program is removed and cleared. You may find it helpful to see it written on a blackboard and erase it. How do you clear all programs at once? The way to take down all programs is to think or say, higher self, all programs are cancelled and cleared. You may also use a visual, such as erasing a list on the blackboard. You could also see yourself connecting with all your programs, whether you remember them or not, and pulling the plug on them so they cease to exist. As discussed earlier, it's a good idea to do this once a year. Is there a way to know what programs are currently running? The easiest way to know if your programs are still running is to ask your higher self. You may also ask your higher self if your Merkaba is permanent, which will indicate your startup group is running automatically. You can also ask your higher self if you need to keep doing the Merkaba. Even though the Merkaba is permanent, you may be asked to keep doing it. Is there a way to know if a program is running that you did not initiate? Again, you can ask your higher self if there are any programs running that you did not initiate. This can happen when you are taking an initiation and have given someone else authority over you. Always ask your higher self if it is appropriate for you to accept DNA activation or any other outside authority action that will allegedly accelerate your processes. Occasionally accepting such external offerings can be disastrous and can actually throw you back in your progress. Your higher self can guide you if you want to accept this sort of boost. Lessons when taking an initiation. An initiation is deliberately choosing to take an advanced expression and integrate it into yourself. Taking an initiation may involve skipping over the natural spiritual evolution that would occur based on real-life experiences and tests. Initiations generally jump-start stalled spiritual processes. Maybe you have been signing up for some massive initiation work. You may have even said, I will do whatever it takes to get started on my life path, without realizing it may result in significant changes that could cause a healing crisis. People are getting DNA activation, cosmic lattice work, and various other kinds of initiation. Sometimes people are getting sick. Why are they getting sick from these initiations? Everyone wants to get on to the next initiation, but your body may not be fully operational due to bad habits, poor diet, lack of exercise, unfinished business from childhood, old wounds, and so on. It is fantastic if you can do this, yet it may be difficult to take on that amount of initiation work. The weakest link. What this means is that you may blow a circuit where you have the weakest link. If your lungs tend to be the first part of you that has a problem, when you take an initiation you may get a cold or worse. Knowing this, I suggest you add to your higher self request. I will accept whatever changes in me are necessary. I ask that they occur as gently and as imperceptibly as possible, preferably while I am sleeping. I know they can occur unexpectedly and may be significant. I believe problems occur because you are blowing open the weakest link. When a person gets upgraded, either through some sort of initiation or activation, powerful new energy is moving through the energy bodies. Too much too fast will short circuit and cause you to tear a part of your energy field. This creates a domino effect resulting in an expression of the tear in your physical makeup. This experience is much like a garden hose that has not been used for a while and develops a weak spot. Then when water comes through with high pressure, it blows right through the weak spot, creating a huge hole in the line. Sometimes we are so eager to keep advancing we proceed recklessly through activation after activation. What can be done to alleviate the effects of this? If you are truly suffering from your latest activation and are in need of some relief, consider this a warning to slow down. Accept that your body may need some integration time. Please also use this awareness to help you listen and accept the advice of a teacher who tells you that you might not be ready for the next step. Resolve to look for signs of permission to proceed from the universe. If you ask for a sign that you are ready or are permitted to proceed, your higher self will give that to you. Relief now. If you are suffering from the ill effects of too much too fast, there is something you can do about it. To begin with, clear intention is very helpful. With clear intention you can ask for the matrix that existed before the initiation or healing took place to be re-established in your physical, mental, emotional, and etheric bodies. Allow yourself to temporarily go back in time and space to the place of good health before the initiation, before the shift in energy. This is just a temporary matrix and will not be sustainable, nor do you wish to sustain it. But it could give you enough of a breather to allow your body to readjust to the new energy. Your sole purpose for creating this alternate reality is to pull a replica of your body elemental from that time period and superimpose it on yourself now. This will serve to retrain or entrain your body to a version that was operating well. Then gradually instruct that matrix to dissolve slowly, at a pace that will allow full integration, as you are ready. My favorite programs. Here's a list of some of my favorite programs that I've written for myself or others. If you would like to use them, that is not enough. You must ask your higher self if this program is appropriate for you and for anyone who may feel the impact. Also be sure to add this ending to all programs. I program my Merkaba to work with my higher self and to make all the necessary adjustments and changes as gently and as imperceptibly as possible, preferably during the evening hours while I sleep. For help with healing big emotional wounds where you have disconnected from your feelings and quite possibly your chakras. I program my Merkaba to repair and rebuild my lost or severed connections in my 4 lower bodies, including connections among all of my chakras. I further instruct my body elemental to connect me with the fullest and most evolved expression of myself possible in this embodiment, in accord with my higher self. For abuse repair, I program my Merkaba to repair and heal all traumas in my 4 lower bodies, physical, mental, emotional, and etheric, in this and any lifetimes. For objects disappearing into higher dimensions, I program my Merkaba to assist me with the issue of misplaced items, understanding multiple realities, and recognizing feelings and answers in order to minimize confusion and frustration and gain efficiency. For partnerships, including your beloved, especially when both activate this same program, I fill in your name. Choose to commit 100% of my energies to support my relationship with your partner's name, my beloved. I ask that all of heaven and earth move to assist me with this so I can fulfill my mission with him or her. I ask all the beings of light to assist me in upholding this commitment, learning, growing, and releasing all that is necessary to fulfill our mission. For your relationship program, I program my Merkaba to assist me in balancing, energizing, and healing anything in me that needs healing in order to maximize our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual union. For partners who are separated by distance, work, I program my Merkaba to assist me and my beloved through this time of separation. I ask that, regardless of our separation, we grow closer together in all ways. I ask my higher self and Merkaba to bring us closer in our 4 lower bodies, physical, mental, emotional, and etheric. Let it assist us in growing our mutual trust, integrity, kindness, compassion, discernment, faith, forgiveness, truth, love, wisdom, and listening to and hearing each other's needs. Help us to keep romance alive, live in harmony, and develop our soulmate connection to its highest possible expression. This program will help love grow, but it won't turn someone into your soulmate if they are not your soulmate. For work, choose what is appropriate for your situation. I program my Merkaba to assist me in all ways with your job. I program my Merkaba to locate and teach me all the information that I need to succeed at my job in this project to the highest level. This can include noticing things that need attention, catching exceptions to the rule, understanding special circumstances, and being prepared to handle the unexpected. I program my Merkaba to maximize my preparation time so that I will know everything I need to know before I need to know it. I program my Merkaba to create connections with all involved in this project so everyone benefits. Our company, the staff, contractors and subcontractors, clients, and customers. I program my Merkaba to make each day fun and easy for all involved and create a win-win environment every day for everyone in this project. Remember to end all programs with this. I program my Merkaba to work with my higher self and to make all the necessary adjustments and changes as gently and as imperceptibly as possible, preferably while I sleep. 7. Black helicopters. What you will learn in this chapter. What are these black helicopters? Who are they? What are they doing? Sightings by students. Time travel and black helicopters. Initially, I didn't tell my students about black helicopters. After all, it is a pretty weird experience. I didn't think they really needed to know about it, and I don't enjoy talking about this far out stuff. I wasn't even sure they would believe me. Then my students started calling to tell me their black helicopter stories, along with their fears about what could possibly be happening. I realized I needed to tell them about black helicopters so they would not be afraid. I also realized I could solve the issue by giving them the program for invisibility. This is in the 7 basic programs, number 4. This is real. At one point several years ago, a student in Seattle emailed me about her black helicopter experience and suggested I post it on my website. Her statement was, "The black helicopters are fun." It did not take long, not even 24 hours, until she called me back, begging me to remove that comment. Why? Because they were buzzing her property and wouldn't leave her alone. A lot of people thought the black helicopter experience would validate the experience of the Merkaba, but frankly, I do not think you need parlor games to know the Merkaba is real. I have witnessed firsthand or heard about helicopters in many cities, including Madison, Seattle, Pittsburgh, New York, cities in Europe, cities near airbases, and so on. Even though we call them black helicopters, they are not always black, as you may discover. I have concluded that wherever the military is set up to observe and monitor an area, there you will find a strong likelihood of their detecting your Merkaba. Their job is to track alien energy, and the Merkaba appears on their tracking devices as out of this world. Who are they? I honestly do not know who sent the helicopters. I have seen the helicopters and know they are real. I've heard enough stories from credible students of mine to know there is a real agency whose purpose is to track the energy anomalies of the planet. Wherever a Merkaba field shows up, they must investigate. There are non-human ETs living among us. Most are here with the full authority of the powers that be. Some are not. If you really want to understand all this, I suggest you watch the film Men in Black. The movie's premise is 95% accurate, and when you watch it again you will begin to understand what is happening. The movie is a comedy, but I take this subject very seriously. I trust you will, too. Once you begin to realize and accept that there are real interplanetary aliens among us, working with our government and others, you can begin to appreciate what I will tell you next. What are the black helicopters doing? The job of those in the black helicopters is to contain all the aliens in specific areas. Apparently, these ET beings are allowed to be located in mostly populated areas where their presence can be tracked. I have confirmation of this from various individuals who are aware of them. A good resource for this information is a book by William Tompkins, Selected by Extraterrestrials. His book details the secret agreements between off-planet aliens and the US government. If you knew that any alien had a Merkaba field, and that the technology existed to track a Merkaba field, and it does, you would begin to understand how effortless it would be to locate aliens using this technology. I do not believe this technology is radar. I believe they are using a technology that is beyond our radar but has a similar ability to locate and track energy fields. They will not do anything to hurt you, but I guarantee, if you have ever been visited by the black helicopters, it is a bit unnerving. They often aim big floodlights at your windows or other areas around your house or place of work. They usually hang out long enough to determine who or what you are, and long enough for you to think, what are they doing? One of my students jokingly suggested that I start sending the black helicopter guys my class lists, since this was becoming pretty commonplace. I have another way to deal with it, which is covered in the next chapter, Surrogate Merkaba, both useful and destructive. I think this discussion itself is humorous. The black helicopter people need to know what you are doing. Imagine them detecting a spacecraft, your Merkaba field, and then discovering it is just an ordinary, or extraordinary, citizen, that is, you. Apparently our Merkaba looks no different from an ET's Merkaba, at least on their scanning technology, which is why they send black helicopters to investigate. The black helicopter phenomenon. The rest of this chapter is going to share more highlights of the black helicopter phenomenon. I have so many of these stories in my files, I feel you must know. Some will find this information entertaining, others will be intrigued, still others will be frightened. If you are frightened, all the more reason to know and understand this phenomenon, because you can do something about it. Refer to my favorite programs and make your Merkaba invisible to those whose purposes are not the same as yours. If you have been visited by black helicopters and doubted yourself or never told anyone, now you will be validated. You are not imagining this. Where do they look for Merkaba fields? Not all areas of the world are being monitored. The most monitoring activity occurs in New York and other large cities. Other areas being monitored are near strategic military installations. For example, the population of Boise, Idaho, is only about 204,000. It is not a big city, yet because of its proximity to Mountain Home Air Force Base, Boise is being monitored. If you don't care about being noticed or discovered, don't bother making yourself invisible. I have had people tell me they did not care, until the black helicopters came. They start to play with them, like the woman who wrote a comment for my website, but within a short time they realize their folly. It's unnerving because you know you are being watched, and you don't know why. I think you will find that it is not worth the nuisance and that it is easier to do what you want when you are invisible to the military. After all, it is their job to protect the masses. In my opinion, invisibility is standard equipment for everyone's Merkaba, so I ask each of you to check in with your higher self to determine if you should have the invisibility program. It will be a rare exception to be told not to have this program running. I did have one student who was recruited by the CIA right out of college. After about 6 months he was disillusioned and dropped out of the program. Later he participated in one of my classes. He did not have to tell me since I knew about it from my guides. When we activated these programs in my class, he was actually told by his higher self not to run the invisibility program. He came to me after the class asking why I thought he would get that direction from his higher self. My guidance was that he was probably being monitored anyway and they knew he was in my class learning the Merkaba. It was better that they see it, since they knew where he had just been. Later, when he is no longer a security threat, he really was not then, but how would they know? His higher self might tell him to make himself invisible. Invisibility is the most important program for your Merkaba. It is discussed in Chapter 6. Sightings of black helicopters. In the early years of teaching the Merkaba, around 1995, I didn't tell students about the black helicopters unless it came up as a question. Then my students began sharing more and more of these experiences with me and it became necessary to discuss it further. The most striking experience in my early years was with a woman from Brooklyn who was doing the Merkaba twice a day. She was very focused with clearing work and was making huge progress on her own inner world. One day a black helicopter showed up in the middle of the night, shining a floodlight into her bedroom window. Her roommate wasn't very excited about that. The next day black helicopters showed up in the middle of the day at her work. Since her employer was a large veterans hospital, it was quite unusual to see an unidentified, non-medical helicopter in this hospital zone. Since then her life has been more tranquil and she has gone on to be a successful teacher. On another occasion a group in Madison activated their Merkaba and within minutes a black helicopter was spotted flying very low over the house where I was teaching. In a more recent incident I was awakened at 2 a.m. by my cell phone. I don't always have my phone within hearing range, but this night I did. As it rang I mentally checked in, feeling no significant emergency, and I remember thinking, this had better be good, to wake me up from sleep on a seminar weekend. It was a student from New York who had been having a smoke on his fire escape on a corner of 8th Avenue in Greenwich Village after a chat with a friend. They'd been discussing time travel, warp speed, intergalactic activity, and so on. His friend had a keen interest in extraterrestrials and my student thought he carried a lot of alien energy. All of a sudden a large white helicopter was headed directly up 8th Avenue toward him at a very fast pace. It stopped right in front of him. As it hovered in front of him, facing his apartment, this large, out of place, white helicopter then moved up slowly revealing scanning and other equipment on its belly. By now my student was sufficiently spooked to go inside. This was at 2 a.m. What happened? His friend had spontaneously activated his Merkaba through their discussions and connection. In another example a piano teacher in her 60s named Shirley had asked me to return and facilitate another workshop in her home. She had quit doing her Merkaba meditation but invited me because she enjoyed our friendship and wanted to see me again. As she prepared for her vacation scheduled for the following day, it occurred to her that, Maureen will know I have not been practicing my meditation. Indeed, every good piano teacher knows when her students show up for lessons unprepared. Her husband had gone to bed and she decided to activate her Merkaba, completely forgetting about the 7 basic programs, especially the one to make you invisible. Within minutes she heard the med-flight helicopter overhead. Normally the hospital's medical helicopter flies over their neighborhood on its way to the hospital when bringing in a patient. This time the helicopter came but seemed to hover. Shirley and her husband live in a large, solid log cabin in a subdivision on a large hill in Boise. When the sound didn't go away, she finally peeked outside and saw not one but 2 helicopters. One of them was so close she thought it might land on her house. Pretty soon the whole house was shaking like a moving railroad car. Terrified, she decided to turn off the lights and call it a night. When they returned from their vacation a week later her daughter, son-in-law, and 16-year-old grandson went for pizza. Grammy, the teenager said, "Did you see those 2 helicopters over your house the night before you left for vacation? There were 2 of them. One was so close to your house I thought it was going to land on top of it." Time travel and the black helicopters. This next story is so surreal I hesitate to write about it. I was teaching a class in New York City, one of many I taught prior to actually moving there. It was unusual in that there was a very interesting energy that seemed to be directing me in my teaching. Because I am an open, clear channel, I am in constant communication with my higher self and guides. I have found that checking in, my shorthand for asking higher self a question, is almost like working on the internet. I am always on, yet periodically check in to get updates and direction and reconfirm information. During this particular class, the entire live instruction I was getting was very specific, that I was not allowed to follow my normal procedure. Instead, I was given my entire direction through my physical body. It was different from anything I had ever experienced, and I was feeling my way through the class, announcing what was happening instead of my usual, "We will do this and then take a break," based on direct guidance. Although it was unfamiliar, at the same time I found myself completely calm and connected to my physical body. I led the entire workshop this way. Everything was on a very tight leash, in that I was given short bursts of instruction and nothing more. I remember hearing clearly in my thought, "You have 1 hour to do the advanced material, black helicopters, and programming, then activate the Merkaba, in meditation, one more time putting the programming in place." So that is what we did. As soon as I announced this next direction to the students, a nurse sitting right across from me became extremely agitated and upset. I remember looking directly at her and saying in a very clear and deliberate way, "Stay with me, I promise it will be okay." Since I had only 1 hour, I was not taking questions, and we were then to go on and install the 7 basic programs into the Merkaba and end the course. After class 1 approached this woman and said, "You were visited by the black helicopters, weren't you?" She immediately seemed to relax, realizing that I knew. I asked her when they came and she excitedly said, "The night before class started." That means they came a full day before the class began. Offering more details, she told us there had been several helicopters flying around her apartment building in Manhattan, shining floodlights into her windows. She got up and turned on the TV to see what was happening. She asked, in an even tone, "Do you have any idea how many news stations we have here in New York?" When I could not find a single one of them with any information, I was absolutely terrified. My channel opened and I said, "This is about time travel. The first time you did this workshop you went home without the invisibility programmed into your Merkaba." Back in those days I did not realize students needed some of this advanced material in the basic Flower of Life course and did not always offer it. How did I know it was about time travel? Teaching is usually a mental exercise, and personally for me a channeling exercise, where I open my mind to my guides. My guides came in and reviewed with me my workshop experience, encouraging me to see how it was different. Looking back at the experience of my workshop this time, I remembered I was tracing a thread of information coming through my body compared with my usual use of my mind for teaching. I was shown that I was tracing the exact same version of the reality that had already occurred, parallel realities, in which the nurse had gone home without activating the invisibility program. In this case, it was never a mental exercise. My mind was not involved in the class instruction that weekend. My information track was retracing the first time I taught this same workshop, as in multiple versions of the reality. The second time the entire weekend lined up with another version of this same event. We then changed the reality at the end of class when I was given a very short window to alter the instructions. How did I alter them? I gave everyone the program to be invisible. By putting invisibility and other programs into the Merkaba, we changed the matrix and became invisible so she could go home without being seen. In the first part of this incredible story, when she went home and showed up with what was perceived as a spaceship, that is, her activated Merkaba around her body, it attracted attention and some sort of time travel occurred that allowed them to land in her reality the day before the workshop. Wild, I know. Many of the students had gathered around us by this time, and a dozen or so persons from the class said that they were getting huge confirmation on this channeled information. I have written a template on how to jump tracks, as I call it. This is an amazing tool that you can use anytime you are aware that something terrible is going to happen, or if you see a mass consciousness outcome that seems inevitable and you feel the strong need to change it. With permission from your higher self, of course. This template is written about in Chapter 13 on Gridwork. 8. Surrogate Merkaba, both useful and destructive. What you will learn in this chapter. What is a surrogate Merkaba? A surrogate Merkaba is created with approval from your higher self. When in doubt, do without. How to create a surrogate Merkaba. When to create a surrogate. When not to create a surrogate. Yes, I am going to spend a whole chapter telling you about surrogates and how to build them, and then tell you not to do this unless and until you have a clear higher self connection. Knowing about surrogate Merkaba is a little like sex education. With enough good education, you know when to be careful. Over the years I discovered that individuals would take the information I was giving them and translate it into action, which made me happy with their inventiveness until I realized they were doing programs that lacked certain understanding. At first, in my naivete, I didn't realize that people would not know not to do certain things. But hey, all of us need an education in certain areas. I had to learn the hard way not to cut the wires of the TV while it was still plugged in. You may remember from Chapter 6 that I almost electrocuted myself. You need to develop your higher self connection so that you know it is accurate. Then always ask, is this program appropriate for me? What is a surrogate? A surrogate Merkaba is synonymous with an external Merkaba. A surrogate Merkaba is a program that replicates your Merkaba in another specific location. Imagine saying in your mind the phrase copy, paste. This works like the copy and paste functions on your computer. A surrogate is a program to replicate your Merkaba somewhere else for a specific purpose. All Merkaba programs must have a purpose, so you must have a purpose for your surrogate. For example, You might have a surrogate Merkaba over a prayer circle in the woods with the specific purpose of being seen only by persons who would recognize and respect this prayer circle. Replicating your Merkaba in another location without a purpose would be inappropriate. Understand that it is the prayer circle that you are making invisible with your surrogate Merkaba. This is a purposeful program so individuals with destructive energies don't tromp all over your sacred circle when you are not there using it. Usefulness of surrogates. A spell of old is similar to a program in your Merkaba today and must honor the free will of anyone affected by your actions. This is a reminder that surrogates are powerful fifth-dimensional tools that require you to always take care to exercise respect for others' free will in their use. If you do something that would interfere with free will by your fifth-dimensional programming, you are breaking cosmic law. Understanding this is critical. At fifth dimension there is no polarity, so there is no judgment. You can do what you do and it will not be perceived as good or bad. Remember that your Merkaba is fifth dimensional. Normally, at fifth dimension, you would not even think of doing something that is against cosmic law. Because you are being given a powerful fifth dimensional tool to assist you with your ascension, you, in your third dimensional way of being, might actually come up with an idea that is not in alignment with a fifth dimensional choice. The surrogate technology is relatively new. When Drunvalo created his original surrogate experiment, it was the first time he had ever considered doing such a thing. It amazed him how well it worked. Drunvalo wrote about surrogate Merkaba in Volume 2 of The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life. The experiment was prompted by his realization that when he was working with a group of individuals, the black helicopters kept appearing. Drunvalo was not bothered by all this extra activity, but it was a distraction. He thought about what he might do to get them to stop coming, and the idea of creating a secondary or surrogate Merkaba came to mind. As Drunvalo had permission from his students to work with them on this level, he was free to try this. The very first time he created a surrogate Merkaba around the location of a prayer circle, they did not come. In previous times when they had activated in that circle outside in nature, helicopters consistently appeared. After he created the surrogate Merkaba, whose purpose was to make the place invisible to the black helicopters, they did not come. This made Drunvalo realize he was onto something. From that point on, Drunvalo's surrogate Merkaba worked with the intention that their activities in the prayer circle would be invisible and undetectable. On the last day of the seminar, he took his group to the woods 100 miles from the original location, completely forgetting about the surrogate, and sure enough, as soon as they started their activity, the black helicopters were everywhere. Fifth dimensional privileges. I want you to understand you are your fifth dimensional self while wearing your Merkaba and are expected to operate in the highest integrity and act like a fifth dimensional being. Remember in a previous chapter where the concept of free will and the not God choice was presented? A fifth dimensional being does not need to be reminded about integrity, because when you are fully fifth dimensional, the not God choice does not occur to you. When you are just learning, the obvious will not be so obvious, which is why it is so important to take the time to learn and comprehend these details. Wearing your fifth dimensional uniform, the Merkaba, gives you fifth dimensional privileges whether you have earned them or not. The toroidal, donut, field that exists around your body and is activated with your Merkaba is powerful beyond third dimensional reality. Research of Dr. Glenn Rain shows that this shape around the heart, which is bigger than your whole body, is an energy transducer, meaning it converts one form of energy to another because it generates an infinite number of harmonics and allows a step-down or demodulation of higher energies. Energy travels through the type of torus that produces these harmonics with no loss of power. Only when the heart is coherent, as in feelings of love and connectedness, can the energy come through in force. Resonance and coherence in an orderly system are tools allowing for access to the energies from higher realms. With your Merkaba activated, you have stepped up this process. It is real and measurable. Wisdom and magic must be paired. Ancient Egyptians had true magicians, those who could truly call in magic. Om Seti, keeper of the Abydos temple of Seti I, asked her beloved king Seti in one of his many apparitions to tell her why Heka and Sia always accompanied the solar boat of the sun god Ra. His response: they are shown together to remind all beholders that those who have Heka must have Sia, or else they make use of bad Heka. Heka is true magic and Sia is wisdom. Without it, magic can be misused. In other words, the effects of the Merkaba can be miraculous, but it must be handled with wisdom and integrity or it can be destructive. There are many opportunities to misuse the power of the Merkaba. This is one of the most important reasons I wrote this book, Beyond the Flower of Life. The Merkaba is a powerful tool to be used wisely. This is why integrity issues are so important in third dimension. When you first learn the Merkaba, you may need help discerning what a not God choice is. This is why you need to work with your higher self until your connection is crystal clear and you are getting accurate information before you write programs. When is a surrogate destructive? I choose to use words that are convergence-based, so you will not read good or bad into this information about programs. In simple terms, the purpose of any program or surrogate must be aligned with the will of the individuals involved. A surrogate is destructive when it causes a person to fall out of harmony with her or his own ascension process. Attempting to control another in a free will zone is also considered stepping out of harmony. Contrary to what you may believe, your higher self is not like a parent who lovingly corrects the actions you may take while creating surrogate programs for your Merkaba. It is entirely possible to create a surrogate program that is inappropriate and destructive, as you will see in the following examples. A man in a recent Earth, Sky, Heart workshop of Drunvalo's raised his hand as Drunvalo was discussing programs and surrogates. When called upon, he asked, "Can I program my Merkaba to get my wife to do what I want her to do?" The entire audience of 165 people burst into laughter. How does a person get this far in his spiritual work and not realize the disconnect in this? Maybe he was joking. I want you to understand you are your fifth dimensional self while wearing your Merkaba and are expected to operate in the highest integrity and act like a fifth dimensional being. A fifth dimensional being does not need to be reminded about integrity, because when you are fully fifth dimensional the not God choice doesn't occur to you. When you are just learning, the obvious won't be so obvious, which is why it is so important to take the time to learn and comprehend these details. It is never appropriate to put a surrogate Merkaba around another living being. Remember, the Merkaba has a torus field. I have seen this torus field of the living Merkaba. If you were to mix your Merkaba field with another's torus field, you would be looping their entire matrix energy through your torus. Energetically, this is undesirable and makes no sense whatsoever. The rare exception. In the rare exception of a life-threatening situation, you might get permission from your higher self, and then the higher self of the other person, by asking your higher self to ask their higher self. You would not leave a surrogate in place around someone for any length of time. I know of one instance where Drunvalo put a surrogate Merkaba around someone and then stayed with the person for 48 hours in the intensive care unit. Before leaving his friend's bedside, he took it down. In such cases you will need to get double higher self permission. First you ask your higher self for permission, then you ask your higher self to ask the other person's higher self. It is a two-step process and never done lightly. Misuse of a surrogate Merkaba around a child. Without fully understanding what she was doing, a Merkaba student in her mid-40s who was the mother of a child with attention deficit disorder, placed a surrogate Merkaba around her child to help settle down hyperactivity issues. Initially she was pleased with the results and called me to share her success. I was dumbfounded. I could not imagine anyone doing such a thing and I asked her to take it down. She refused. This woman is a capable, spiritual, committed person, knowledgeable in shamanic healing, a lightworker, and a genuinely lovely person. She wanted to help her child, but it is unethical to put a surrogate Merkaba around anyone else, especially your own offspring. You are interfering with the child's free will. I explained this to this parent and recommended she remove the surrogate for this reason. She did not follow my recommendation, but kept it activated for a long time. Eventually she attended a workshop with Drunvalo and told him of her success with the surrogate Merkaba around her son. What do you think Drunvalo told her? The very thing I had said 6 months earlier, take it down. After she took the program down, she fell ill unexpectedly with an unexplained illness that haunted her for years. It began with a case of the flu and developed into a full-blown experience in which she was unable to walk and had a raft of other serious physical ailments. She suffered through apparent nerve dysfunction, inexplicable pain, loss of motor control, and more. She went in and out of numerous hospitals and was tested for every possible kind of virus and neuromuscular, physical, and mental disease imaginable, but none of her doctors were ever able to identify what caused this. She consulted specialists in both allopathic and naturopathic medicine, and worked with energy healers and spiritual healers. This parent has suffered greatly. She was in a wheelchair and has been recovering for close to 6 years now. Her physical issues did not appear to have a physical cause. She would get a little better and then relapse. The road to recovery has been excruciatingly slow. I believe this person's ailments are directly related to the misuse of the surrogate Merkaba. My guides tell me the two events are related. Now I want to make something perfectly clear here. She is not being punished for her surrogate program. There is no karma from her program. It is a simple outcome-based scenario. If you mix red wine with oil and then spill it on your shirt, the longer it sits the more difficult it is to get out the stain. Her physical disability is related to the mix-up of her Merkaba energy with her child's Merkaba energy. If you mix your energy with someone else's in this manner, undesirable results can occur. Another destructive surrogate Merkaba. Many individuals have mistakenly believed they could put a surrogate Merkaba around an animal. While this is certainly possible, it is not advisable under any circumstances. An animal communicator student of mine put a surrogate Merkaba around a horse that was not responding to normal treatments or any of her usual pantheon of healing modalities, including Sichim Reiki, essential oils, and massage. She promptly forgot about it. My friend started to develop some strange symptoms, a mysterious illness and general loss of well-being. After 5 days of suffering, she could no longer get out of bed. Deciding that something was seriously wrong, she went into meditation to find the answer. Her primary guide came in and reminded her that she had left a surrogate Merkaba over the horse. She argued with her guide, saying, "I did not build that. I asked the angels to do that." If that was the case, who commanded the angels? Where did they get the template of the living Merkaba field? Her guide showed her that she was the creator of the surrogate Merkaba. Since the horse was now looping through her torus field, she was mixing up its energy and hers. No wonder she got sick. She called me a few days after she took it down and had started to get better. The first words I heard from her that day were, "I know you told me not to do this." The animal kingdom is not being projected onto the screen of life from the same dimension as humans. Therefore, the practice of placing a Merkaba around them would link us to that animal and subject us to their reality as well as our own. Since their job is to serve humanity and Mother Earth, that might cause some serious problems. You would not mix two different kinds of fuel to run an engine. I believe that there is a significant difference in the energy, spiritual energy, that humans use. You do not want an animal vibration looping through your torus field. A surrogate Merkaba is not for protection. It is never appropriate to put up an external Merkaba that protects another person. The obvious reason, the Merkaba is not for protection. The second reason is that creating such a field robs her of her Christhood and her path. One woman, a shaman, put a surrogate Merkaba around the people in an apartment building in another country across the ocean. Her friend in that location had had a scare of some kind and was quite frightened. She asked the shaman to do something. Naturally, the shaman went on a shamanic journey through the ethers. She created a surrogate Merkaba around the apartment building thinking she would be offering protection for this family and everyone who lived in the building. When she completed this project, she asked her power animal if there was anything else she should do. Her power animal told her to email me right away and tell Maureen what you have done. At that very moment I was on an airplane headed back home. I was awakened from sleep by my guides telling me to retrieve my laptop from the overhead bin. I was to write, rules for programming your Merkaba. When I returned home, most of the reply email to her was already written. At this point her surrogate had been running for maybe an hour. Prior to that there were no guidelines or rules for creating surrogate Merkaba. Hence my guidance to write the rules was to prevent future miscreations and to help the shaman understand the nature of her actions. The Merkaba is not like white light. Using Reiki, white light, or the angels to offer safety and protection in the third dimension is perfectly reasonable. The Merkaba, however, is a living organism and operates from the Merkaba field of its creator. It is not like white light, which offers a benefit to everyone. That means that any surrogate you create is coming from your physical Merkaba. It is a copy-paste version of your Merkaba and is physically linked to it. Anything that is happening to the surrogate is happening to you, since you are looping the other person through your field. I explained to this shaman that while her intentions were quite honorable, my recommendation was that she take down this external Merkaba and encourage her friends to attend Merkaba training from a facilitator in their area. As long as she had all those individuals in her external Merkaba, and it was hers, since she created it, she was responsible for what went on with the new energy she might be feeling. If you did get permission from your higher self to create such a surrogate Merkaba, you would also have to have permission from the higher selves of each of the tenants living in that apartment building. Clearly this well-meaning shaman misunderstood the use of a surrogate and unwittingly mixed her energies. Remember, a surrogate is a copy of your Merkaba. This is completely different than putting a surrogate Merkaba around a consenting group, as with Drunvalo's prayer circle. Do you get the picture? Each of us needs to be responsible for our own Merkaba. While the danger the person faced may have been real, I doubt that it is ongoing. If it is, then perhaps they would consider activating their own Merkaba. She wrote me back reporting how she had started to feel very strangely after that shamanic journey. The external Merkaba should only be created for purposes that will not interfere with another's free will. The shaman in question put one over a building and its residents that she did not own and where she was only tangentially connected. She created a big connection with it by virtue of her actions. Thankfully she took it down within an hour. Because of her shamanic work, along with her curiosity, she immediately went on another shamanic journey to discover more about what I had explained to her. True to form, the information I provided was validated by her second journey when she received understanding to authenticate my communication to her. She then took the external Merkaba down. A surrogate is not shared or created lightly. This could backfire on you in ways you cannot even imagine. This is why there are a number of rules for the use of the surrogate Merkaba. Should you even consider surrogates? One student, in a desire to prevent possible mishaps, suggested we not learn about surrogates. Once the knowledge that surrogate Merkaba can be created exists, she reasoned, people will be inclined to think up ways to use them. My response to her was that our world has an abundance of technology we could use that without proper training could cause serious consequences. However, with training and care, tools enhance our lives and our work. The surrogate Merkaba should be approached in much the same way. I have confidence you will ask your higher self to approve your surrogates. You can be trusted. Rules for creating a surrogate Merkaba. Always ask your higher self, is this program appropriate for all involved? A surrogate is a program in your Merkaba that instructs your Merkaba to copy your Merkaba over a specific location. It is activated in the same way your own Merkaba is activated. A surrogate always has a purpose. Make sure you are clear about your purpose when you ask for your higher self's approval. Your surrogates will be located around a particular geographic place, for example a prayer circle in the woods, or over a house or place of business. It's important to note the surrogate is located over the place, not the people in the place. It is powered by your Merkaba. When your Merkaba goes inactive, your surrogate will also deactivate. Never create a surrogate program over another individual. When in doubt, ask your higher self and the higher self of the individual involved. You will need 2 permissions. First you need permission from your higher self. Then you need to ask your higher self to get permission from the higher self of the other person, peer to peer. It will be a very rare circumstance for you to get both permissions. Never leave an emergency surrogate Merkaba unattended around another person. Provided you have permissions, you must stay physically close. If, for example, The ambulance team will not let you ride together, take the surrogate down. You might put a program over your office or cubicle but not the entire business, unless you were the owner of the business. Remember that your surrogate program should only address the physical area, objects, or space, not the individual people. 9. Merkaba Permanence and Paranormal Validation. What you will learn in this chapter. Paranormal validation of the Merkaba. Remembering and repair. How to make the Merkaba permanent. What happens next? Paranormal external validation of the Merkaba. Greg Braden isn't the only one who has time traveled in Egypt. Maureen Saint Germain has done it too. Mohammed Nazmy, president of Quest Travel, Egypt. You may have heard about people who are able to get street lamps to go out when they walk past them. You wonder, what the heck is going on? In many cases, blinking lights or power surges are the universe's way of reconfirming what you are talking or thinking about in that exact moment. Goosebumps on the body are another way of reconfirming information. I now call them body confirmation. A TV that is turned off and plugged in still has energy moving through it. If you were to cut the electrical cord, sparks would fly. Yet you are not getting any reception. If you were to put an energy meter on it, the energy fields would show some usage. When the TV is turned on, power is moving through it. Many of you have had experiences with wristwatches and understand that your energy is so powerful that you break or lose them. Likewise, although I love technology and gadgets, I've quit purchasing cordless headsets because they keep disappearing. I've lost dozens of them and finally accepted I am not supposed to wear them. Brian and Joanna were in deep discussion regarding concerns over the possibility of dangerous earth changes in their location. Brian felt they should consider moving. Joanna completely surrendered to his suggestion, even though they had just spent thousands of dollars renovating their home. Shortly after this discussion, Brian began feeling assurance that they did not need to be protected from this presumed danger of the earth changes. He told Joanna and bingo. Immediately the lights in the house blinked off and back on in quick succession. While I was teaching a class in the home of an Atlanta chiropractor, I noticed there were a number of ceiling spotlights in her living room where we were meditating. Out of 7 lights, 4 were burned out and only 3 were on. The vaulted ceiling is so high that my host usually has a handyman come in to change them for her. She mentally wished they would come on. Immediately 3 more of the 7 came on, and stayed on, during the entire meditation. When she got up from the room, those same 3 lights that had come on during our meditation went off and stayed off for the remainder of the advanced workshop. We all laughed at how she managed to get burned out light bulbs to come on at the right moment. I often have participants stay at my home when I teach the workshop at my home. During one such workshop I realized I didn't have time to get a new bulb for the night light in the bathroom so that my elderly guest could find her way. I asked the angels to step in and allow the bulb to work, even though I knew it was a burned out bulb. The light stayed on the entire 3 days of the workshop and quit working when my house guest left. I think the Merkaba field impacts lights, perhaps overloads their circuits. As soon as the person moves out of range, the lights come back on. Start watching how far away you are when they go out and you can estimate the range of your Merkaba field. Remember and repair. The reason we say that the Merkaba is remembered is because we are remembering our future. The Merkaba shape is always around the body. When you do the meditation you are remembering it, then activating it. At some point the remembering becomes automatic. A metaphor might be that when you have a pet, you always know you have to go home to feed it. Similarly, being connected to your Merkaba field feels like you always are connected to it. When it becomes permanent you always remember it is there and it is always running in the background. Although the energetic template of the Merkaba is always around the body, it can be warped, damaged, and even forgotten. If the Merkaba is damaged, consciously activating it daily will allow it to self-repair. This is why we pointed out in the beginning of this book that the Merkaba will repair all kinds of damage. I recommend a daily practice for a number of reasons. It will self-heal if activated regularly. Activating it daily will certainly make your life easier. Sometimes the self-healing factor will lead you to a practitioner or healer who will jumpstart your processes. Seeing a practitioner could go either way, fabulous or disastrous. Always ask your higher self if this teacher or practitioner is the best choice for you at this time. Then if you get some major repair work done by a master, you can thank your Merkaba for finding that master and helping you to know what you needed. Not all methods are always good for everyone. Even for a given practice, you might be told no at one time and yes at another time by your higher self. Is my Merkaba permanent? For the answer to this question, ask your higher self. Only your higher self will know if your Merkaba is permanent. There are other ways to know, but all of them are inferior compared to asking your higher self. When you activate your Merkaba initially, it stays activated for only about 48 hours. In the early years everyone took that statement as fact. We now know it can stay up longer than that. I had a student who could see into the ethers. She did not have a big ego about it and used it to keep herself out of harm's way. Because she could see her Merkaba after she activated it, she checked on it every day. It stayed up for a month. I checked her story and my guides validated it. Why did hers stay up longer than so many other people's? I believe her survival skills were so evolved that she had the ability to replicate from her psychic abilities, rather than using the heart connection of the Merkaba along with the body and mind. I call someone with this skill set a survival psychic, see chapter 10. What happens next? This is the fun part. This is such an amazing journey that I cannot begin to tell you the fun you will have with it. For example, I was with 3 people who had been doing the Merkaba for over a year and had all just repeated the full course with me on an adventure in Banff, Canada. We kept checking in, asking the higher self if we should go to Moraine Lake, yes, Lake Louise, no. After we visited Moraine Lake, we were told to also go to Lake Louise. Obviously, we could have asked which one to visit first. We were all getting rather hungry when we approached the amazing lodge at Lake Louise. Upon entering, we found a great-looking restaurant that didn't look too busy. Since we were hungry and the menu looked fine, we headed in. Then I said, wait, did anyone ask higher self? The 2 men in our group were very hungry and immediately checked in, asking if this was where we were supposed to eat, and both got a no answer. Still hungry, we wandered upstairs to find a marvelous restaurant with 3-story windows and a breathtaking view of the lake and glacier. Our higher selves approved and the hostess informed us there was only a 10-minute wait. Then she gave us the best seats in the restaurant because that is what opened up for us. On another adventure, my host in Japan wanted to take me to a hot springs after a long trek to a shrine. It was late and we both opted to skip dinner in favor of the bathing. We went into one hot spring spa near the railway station that seemed nice, yet my higher self said no. We wandered into the main town where we could see 6 or so hotels with hot springs. My host, Naoko, now used to my asking my higher self about everything, pointed to each of them while waiting for my higher self to give approval of one. We went into the selected spa and the desk clerk told us nobody could be admitted after 3 p.m. Naoko told the host that I was here from America and really wanted to experience this particular hot spring. Immediately the desk clerk let us in, with free towels and a lesser price than the first spa we had considered. It turned out better than we expected because the hotel included dinner with the guest rooms, so all the guests were at dinner while we had the entire spa to ourselves with 2 pools. One was outside where we could see the full moon. Higher self solutions and surprises. When I was doing a workshop in Nashua, New Hampshire, staying at a hotel, I was working out at the hotel gym every morning. I was disappointed that the water cooler in the gym did not have the expected 5-gallon jug above it. Instead, the top of the water cooler was covered with unimportant things, such as flyers, a box of tissues, and other clutter. On the 3rd day I walked in when a student was getting water from the cooler. Imagine my surprise to discover it was piped in through a set of filters from the wall. My expectation of that kind of cooler did not match what I saw. My bias that the water had to come from a jug above the cooler made me think there was no water in the exercise room, yet there was. The higher self is like this. It shows you solutions, ideas, and concepts that you haven't thought of because it has no bias or expectation to limit you. Awesome, isn't it? How do I make the Merkaba permanent? With daily practice, the Merkaba will become permanent on its own. I recommend you do it daily because each day you get a fresh start from the universe. Each day you get to decide what you will make of your life. By choosing to do the Merkaba daily, you give yourself the gift of a practice that leads to perfection, an open heart and stepping out of polarity. Not a bad investment for 5 minutes per day. Not to mention the fact that if you do it daily and then forget one day, your Merkaba will still be actively running. After my Merkaba was permanent, my higher self informed me that I was supposed to keep doing it. Why would that be? Perhaps it is because I have such a big commitment to teach the Merkaba. I do know that when I asked my higher self if my Merkaba was permanent, I was told, that is not the question for you, Maureen. My higher self was aware that I would probably stop my daily practice if it were permanent. I then asked if I should keep doing it. Yes. Is it permanent? Yes. I continued to do the Merkaba daily for more than 8 years after that point. I still do the Merkaba frequently. Beyond higher self-communication, feeling body. Your feeling body is a higher dimensional expression of your physical body. My first experience with my feeling body was when I was teaching an FOL class. I had a certain knowing that existed in my physical body, not my mental body or brain. I was being told very specific actions to take from another level, yet the mental instructions were also very clear to not think about it. I described this in detail in Chapter 7. We've all had experiences where we have known something at the body level. I've discovered that if you are having this kind of experience on a regular basis, you have found a way to experience new information through your heart, while completely bypassing conscious thought patterns. It is a direct link to 5th dimension and beyond to even higher dimensions. In the 5th dimension it is a dance. The mind participates but heart energy rules. It is the place of unconditional love, heart knowing. The heart does not require a mental process to confirm a piece of knowledge. The knowledge that comes in is so perfect that it is not necessary to validate it any other way. The mother who knows that her child is in trouble is one such example. Many people have known when a friend, partner, or spouse needed something. When caring for an aging or ill family member, sensing that the individual's death is imminent is another example. Recently, I was getting ready to travel to a certain city for a workshop. When I went to bed the night before, I fully expected to fall asleep right away, but I did not. Instead, I lay awake feeling this great tension of excitement. I felt like a rookie football player who has signed his first multi-million-dollar contract. I was happy as could be and felt higher than a kite. Since I do not take drugs or drink anything but water and tea, it wasn't because of some mind-altering substance. My heart knew my life was about to change, and it did. A number of magical and synchronistic events occurred during that trip. My anticipation and excitement were justified and my body confirmed it before I knew the details. The heart knows. A permanent Merkaba. When your Merkaba is permanent, you always remember. Your higher self guides and directs you. You feel great love for everyone you meet. Life becomes compelling and heartwarming. Even difficult situations become manageable and joyful. Once your Merkaba is permanent, you will always have an open and active connection to your heart. 10. Clearing fear with dolphins, whales, and arrow mandalas. What you will learn in this chapter. What is going on with cetacean energy? Fear and its use. Dolphins and weather windows. Multidimensional dolphin adventures. A woman in a Caribbean-based dolphin swim workshop had a lame arm from a factory injury. Elizabeth Fortune, a Flower of Life facilitator, and Drunvalo were leading this dolphin swim. When the wild dolphins were sighted near the boat, everyone jumped into the water, including the woman with the injured arm. Everyone was laughing and swimming with the dolphins. Their energy was euphoric. When the dolphins left, everyone piled onto the boat and went back to their cabins for a nap. At dinner, Drunvalo noticed the woman with the lame arm was using both of her arms freely. He pointed this out to her and she seemed surprised. What are you talking about? She didn't even remember that she'd had a lame arm when she got in the water. She literally jumped from one version of reality to another where that injury had never occurred. And she brought everyone else with her. You, too, can use this understanding to create alternate versions of reality that please you. After learning the Merkaba in 1994, I immediately went to a rebirthing event where I undulated, the way a dolphin swims. The entire 2 hours I was under the rebirthing trance. I now believe in one experience I was remembering a dolphin lifetime. I truly did not know I was doing that, and I could not seem to not do that. Maybe my dolphin friends joined me for healing and transforming. Fortuitously, later that year I was on 2 different dolphin swims getting my feet wet, so to speak. That first dolphin swim was in 1994 with Drunvalo. I have been swimming with dolphins ever since. In 2000 I was given the go-ahead to offer the Merkaba training and the Advanced Flower of Life workshop along with a dolphin immersion experience. During each dolphin sacred journey we have multiple swims with wild dolphins, and each year it is a unique and amazing adventure of love and light. Dolphins clear fear. One year a woman named Sharon who was deathly afraid of the water joined us. I told her I was certified by the Red Cross with level 2 of lifeguard and water safety and had pulled a few people from the water, so she would be safe with me. Once when I was in my 20s, I saved a nun from drowning. Her convent was using our family swimming pool for a private swim. I was gazing out the window at our yard when my attention was drawn to the pool. I noticed there was a problem and was able to respond quickly. My mother always said I had earned my spot in heaven for pulling out that drowning nun. Sharon was determined to get into the water. I noticed she was hanging on to her husband for dear life, even though she had a boogie board and was wearing a life jacket. I insisted that the next time she got in the water I would be her partner. I wanted to make sure her husband would not have to be her full-time caretaker. I took her wrist so I could keep her in my grasp. What happened next took me completely by surprise, as I was unexpectedly filled with fear. This was no ordinary fear. I am a fearless woman in or out of the water, and in that moment I experienced real terror. In a flash I knew what it was like to be afraid of drowning. I quickly pulled the rest of this eerie energy from my swimming partner, Sharon, and grounded it through me, and then into the water directly into the center of Mother Earth. Otherwise I was sure I would have drowned. Sharon was quite startled and said, "It's gone. I'm not afraid of the water anymore. You cleared it." I think I had a little help from the dolphins. They help us breathe deeply by releasing all fear that is in our fields. These energies can be like spider webs that can be pulled from the body. You'd be well advised to know how to ground and clear fear before attempting to pull this kind of energy from someone else. Using fear to fuel your ascension work. Your fears are keys to your own growth and understanding. They help you develop compassion for others by working with your own fears. Denying their existence no longer serves you. Please consider asking the archangels to clear you of desires and patterns that no longer serve you, and to assist you in replacing them with desires, dreams, and patterns that will serve you. You can ask specific angels to assist you. You'll find lots of information once you start to look to the angels to assist you this way. Over the years I have worked with supplemental tools to assist humans in processing these incoherent energies and emotions. You do not have to do it the long way anymore. The universe has provided tools to help you shift quickly, such as my Arrow Mandalas Orion series essential oil blends discussed in detail later. Most of us tend to find our seat of security in the same place as fear, in the gut or solar plexus. While that is where you experience some emotions, if you allow yourself to open your heart you will find there are 3 key emotions: love, gratitude, and joy, that move through your heart. Science now knows the huge toroidal field that circulates around your heart is bigger than your whole body. This is where love resides. At an Earth, Sky, Heart workshop of Drunvalos that I attended, Lawrence, a mixed-race black Indian, found that he was able to release the guardedness that he always felt around white people because now he was moving love through his heart. Fear and worry. What is the purpose of fear in the world? It was put there to slow our ascension. Fear is a perversion of the past. Worry is a perversion of the future. Neither is real. Who or what caused this? Initially, Earth was the paradise of extraterrestrials. They did not want humanity to evolve too quickly because then Earth would no longer be their playground. These beings reprogrammed our DNA and created a way to limit certain human capacity. While they were at it, they modified certain things, such as stepping up our sex drive. They also instilled fear in the consciousness. How did they do that? They realized initiates in the mystery school were evolving quickly, and they began to teach these individuals how to use energy and amplify it. The mystery school students trusted their teachers. They thought they were being given real options for their benefit. In truth, the only real options anyone can have are the ones you give yourself. A rigged test. In an ancient Egyptian mystery school run by lesser beings with outside agendas, initiates were sent down a long corridor with 2 doors at the end. One was dimly lit, the other was very bright. Of course, most initiates chose the one with the bright light. Waiting behind that door were crocodiles, and they were eaten alive. But guess what? The darkened doorway had the same exact outcome. Both circumstances yielded a large amount of fear in the consciousness before the initiates died. Not all choices were like this, just enough to slow things down. This is how fear became amplified in the consciousness of humanity. Now, if you were fully connected to your higher self and had a Merkaba up and running, you probably wouldn't be too inclined to take a rigged test. However, as an adept, with some spiritual mastery in a fearsome circumstance, you might find you had the ability to leave your body before any fear and physical pain were created, instead of taking the chance of having fear magnified by you, thus polluting the environment with your fear. Once you face a fear head-on, it loses its impact on you. What is it you fear? It usually is the unknown. If you have knowledge, even if it is incomplete information, it can lead you to an awareness of certain actions that remove you from the fray of activity. Full knowledge dissipates fear and provides you with an opportunity. Fear is a perversion of the past. Worry is a perversion of the future. Neither is real. Survival psychics. Some individuals are so filled with barriers against past hurts and experiences that left deep wounds that they are unable to let down their defenses. They have developed very powerful skills to protect themselves. These skills may include various forms of extrasensory or beyond the senses, perception, telepathy, no-contact communication, clairsentience, perceiving things not normally perceptible, clairaudience, hearing things not present to the ear but having objective reality, clairalience, smelling, clairgustance, tasting, and clairvoyance, knowing, that access energy fields beyond the physical body. These survival skills can be developed enough to impersonate a real healer with an open heart. Having these abilities does not presume the individual is God-centered. You can usually sort this out as you observe their well-developed psychic skills, because they are not sending this awareness through the heart. Instead, they are looping it, like fly fishing, from the solar plexus to the higher chakras. It affords them a form of protection since it lets them read fields and anticipate perceived danger. The disadvantage is that if you are used to getting information in this way, you might not bother with learning to open your heart. Opening your heart is key to your ascension work. Some abused individuals have taken the time to do their healing work. It is not easy going backward to gain a heart connection and then moving through it toward achieving mastery. Please consider taking advantage of the healing tools mentioned earlier. Survival psychics are seriously wounded and seriously compromised. They have not engaged in spiritual work to open their hearts but seem to be able to sense things they have no real basis for knowing. They may even believe these abilities are gifts, but in reality, they are expressions of advanced survival skills they have developed to keep themselves safe. Some of these individuals are spiritually inclined, yet they lack the heart connection that would allow them to see and feel another's experience. They unknowingly expend huge amounts of energy building barriers to the opportunity of really knowing and understanding their own fears. This is because if their fears were addressed and cleared, they would have to open their hearts the way everyone else on the planet does, which would be untenable by their current standards. I wrote about this struggle in Reweaving the Fabric of Your Reality. Please understand that I have great compassion for what they have been through and how very difficult life must be for them. When these individuals use their specially developed skills to get information, they can be highly accurate. Remember that if you are one of those individuals, until you are able to express true love for yourself and others, it will be challenging for you to move into your fifth dimensional self. The emotion you create will always be operating at the ego level. The fifth dimensional self realigns with the higher self. Your higher self will create an environment where safety is never an issue. If you are wealthy, money is no object. If you are fifth dimensional, fear does not exist. Fear will block you from tapping into the profound abundance of the universe that operates through the heart. You will always be operating from a sense of lack or limitation. This is based on experiences that were imprinted at the ego level. 19. Fear and its misuses. Fear can be something we develop on our own, or in certain cases it may be used by someone or some force that wishes to exercise control over us. This quote from a newsletter of Patricia Cota Robles, co-founder of the organization New Age Study of Humanity's Purpose, in 2006 gives a new slant on an old theme. They informed us that if the truth of what is occurring on Earth is not available to the newly awakened souls, they will become pawns to the misinformation and disinformation being buffeted about by the forces of imbalance. These wayward souls are perpetuating fear-based thoughts of gloom and doom in a final attempt to maintain control and to terrorize humanity. Their goal is to keep humanity so overwhelmed and so focused on our fears that we won't be able to awaken effectively enough to fulfill our divine plans and our purpose and reason for being on Earth at this time. Their desire is to prevent the Earth and all our life from ascending onto our next spiral of evolution. This is the spiral of the fifth dimension, the spiral on which humanity will co-create the limitless physical perfection of heaven on Earth. Information dispels fear. This is why your higher self connection is so vital. When you have accurate information to follow due to your direct connection with God, you have nothing to fear. You will find that you are able to know what you need to know so perfectly that everything that you need to do, be, or know is effortless. Fear of shame. There are those who believe in integrity but freeze up when it comes to some personal issue connected to shame. It is important that you clear your shame so you can evolve and grow your own self-awareness to a place that allows true higher self to move through you. One of the easiest ways to do this is to use an essential oil blend. Effective almost instantaneously, Aero Mandala's Orion Series Remembrance blend is able to clear shame because it bypasses everything and goes directly to the limbic system, where all core emotions reside in the physical. This enables the shame to be zeroed out like lightning conducted to the ground with a lightning rod. If you include the intention disc from Vibrance, the fascia will rebound, resolving the tendency to re-injure with the same emotion. Shame is a limiting belief that is rooted in the desire for victimhood. If you can convince yourself you are a victim of circumstances, you do not need to be responsible for your behavior or for what has happened to you. Shame is also a form of fear that drives individuals to behave in ways that are inconsistent with their stated beliefs. It is this inconsistency that causes the disconnect, making it difficult to connect with your innate wisdom. This is why clearing shame is so vital. A woman I interacted with failed to keep her word, or even communicate about it, because even though she seemed to have high integrity, she was embarrassed to admit she could not keep her word. Withholding this information is disrespectful. It's easy enough to admit I forgot, I got tied up, or what truthfully occurred to prevent keeping her word. In truth, she was ashamed of the information because it would mean she would have to stop being a victim and be accountable for her own actions. This person also did not notice that she had not expressed gratitude in this same circumstance because her primary goal was to keep herself in high regard. This was her normal. Her inability to feel or understand another's feelings prevented her from dropping her facade and loving herself. Emotional wounds. There are many ways to clear emotional wounds. It is important to recognize that the emotional wounds must be addressed, even if they have spontaneously healed or cleared. The ego clings to past wounds and hurts in an effort to protect the soul. When you become your fifth dimensional self, there is nothing to hold on to since you are fully connected to God. Activating the Merkaba, using tools, and specialized meditations will accelerate your effort. The primary emotional wounds are helplessness, not belonging, resentment and frustration, anger and rage, disappointment, desperation, loss, feeling trapped, despair, terror, heart sickness, shame, unrequited longing, overwhelm, violation, and martyr, victim, male or female. There are Aero Mandala's Orion Series essential oil blends to address each of them. When I first worked with the essential oil blends that were channeled by Mary Magdalene and used to heal emotional wounds, I wanted to know how they worked. How could they be any better than any other of the amazing blends from other companies? What I was told and shown in the Akashic Records, by others, as well as by my own Akashic Records guides, is that they came through me, and my vibration has to do with the blends. They work synergistically with the meditations, intention disc, and other tools available on my website. Please check in for yourself if these will be helpful to you. How do they work? Emotions reside on the fascia. They create divots in the fascia that might not recover after the emotion is cleared. The oils clear the fascia. The intention disc clears the incoherent energy of the fascia, making it recover its original shape like your activewear when it comes out of the dryer. In a conversation in 2019, my business consultant asked, "What are you doing with the Aero Mandalas?" I answered that I felt I was not doing enough. I wasn't reaching an adequate number of the people who needed this simple solution to healing their emotional wounds. When she asked what I was willing to do about that, I laughed out loud and said, "I know what I will do. I will have a ceremony at the altar and ask Mary Magdalene about this." My ceremony included asking the following from Mary Magdalene: "Is it in our highest and best good to take the Aero Mandalas to another level? If so, will you provide your blessing and assistance? I would be willing to show up, sell that part of the company, hire a marketing expert, whatever was put in front of me to move them into the next level of consciousness." A few weeks later, I had a very interesting experience. I had purchased a violet laser from a company called Vibrance for clearing infections and fungus. This had been an ongoing problem for my lungs, and the laser definitely helped. At the next trade show where I was speaking, the same company was exhibiting, and when I asked my higher self if there were any other tools that would help me clear the last 10% of the remaining fungus, I was directed to the Vibrance booth again. This time I was guided to ask to use the frequency disc. This is a deceptively simple piece of black marble or granite about the size of a drink coaster that is coated with human DNA frequencies. Unsure if I should purchase it, I asked if I could borrow one. The rep in the booth, Joe, offered to loan me the extra one he had in his backpack until the morning. Since I was done with my presentations for the day, I took the disc with me into the main hall to listen to another speaker. After about 90 minutes I could feel my body shifting upward, and my personal guide came in and told me, "You have just phased up." By the time I returned to the Vibrance booth the following day, the fungus had completely cleared. Anyone who has dealt with a fungus infection of any kind knows how difficult it can be, and this fungus had settled into my lungs, causing all kinds of problems for almost 3 years. Joe's explanation of the metamorphosis is that the frequency disc held open the portal for me to walk into my DNA frequency. I now understand that when we have ongoing health issues our body elemental can start to operate as if that were normal. 20 The body elemental has forgotten the ideal frequencies. Much as in a symbiotic relationship, the codependency, maintaining the status quo, becomes the operative frequency rather than holding on to the ideal frequency. The frequency disc helped me to remember. I returned to the booth healthy, happy, and excited to share my story of transformation. Joe suggested I share my story with the president of the company, who happened to be there that day, and my guides came in again and prompted me to ask him for help with the marketing of the Aero Mandalas, which I had in my tote bag. When I handed the oils to him he physically backed away at first, and then completely surprised me by saying that he had guidance coming in. "You need to work with this woman." Thus the partnership of the Vibrance product with Aero Mandalas produced a potent opportunity for both companies. I was later informed that he had been told about the intention disc having some kind of partner, but he did not know what it was until he connected with the Aero Mandalas. Weather windows. One year we had strange weather for our dolphin swim, which was unusual because I have always experienced wonderful weather in Hawaii. Good weather follows me wherever I go. In fact, during the 12 years I lived in Wisconsin, they had their mildest winters on record. The first year after I moved away was their worst winter in recorded history. New York City, during my first winter in my new home, experienced its mildest winter on record. In the early years I didn't realize I was influencing the weather in this way. This sacred journey dolphin swim started with unusual weather. On the first morning of our scheduled boat trip we were greeted with an electrical storm. At breakfast we all looked at the grim weather, wondering if we would get into the water that day. Our boat captain, Vito, called and asked, "What kind of group do you have? Are they determined?" "I think determined would be a mild descriptor for this group," I responded enthusiastically. Vito said he would give it an hour or so and see what happened. Shortly after breakfast we went directly into our meditation room and began a deep meditation petitioning Mother Earth to open up a weather window for our group to get into the water. Within 2 hours we were the only ones on the docks getting into our boat. A marvelous day was had by all and both the dolphins and whales came. It was pure magic. The following day we encountered yet another electrical storm, completely different from the first. A new electrical bank was moving through the corridor off the Kona coast. This delay caused by the new storm sent the group into a meditation before breakfast, where we again asked for permission to get into the water with the cetaceans. We did this by creating an alternate reality and honoring the integrity of Mother Earth. This time our delay was only 1 hour. I will admit it was shocking to me that we were having these storms and I certainly was not used to it. I checked with a few locals who informed me that these were the first and second electrical storms in Kona in 17 years. Something was up. Jackie, one of the participants, started asking questions too. Everyone who signs up for this dolphin swim is asked to do a daily prayer in advance of the trip on behalf of all the participants and providers of service, including the Elemental Kingdom. With all the work we did ahead of time, why did we have this terrible weather? Jackie wondered. Because we could make a difference, I mused. My seminar is organized so we take a break from the sun and sea after 2 consecutive mornings and have only classroom time for the next day. Then it is back to the ocean for an early morning departure. The previous evening of our classroom only day, after the 2 days of electrical storms, I had been on the phone with my mother, who also lived in Kona. She told me I probably would not be able to go out to sea with my group the next day because they were predicting high waves. Being on the boat with high surf is impossible, even if the weather is clear. I mentioned my mother's prediction at dinner. Later that night, in their room, Jackie spoke with her daughter who was also on the trip. Jennifer encouraged her mom, a budding shaman, to go ahead and do a shamanic journey for this. A journey involves going into the alternate reality and working on the reality from that vantage point. Jackie checked in with her own guidance to see if it was appropriate to do a shamanic journey on the weather. In her tradition, once she received permission, she could connect with her personal power animal along with another animal that would be appropriate for the work she wanted to do. She called in a whale. On her shamanic journey she asked the whale if it could hold back the high surf. The whale initially replied, "No, the energy is too big." She suggested the whale could get help and the whale responded, "I do not know, we could try." The whale put together a pod of 6 whales to help hold back the high surf in our location. All of this occurred without my conscious awareness. The following morning when we arrived, the water was as calm as glass. I remember thinking as I looked at the tranquil sea that my mother is getting old and maybe she was confused. We had an amazing day. Dolphins came. Whales found us. A dolphin circled Laura, another of our participants, that day and buzzed her with his sonar up and down her entire body. We all saw it. It was a young dolphin but not a baby. Later Laura revealed to us that she was pregnant. In one of the dives I swam low, diving below the surface, with a colored scarf. One of the baby dolphins slipped away from its mom and tried to swim close to me. It truly was another magical day. As we traveled at a leisurely pace back to the dock in our boat, I kept seeing the picture of a breaching whale in my mind's eye, and suddenly a dolphin jumped right next to the boat. Vito knew this was unusual, so we followed the dolphin into a quiet bay. There right in front of us was a female whale with her escort and baby. They played around for a while, and once we had our cameras ready, the male escort made a phenomenal breach. This was larger than any breach I have ever witnessed in my 10 years of dolphin swims. Then as we watched from a distance, the mother leisurely dove, giving us a full view of her tail for what seemed an endless display of her beauty. Our group yelled, cheered, and clapped in appreciation of this exquisite sight. The wind had started to pick up by the time we got back to the dock. When we arrived at the hotel, the palm trees were bent nearly in half from the super strong wind. I had been planning on running an errand but decided there must be a really big storm behind all that wind, and there was no way I was going out in that. A few days later I asked my mom if she remembered the strange wind around noon on that Friday, and she said, "Boy, do I ever." First of all, it came out of the wrong, opposite, direction. The wind never blows from that direction. It blew and then within a half an hour turned completely around, 180 degrees, and blew in the other direction. As she spoke I was shown a slingshot. I was being exposed to how the whales had created a weather womb to hold back the weather for us. Figure 10.1. Whale Tail. Photo by Andrea Holian, CC by Saw. The shaman in our group had secretly asked for a sign. That afternoon in class she pulled the card, answered prayer. I could tell from the look on her face that something was up and insisted she tell me. After that she revealed her journey work of the night before and that she had asked for a sign to verify if her shamanic journey was the reason we had experienced the calm waters. It was obvious that the answer was an enthusiastic yes. I gave a radio interview about this trip on Dolphinville Radio, which you can find online. Holographic communication. Even though I have been with them many times, I really don't know much about dolphins. Nobody does. We do know that dolphins can communicate holographically. Anecdotal evidence supports this. There are many who see geometric shapes and other unexpected images around the dolphins. Swimmers say they experience holographic images, crystalline forms, diamond shapes, and more just popping into their minds after being with the dolphins. Beyond being life's blueprint, DNA plays a powerful role in newly discovered communications between dolphins and humans, according to a team of cetacean, dolphin and whale researchers at the Sirius Institute on the Big Island of Hawaii. A study there showed these marine mammals receive and transmit sound signals capable of affecting the genetic double helix, and that using natural biotechnology, dolphins may heal humans swimming near them. 14 years of multidisciplinary study at this arm of the Human Dolphin Foundation indicate that the expression of DNA, traditionally considered the blueprint of life, can be changed by the sound and electromagnetic fields generated by dolphins. A startling report examines DNA's coiled design, vibrating action, and electrogenetic functions during bioacoustic interactions between dolphins and humans. The dolphin's acoustic and electromagnetic effects on the human body through DNA may best explain how remarkable healings, often reported by swimmers following dolphin contacts, have occurred. Dolphins have larger brains than ours. Should their consciousness capacity be greater than the human brain? One would think so, yet it is difficult to anesthetize them for research, as they are conscious breathers and must have a part of their brains alert at all times. Thus, they sleep with only one side of the brain resting at a time. When unconscious, they will stop breathing. This is also true of whales, who are also conscious breathers. Have you ever wanted to swim with dolphins? You don't have to travel to them, although that would be ideal. They will come to you. Just ask them to come in your meditations or dream time. In time they will start to appear in your dreams. One woman's young daughter could not come on our trip with her mom. Within a week of this little girl asking daily, they came to her in the dream time. When in the presence of dolphins we are co-creating information in a new language between us. My friend, Joan Ocean, a well-known dolphin communicator, founded the Dolphin Connection organization to explore dolphin communication and human consciousness. She told me they ask that we send out a tone, thought, or feeling, and they will return the tone, thought, or feeling. They are changing our reality here in a way we normally would not understand, a way that is outside the box. It is all about unconditional love. They are moving us toward greater and greater awareness of group mind. Moving with one spirit takes us to the group mind, the next level of expression, where we can achieve perfection as we know it. This is fifth dimension. From there we may be able to move to higher and higher places of expression. Group mind is different from mass consciousness. Group mind is harmonious attention to the needs of all, whereas the term mass consciousness refers to the quality of sharing a belief about what is true, and then attempting to influence and control everyone else to promote and preserve this belief. Dolphin vibrations increase our ability to hear. They, the dolphins, have a much broader range of pitch than humans and can hear 7 times better than humans do. Their resonances with us activate broader frequencies in the human body. Your Merkaba becomes more firmly a part of your reality by connection with the dolphins. When you swim with dolphins, either in the water or in your dream time, you can rewrite your past and create a new present and future. This has come in handy on more than one occasion. Joan Ocean reports that the dolphins told her they are from Sirius and came into third dimension Earth in the 1940s, stating, "We are here to come back in time and to redo our history and make it right." Sounds like Star Trek 4. Think of the federal government's witness protection program and consider the possibility of bringing a whole history to life, as Joan and I believe. What is their proof? They tell Joan they left one continent without any history of the dolphins, Australia. Those of you familiar with the Bible code may have heard that the reason it is accurate is because an ancient culture came back in time to redo their history. Although these same records state that the first 5 books of the Torah were given to Moses, ancient Sumerian records show the existence of this information before Moses presented it. Asterisk 21. There's a similar story about the dolphins. According to the dolphins that Joan is in contact with, our solar system is speeding up because we are moving toward another solar system that is at a higher frequency than ours. The dolphins tell her that at some point we are going to merge with that one and we all will be at a higher frequency. My guides have also told me there will be a new Earth for those who wish to stay behind and continue in the third dimension. I have known about this since 1994 and recently discovered that another author, Lynn Gravhorn, has written about this. History and its importance. Dolphins do not have or desire the capacity to write or keep records. If they are more evolved than we are, why would they choose this? A researcher I recently came across presents his teachings as truth with a capital T, as if there is no other. This is an example of a recently awakened individual who has no sense of history or time and cannot comprehend why the saints or sages of old could have been given truth. It is nearly impossible for him to understand the history as we know it, since the timeline version of events he has tapped into is so new, there is no history behind it. In fifth dimension where dolphins exist, the dolphins do not use beliefs as a way of determining behavior. They are unconcerned about what people believe or think. One dolphin's insights are different from another's, so they do not compare ideas or thoughts or come up with a consensus of opinion to determine a common reality. It is only in third dimension, where we rely on the intellect, that this is done. In the fifth dimension it is unimportant to believe in anything. Fifth dimension beings choose their reality in every moment and enjoy what they have created in the moment. It's beautiful. What are the dolphins doing? My good friend Doug Hackett, who swims with dolphins almost daily in Hawaii and also works with Joan Ocean, tells the story of traveling with Joan to the Red Sea to do a dolphin swim with a tour company. The local owners of the boat heard that Joan had done a special meditation the previous day with the dolphins suddenly appearing immediately after the meditation. The following day the owner decided to join them to see this magic lady for himself. Since not much was going on, they inquired if Joan wanted to do another meditation to call in the dolphins. She declined, so Doug held his own solo meditation to connect with the dolphins of the Red Sea to see if he could discern what was happening. He asked them for their POD, plan of the day. He felt their energy and connected with them. When he asked them if they would like to swim with him, they responded, "Yes, but we are kind of busy keeping peace in the Middle East." Just when you thought all they did was procreate, play, and enjoy life. What about the whales? Drunvalo reports that whales go to the South Pole and get in a circle, nose to nose, and inhale for 12 hours. What are the whales doing? Tom Clark, a former Navy SEAL, saw this behavior. The second time he watched the video, during his second full workshop, he remembered synchronizing watches with other Navy SEALs before a dive. The whales explained to me that every year they go to the South Pole to synchronize with the magnetic field of the planet, so their internal navigation is oriented properly. Perhaps they are rebroadcasting a current version of the magnetic field for all the migrating animals. I was then shown that the whales act like cell phone towers. Just as human pilots must update their destination coordinates after 6 months, since the grids keep moving and changing, I believe the whales update everything else that relies on Earth's magnetic grids. 11. Working with Earth's energy systems. What you will learn in this chapter. What are ley lines and grid lines? What are implants and how do they interact with grids? What is gridwork and what impact do grids have on our lives? What are some of the specialized grids? Ley lines. Geopathic stress comes from a variety of sources. Geopathic lines can be deadly and are caused by the stress of the planet. I wrote about these lines extensively in Reweaving the Fabric of Your Reality. Geopathic lines are 360 to 500 feet wide, reach 5 to 6 miles deep, and can extend like a sheet 5 to 6 miles above the Earth. Underground water veins, sometimes called black water lines, ore deposits, and natural radiation from the Earth contribute to these lines. Gamma rays from the sun and other rays flow into the Earth's electromagnetic field and feed these lines. Man-made energies such as electrical systems, microwave transmissions, cell phone frequencies, and chemical and nuclear wastes are also feeding these lines. There is another form of energy created by humans that flows into the emotional body of our planet. Human suffering, slavery, famine, genocide, dying soldiers in war zones, and fears of repression and loss have created unresolved emotional trauma that has literally been sucked into the body of our planet. All these negative energies feed into a grid of energy lines that crisscross our planet. Different doctors have identified 2 types of these lines. A German medical doctor named Ernst Hartmann identified ley lines that run north, south, east, and west and are fed by the electrical grids. These lines are known as Hartmann lines. Dr. Hartman documented more than 5,000 cases of cancer that were directly related to people sleeping on intersecting geopathic lines in his book Krankheit als Standortproblem, Disease as a Problem of Location. These lines are 1 to 2 inches wide and 6 to 12 feet apart on a grid, like graph paper. You can check for them by dowsing. Cats like them, and when they sit on the intersections, they convert the negative energy to positive energy. Cats generally choose cushy or warm spots to sit, so if your cat frequently sits on a spot that is neither cushy nor warm and sunny, it is very likely an intersection of energy grids being converted to positive chi. Thank you, felines everywhere. These lines are considered to be channels of energy circulation that are aggravated by electromagnetic energy. To clear them, put a copper omega symbol where the intersections occur or simply create a program in your Merkaba. You do this by saying, the negative lines of force on the earth are completely filtered out by my Merkaba. A form of this program is found in the 7 basic programs. An American physician named Manfred Curry identified a group of lines that are commonly referred to as Curry lines. The Curry network is a diagonal grid to the Hartman network. Its intensity is influenced by lunar cycles. There is a book with additional information on this written by a New Zealand airline pilot named Bruce Cathy. Precognitive dreams and visions of dark energies. My students have effectively employed this method to change the observed future, and so can you. How do you change a fearful future event and stay out of fear? What could you do when you are reading, or clairvoyantly seeing, or connecting with terrible events that might happen? The Merkaba is a manifestation field, and you can co-create at will. I advise that you check in with your own guidance and ask, are these visions real? Do I need to do anything about it? Very often the vision is being given to you so that you will take an action and because you can do something. Remember, we are co-creators. You are not alone. Many of you have been given information so that you can help to clear the earth of these dark energies. I have a keen awareness that many individuals are helping to solve the negative manifestations of those who would have us fail. Please know that you do make a difference. A metaphor for this is imagining trying to break a band of sticks that have been tied together. If the sticks are banded together, it's impossible. Yet if the band is divided into smaller groups, they can successfully be broken. We have strength in numbers. Jumping tracks. When you experience clairvoyantly, or hear of a plot against the will of the people, take a moment to see a parallel version of the reality where the plot fails. See their equipment malfunction. See both versions, or tracks, coexist until the moment right before the so-called event occurs. See humanity jump to the version of the reality that is devoid of their malintent. See humanity on a track of the reality that is close enough to fool those of malicious intent, and see them wondering why it did not work. See them wondering, why didn't this catastrophe occur? Why did this thing not happen? Do this with peace in your heart. See yourself and hundreds of your light friends, seen and unseen, angelic and otherwise, smiling in happy victory, with a dark plan foiled again. See this visual, this movie of the mind, every time you start to worry or get anxious that those who would be false might somehow succeed. They will not succeed. Your visions are versions of the future that you have the free will to change. Although we have free will to change these things, I still check in to determine my part. I never assume I know. I do this with a benign energy, looking for a preferred version of the reality, as opposed to a right or wrong version of the reality, which might set up a polarity version. Every time you hear of a new plot to thwart the will of the people, you can be part of the action by creating the above scenario in your mind, which, by the way, is part of the quantum soup of the one mind of God. Run your movie of the mind every time fear starts to move inside of you. Stay in your power. Stay gentle. Stay sweet and loving. Always check in with your higher self, to see if this is an action that is appropriate for you. Begin with a simple statement of purpose. You might state, this far and no further. You are creating energy systems for Mother Earth or humanity to use when so desired. Remember, we are in the free will zone. Be clear that your energy gift is just that, a gift, exercising free will of all affected by this program. She decides if she will use it. She decides when. Allow yourself to reject what is happening from a vantage point of non-judgment. Simply recognize that the universe is full of choices and your choice is something else. Do this peacefully, joyfully. Wait to act if you are feeling anger, judgment, or heavy emotion, as that emotion can be used against the light. Remember that a good martial arts master will use her opponent's energy and redirect her. Your opponent can and will use fear, your energy, against you, just as has been done for eons and eons. This time is different. You are prepared. Choose to stay in your joy. Clearly intend that their equipment and technology, software or otherwise, will not work when it is programmed against the light. It malfunctions. Express your clear intent that any bad intention be turned upon its creator, causing confusion and error. See their equipment not working, see their bewilderment and smile. Be clear to avoid programming that is meant to deceive, manipulate, or defraud the reality you are creating. If you were to do so, you would be no different from them. Assuming your Merkaba is up and running, you may wish to create important common regional programs, such as a program to decommission the energies of contrails or other subtle mind control technologies. Always make sure your Merkaba is active at all times. Remember to ask your higher self if you are required to keep doing the Merkaba before releasing your practice. At some point the Merkaba will be permanent, but you may still be asked to continue the Merkaba practice. Gridworkers Union and Dissolving Fear of Lack. The Gridworkers Union is a group of volunteers who have learned how to work with grids and volunteer their time and energy to support the changes on the planet. Our Gridworkers Union has taken on some of these possible future events. This is not something everyone is called to do. If this does not interest you, skip this section. I have been working with implants from certain 100% godlike extraterrestrial beings who have placed devices in individuals and in me, for the purpose of aiding mankind in its planetary ascension. These devices need to come through the human at upper dimensional levels such as ninth dimension. Anchoring it into 3D physical awareness requires the human to recognize this device and then release it at the appropriate time to the appropriate place, usually directed at the time of release. Each implant has a primary grid. Implants overlay grids and often are released into grids. These devices become recognizable because when they show up the individual is usually in a lot of pain. They coexist on multiple dimensions and they ease the device into 3D by anchoring it into the finer bodies at more evolved states, such as during meditation. The pain that occurs does not appear to be associated with an injury and is usually reconfirmed by checking in with guides or your higher self. I have assisted in a number of such sessions and have been directed to receive assistance for my own devices when they need to be removed. The following was submitted by one of our members who is working with the Lords of Light. She was one of our grid workers who did not really believe what I was saying about implants and unexplained pain until it happened to her. She also does a beautiful job of explaining switching tracks. During last month's call I shared a vision that the Masters of Light had given me. This vision actually started with their showing me a black screen of space with a darker band that ran in a horizontal strip across the larger black screen. Within the darker horizontal band of black spaciousness were these softly shaped, not crisp, geometric solids that looked like they were carved out of soapstone or chalk. I instantly knew these shapes were seeds, and as I saw the seeds the Masters told me, "This is not written," and then they give me the vision. So I knew this vision had been seeded but was not yet written. This vision linked in with two other things. Dreams of a warlike nature that I had been having, and a local event where a large incineration plant that supposedly produces electricity by burning chicken litter was almost a done deal for our town. This had come in before anyone saw what was happening. It was so odd that no one had been able to see this coming. So I realized that these three things, the vision, dreams, and local occurrences with this incineration plant, are all a part of the same occurrence on local, national, global, universal, and galactic levels. With Maureen's help I realized that the pulse I had noticed during the commissioner meetings regarding this incineration plant was there to keep people asleep. I kept noticing that the 300 people who had come to this meeting to voice their opinions and concerns regarding this plant were struggling to stay alert and awake. I sat in the meeting and I watched them go in and out of alertness in a very even pattern during the entire meeting. I thought to myself that this was so odd, but I did not know what it was. Then after I requested Maureen's assistance she directed me to her full website, and the first thing I saw was the article about Hurricane Charlie and the elf waves, and I knew exactly what was going on during these meetings. In Chapter 6 I explained that the activated Merkaba makes you immune to mass consciousness frequencies, which is why she could feel it and send the elf waves but no one else could. The gridworker continued. Maureen also directed me to her Tools You Can Use article on getting out of fear and specifically pointed out the rewriting tracks information. I immediately started using this tool and all of these wonderful and very comical things start unfolding before my eyes. After asking for Maureen's help, it was phenomenal the level of help that instantly came from many levels. Thank you, Maureen. The higher tracks of this same event always came in with a very pure white light emanating through the scenes. I also saw these golden particles that were like holographic wisps floating all around and in the higher visions as I rewrote the lower into the higher. Eventually the golden wisps turned into beautiful golden cubes. I knew these golden cubes were the seeds for a very high version of the divine design unfolding here on all levels. Many synchronicities started occurring very fast, many times daily, no lag time, confirming for me that this was the appropriate path. For example, a friend who has no idea about this work gave me a set of 7 golden cubes and 7 golden spheres. They're Alexandrite cubes that have been covered in gold. Another friend came to me and said, "While I was meditating today I heard that I should tell you about what I was seeing." Then she shared with me that she was flying through space that was made up of a very pure white light and she saw all of these golden cube shapes floating around her in this space of white light. So many things have happened that I cannot share them all, but this is one last thing that is important regarding the dissolving fear of lack grid, which was created to assist humanity through upheaval and changes so that people do not create more fear. I was reading one night and came across some information about a meditation room in the United Nations, UN, called A Room of Quiet. The information described the room, a long narrow room with a black cube and a painting. I knew I had dreamed this room before even though I had never heard of it or seen it before. So I looked through my dream journals and I found a very detailed drawing of a room that I had drawn from a dream I had in 2005. I showed this to my husband and he said, "Let's look up UN meditation room images online and see." He did this and it was the exact room I had drawn from this dream. The details were the same, black cube, painting, and all. A friend of mine who was also doing this work with the Gridworkers Union and I decided to participate in the monthly meditations hosted by the United Nations by meditating at the same time as these scheduled meditations in their meditation room. On Wednesday the 8th of April, we left another meeting early so we could sit in meditation at the scheduled time. This was a powerful and informative meditation. A pure white light came in immediately. It was immense and easy to grasp. Then I was shown something very important. I saw that fear of lack as a vibration is being used to keep things down or to test us. I saw a mass of people representing people all over the world. I saw how fear of lack, if not supplied with an antidote, is being used to suppress people. I saw it keeps people in a state of chaotic panic and very separated from one another, the us versus them survival mode. They showed me how this is being implemented now, and this is obvious to anyone who watches the news or has lost income. Then I was shown the antidote or cure to this fear of lack play out before my eyes. I saw the same large mass of people that looked like an ocean of people. One by one the people started helping one another, assisting people around them. I witnessed people helping one another through simple acts of kindness or practical assistance where it was needed. This was done in a way that unites. There is no more other mentality. No more us versus them. In helping one another the sea of people rippled into a state of unity. People knew they were not separate from one another. This is the golden rule in action. We know our neighbor to be ourselves. There is no true separation. We are our brothers and sisters keepers. Wow. Since then I have been working with the dissolving fear of lack grid, the easy grid, and others. My UN assignment. Several months later I was called to do a meditation at the United Nations Meditation Room. It started with a conversation I had in Toronto with another teacher. She was telling me about a wedding she had attended in Mexico and how she and her husband had been called to conduct ceremony and activations while they were there. In response, I found myself announcing to her and myself that, we are in a free fall for the future and all possible futures, including prophecy, and no longer are linked to this version of the reality. The free fall is like skydiving. In June of 2009 I was given an assignment by my guides related to this. The good news is that a parachute has been activated and there has since been a new and different future locked into place. The future is assured. Claim it. I had been trying to schedule our ceremony at the United Nations Meditation Room for a few weeks, to no avail. Then all of a sudden everything easily fell into place. Leslie was over for dinner and we had a wonderful chat about what we would be doing at our meditation. She and I would go together. I had been shown to approach this large stone altar, which was made of magnetite, and to treat it as if there were numerous drawers that could be pulled out laterally. I could see this at other dimensions. I was to pull out each drawer and replace parts of programming with different programming. This was also coming in from other dimensions. We were led to do toning in this room. For the most part there was no one else in the room. After the toning we sat in lotus and each of us left our bodies. I felt a huge column of light enter and I was gone in a flash. Leslie was able to maintain her focus at higher realms and could see other beings of light who were examining my work. She telepathed to them with concern, "Are you going to change it?" They responded by telling her, "That is not possible because Maureen did it." They said it could not have been anyone else. Later, repeating this story to the woman who first directed our attention to this place, she said she knew this the moment she met me. In her meditation she had seen all that I described to her, including the freefall from predictions and prophecy to a new version of the future. Update 2019. I was approached by someone who has worked at the UN for more than 20 years, while exhibiting at a trade show in New York, my current home. She said that she had been guided to come to this event, and that she would be shown with whom she needed to work. Her job was to ensure that I went back to the UN and did some specific work there. I intuitively knew that there was an upgrade required for the magnetite altar. As we had for the activation in 2008, we struggled to find a good day to do this around both of our schedules. Then it just fell together. I was able to be the conduit for another layer of programming that was installed in the magnetite for the present cycle. The heart grid. I encountered a family issue related to children being born with a hole in the heart. It is related to hatred of the mother through the male side of the lineage. I have been working actively to clear this at the cellular level, planetary-wide. I discovered this because of my own connection to this miasma. I was told to build 2 grids that week. The first one was for this program. There is a precursor to this information. As I mentioned earlier, I have been working with implants from 100% God-light ETs who have placed devices in individuals for the purpose of aiding mankind in its planetary ascension. These devices need to come through a human, so it is necessary for a human to recognize this device and then release it at the appropriate time. I have assisted in a number of such sessions. A woman contacted me from Hawaii. She had heard of me through a conference speaker and had saved my information for several months. Now she was being directed to contact me about the pain in her knees. She thought she had injured her knees while swimming with the dolphins. It did not make sense to her since she did not know when or how it had occurred, yet she was in a lot of pain. Through an Akashic Records reading with me she was given very specific information that she had not taken an injury, but that the pain was actually caused by devices that were implanted into her body by ETs of the light. These devices were meant to be released into the atmosphere by her. The record keepers asked her if she was willing to do psychic surgery for the purpose of releasing these devices into the atmosphere. She was familiar with this work and agreed to do this at the appropriate time, for which she would be guided. I had already told her of the 2 blank grids that had been placed in the atmosphere for programming. I knew one would be used to heal the heart issues described above, hatred of the mother manifesting in the family lineage of a child born with a hole in the heart. The following is her story. The first device is from the left knee, mother's love. It is the infusion of the mother's love. As humanity drinks in the pulsing, it will reverse the negative spiral to elevate the heart to a higher frequency of consciousness. This grid is an earth infusion completing the cycle of separation from the mother, providing Gaia and all her inhabitants with purity, innocence, and the ability to listen to and trust the heart wisdom. Family lines, which in the past would have continued to be carriers of this genetic weakness or miasma due to hatred of our mother, universal mother, will be downloaded with layers of love transfusion as if to alter the blood, offering a window for vitality to spark healthy sperm and egg union. All mutations of the past resulting from hatred will be corrected and the will of the soul entering will be empowered to co-create a healthy, vital, loving heart chakra and system in which to operate. So be it. During this time a member of our Gridworkers Union had a son who had expressed hatred toward his mother for the past 15 years. He returned to her, reopening the door for love to be received and freely given. He told her, "I feel like a big weight has been lifted from me." His mom responded, "My heart is doing a happy dance." The hatred from the past was cleared. Right knee. Return of the priestess to earth. This device was placed in a sling or sleeve whirling with color and life like a living embryo, Christed energy to assist with the holy union upon earth. It would be birthed within the second grid as a crystalline light, such as we have not known upon earth. This grid sets up a refined frequency to birth the internal balance of male and female in Christed union. This sets up the new matrix all have been waiting for, the second coming, and it occurs within the divine human now awakening. Then two whole and holy individuals are magnetized to each other through the heart of Christ consciousness, which has been birthed within them through this everlasting grid. The grid itself grows exponentially as these inner and outer unions create the matrix for the stairway to heaven on earth, opening the way for higher dimensional living for humanity's birthing of the crystalline ray. Masters of the Zeta Reticuli star system and Andromeda galaxy assist in bringing this creation into form. More device info. Energetic imprints of each device are to overlay, as a gift of love, the other grids, for which they are not primary. They will offer the secondary support frequency required, which will be put and held in place by dolphins. Prior to calling me, Joanna was guided to walk along the ocean at City of Refuge on the Big Island of Hawaii, a large picnic area by a grand bay that is quite remote and not usually frequented by visitors. Joanna walked to the far end of this bay and was prompted to return along the water's edge. When she was about halfway back, two whales appeared in the ocean moving with her in the same direction. They were active and breaching, staying visible the entire time, moving in the same direction. After this her discomfort and pain increased, eventually setting off a chain of events that caused Joanna to contact me. These two whales were the protectors of the Christed embryo until it was to be placed, that week, into the grid. They represented the matched Christed couple able to give birth to Christed creations on Earth. Activation occurred on February 19, 2008, the day before the full lunar eclipse. I had been planning on doing this activation on the night of the eclipse and was preparing for it, but then I was told to go ahead and work with the tools on the night of preparation, the night before the eclipse. I went to bed holding the tools in either hand. My knees were supported by a pillow, which also supported my hands so that I could continue to hold both the tools. I then offered myself in service to the legions of light and waited, and finally fell asleep. In the middle of the night the tools started vibrating so strongly that I was awakened by it. I started laughing because I could feel the vibrations of the activation throughout my entire body. Even though I knew they were not moving in third dimension, the vibration was clear and strong coming in from higher realms. This all occurred around the time I would have been in Hawaii hosting a dolphin swim. It was as if I were still working with the cetaceans and dolphins through this experience. What an honor. Later in that summer of 2008 some members of the Gridworkers Union and I were together in northern Georgia and were called to do some grid work in the river. The whole process was preceded by my having a dream about a large group of people being held hostage. Coincidentally my assistant Leslie, who was a member of the Gridworkers Union, had the same dream that night, even though she was in New York. The power went out while I was having this dream. I woke up before the dream, noted the time on the digital clock was around 4:30 a.m., then fell back asleep into this dream. Again I awoke, noted the clock was black, no power, and fell back asleep into the dream, as if I had not woken. When I woke up I asked my higher self what was happening. I was told to do grid work in the creek, behind the cabin, with Edward and Mark, two of the grid workers, to clear fear. Gridwork key elements. The three of us sat in a triangle formation on rocks in the creek with our feet in the water. We began with the Merkaba. We then rotated our positions, changing seats clockwise 3 times. Each time we did additional energy work while holding various crystals. On the third change Edward, an amazing channel, was in the middle. He was guided to hold the Ankh and together we activated this new grid. He felt 3 large electrical type energy waves move through him into the water and earth. It was not painful for him, although he confirmed the energy jolts were substantial. Retelling our story in a grid workers meeting, another member confirmed that we were clearing Atlantean fear grids. This grid worker had a crystal from the John of God Casa in Brazil, which holds strong, positive Atlantean energies. He reported that while Edward and I were sharing what had happened, his crystal became very active and he had the feeling of going back to the time Maureen, Edward, and Mark were doing the grid work. It felt to him that the fear being released originated in the Atlantean fear grid. Due to this energy being released, people were less likely to resonate with the energies of fear. Leslie remembered that astrologer Madeline Gerwick had predicted that individuals would feel this feeling of being held hostage shortly after this date. I realized that this is not the first time we have been called to energetically shift the energy on something before it would have occurred. That same week, Lisa, another member of the Gridworkers Union, reported on an implant that she was guided to release into the water, and was also directed to connect this energy into the Easy Grid. This Easy Grid helps make the creating of positive change easier and less of a struggle, and is meant to reframe the "it will be difficult" mindset, so common in our Western culture. Lisa reported that she learned she had been carrying an implant in her right knee for a couple of weeks, but did not know why or when it was to be released. On a brief visit to a nearby lake, she was guided to do the Merkaba meditation on the bank of the lake and to remove the implant during breath 14. She was then guided to release the implant into a grid that had been brought to the attention of the group on our Peru trip. 22 Lisa got the sense that the implant was soaking in the experience of why and how change can be difficult, so that once in the grid, the appropriate antidote energy could become readily available, thereby reducing the obstacles and struggle that can often accompany positive change. One of the delightful antidotes in common usage today is the "Easy" button from the Staples store commercials. In June of 2008, a group traveling with me gave birth to the sun disk, and it is now in place in Lake Titicaca, Peru, beaming to the planet so people can align with the will of God. Numerous groups around the planet were working on this project simultaneously, without conscious awareness of one another. This validated our own experience when these reports surfaced. Specialized grids. Just prior to this Peru sacred journey, another member of our group had activated a proactive grid called the Syrian Carbon Sequestration Project Grid. He has an amazing Syrian starseed friend, a microbiologist who has developed a process using microorganisms that could solve global warming if it were used at a large enough scale. The new grid will support his work. Another member is working on the Antidote Mania and Depression Grid. She begins with the angelic gridwork prayer. On an ongoing basis, this grid antidotes mania and depression, as it is produced by humanity. At the same time, she has been using the Remembrand's Aero Mandalas Orion Series Essential Oil Blend to clear shame. During this time of intense gridwork, we found it was necessary for each of us to maintain spontaneity with our gridwork. I asked everyone to respond to the call of gridwork. One of our gridworkers describes her process. I do an opening ceremony as best as I can remember it, calling in all the beings of light, angels, and so on, and at the end of the opening ceremony, I state that it is my intention to do gridwork and I state on which grid I am choosing to work. From there I let it go. I used to remain in meditation and help with the work, but on Monday I was asked to do the gridwork at my job. They told me that I am their vehicle to take them anywhere they want to go. Or better yet, their bridge between heaven and earth. Just get us there, that is, build the connection, said the beings of light, and we will do the work. That is exactly what I did Monday and Tuesday, and it definitely works. I built the bridge, so to speak, and went back to work, as a commercial electrician, until I was guided to do the closing ceremony. Without a doubt I felt their presence while they were doing the gridwork, and I could feel it in those around me more than I ever have. One thing I would like to add is that since I have been doing gridwork, I started about a month and a half ago, and I have worked solely on the clearing fear grid, my own fears have dissipated or vaporized like clouds. To quote the writer Rainer Maria Rilke, our fears are like dragons guarding our most treasured possessions. Another gridworker writes, on Sunday I had a phone conversation with a friend who has an ex-boyfriend who was not handling his manic condition very well. She spoke about how she initially drew a tight boundary around herself and pushed him away one night when he came to her, clearly in a manic state, needing help, and she merely called his father and let him go on his way, unsupervised, rather than staying with him until his father came to pick him up. She left his family to be responsible for him rather than get involved, and spurned his attempts to get in contact with her after the incident. She was judging his manic behavior and distancing herself from it. All of this information came pouring out of my friend yesterday, and as I spoke of my own experience with mania, that I do not like to be in the manic state and prefer to take medication that keeps me even and grounded, and that I accept my condition and know it is a part of my life and I have to control my symptoms always, her opinion of her ex-boyfriend began to expand and change. It was as if I were standing in for the antidote for mania, holding space for the grid, and giving her that information. People heal from this condition and they need others to be there for them. She started to consider emailing or speaking to him again, and offering support rather than non-compassion. She opened up the possibility that he is trying to reach out for help and understanding now, and she is beginning to listen to his pleas for connection to her. It was a conversation that only confirms for me that the grid with the antidote for mania and depression is working. I have never had such an open conversation about mania with anyone else before, and I know what I was healing were not my emotions, but those of the planet. And the fact that my friend is opening up to her ex-boyfriend in a more compassionate way is tremendous. She is starting to accept her role in his healing process. I am so very grateful for this opportunity and the grid workers. We are most fortunate to have this information and for you to begin to understand that individuals are making a difference. So can you. If you are called to join with others, ask for the connection that is part of your purpose or contract so you can unite with your brothers and sisters in this work. 12. Creating heaven on earth. What you will learn in this chapter. What is heaven? The levels of dimensions. What dimensions look like to our limited awareness? How you will know you are there. What is heaven? Look to the traditional faiths for descriptions of heaven. For most people, heaven is a separate place from the earth where you become your perfected self. In heaven, your interactions are perfect. You have to die to get there, although once there, existence is eternal. It is the place where God dwells. Fifth dimension, 5D, is similar to what tradition calls heaven. Imagine your perfected self being fully connected to God. Consider the possibility that it could happen while you are still in your current body. Heaven on earth could be described as achieving this state of connection and perfection while still living in the body. It is our ideal state right where we are. As we become our perfected selves, we are also in the process of rewriting our history. Sometimes that may show up as forgetfulness. It is not that. Instead, consider the possibility that you truly are rewriting your history. I call it reverse déjà vu. Reverse déjà vu is when you are about to do something and you go blank. Wondering what in the world is wrong with you, you say, "What was I just going to do?" You did not forget. You are rewriting the reality. In that forgetting-like moment, your ego has completely disengaged from all the connections it normally maintains, which results in your availability to connect with another version of the reality. This new version is closer to perfection than the one before it. As you become more higher self-centered, and your ego merges with your higher self, these former, senior moments, can be redefined as multidimensional moments. Moment by moment, you are literally rewriting your most recent history and causing a domino-like effect on all of existence. An activated Merkaba leads to reverse déjà vu. It makes use of the recompression and expansion of the time-space continuum. Wait just a minute here. Expansion and contraction of the universe. The universe expands and contracts once every 250 millionths of a second, according to a teacher of one of my students. I like that. I also happen to think it might be true. Why not? It makes for lots of opportunity for change, does it not? Imagine that. No wonder we have the ability to co-create. You have moved through more experiences, and as you are opening up, you may be noticing things you did not notice previously. This is happening planet-wide as everyone has been given the opportunity to connect with new codes coming from higher dimensions. This gives us new information that previously was not available to us. Each of us will find our own way, but at the same time, source codes have changed. This means that the default pattern that was here with mass consciousness has changed. Mass consciousness codes function like the autopilot setting that kicks in when the will does not make choices. Autopilot is the first version of everyone's reality. It is the basic dataset that dictates behavior for those who do not exercise choice in any given moment. Humanity's reboot. There are datasets being co-created and broadcast to humanity in a way similar to radio waves. The mass consciousness dataset has recently been upgraded by a few dedicated human souls. You can participate in that if you want. Clearly state your intention in your prayer work, and these volunteers, will actually find you. There are many groups on the planet doing this work. You can join them and should do so if it resonates with you. Some of this is identified as grid work. As of June 2009, our default patterns have been cleared from the mass consciousness dataset. This means that the default possibilities, probabilities, and prophecies, known from an alternate, earlier history of planet Earth, have all been released and reformatted. There is a new energy opportunity and programming available to all who decide to participate. Deciding to participate is all that is required. A simple opt-in prayer will make the new energies more accessible to you. Old preferences, old beliefs, old pain and suffering all contribute to the rehash of old templates. Anytime you get the opportunity to try something new within the bounds of old pain and suffering, grab it. You will be very glad you did, and you will be pleasantly surprised with the results. In real terms, that means not reacting the way you used to. Instead, ask your higher self, in this painful situation, what should I do? I recommend opting in every day until you feel these changes are permanent. Eventually, everyone will participate anyway as their old records fade and cease to be available and therefore unusable. Anchoring these energies into your body will make it easier for all of mass consciousness to find their connection to the new energies, since they are now multiplied by you. Sight and vision. Many of you are noticing that your vision has expanded to include enhanced peripheral vision. When your awareness registers this, your ego wonders, what is going on? You are growing your awareness and expanding your vision. Why do you need to classify what is happening? Perhaps it is the ego trying to compartmentalize everything to keep it in its place. Move into wonder instead, and you will no longer have the need to know everything in terms of a relationship to everything else. Instead, you are able to view more than one relationship dataset at a time. This is what experiencing multiple dimensions is all about. At this point, you are starting to perceive fifth dimensionally, yet your cerebral function, your mind, is not quite ready to accept this, so visuals creep into your peripheral vision, and when you go for a direct validation, boom, it is gone. Soften your focus and allow your vision to show you what needs to be seen. Orbs. I believe this is why our cameras are showing us visuals that most do not see with the naked eye. Some of you are starting to see, with the naked eye, the orbs that your digital photos have shown. What are they? I believe they are energies that have always been there and are now being photographed by people who are vibrating at higher dimensions than the third. The factor of their showing up is the consciousness of the photographer. In some cases, the consciousness of the person being photographed has expanded to the point of influencing a larger field. Normally, the camera registers where you are in the moment by the visibility of these orbs. See figure 12.1. There is a factor of some darkness to capture them on the photo. Dimensions. I was intensely curious about the dimensions. I thought that if I could carry a greater understanding about them, I could comprehend the strange things happening around me. This is exactly what has happened. If I blindfold you and drive us to Disneyland, you might have a vague idea where it is, or how far away it is, but if I tell you the name of the place we have just visited, you can go there on your own. It is possible to recognize where you have been, which then enables you to return purposefully. Working interdimensionally gives you a greater understanding of life in its fullness that rewards you as the joyous mystery unfolds and is discovered. Figure 12.1. Photo of Maureen with orbs in the upper right and lower left of the photo. Asking for this information, I started with a blank template that listed each of the dimensions, leaving a space for the information. Essentially, the following information came and filled in the blanks. Gradually, and then in one big download, I was given the rest of the information. The dimensions are so vast that our ability to conceive of and comprehend them is limited by our perceptions. As we shift our perceptions from what is probable to what is possible, our vision, too, will expand to receive it. Even though I have attempted to outline the dimensions for you here, please understand that each of the dimensions has an expansive overtone series that provides for multiple variations of the dimensions. The multiples are almost limitless. This is more tangible in the 3D world than in the higher realms. First through third dimensions. First dimension is a point of self-awareness. It projects onto the screen of third dimension. From some vantage points, it coexists with second and third dimensions. First dimension is a complete awareness of itself as the center of form. As a musical form, it is the audible hum that is heard in certain kinds of deep meditation. Second dimension is two separate but equal points connected by a line. This line extends in two directions, length and height, but not depth, sort of like a piece of paper. These two reference points are you. Both of them are you. This line is flat. Vincent, one of my students, asked his higher, fifth-dimensional self to show him his first expression in matter. He saw a two-dimensional flat world that he experienced as us. The third dimension is a location that receives a projection beamed from the other dimensions around it. So like a multi-dimensional hologram that appears real, the third dimension is the playground, theater, for the projections of the other dimensions. Third gives us the ability to separate all the experiences into separate consecutive events. In creation, thought produces outcome. So having a child might produce a full-grown new human. The baby being born and all the details of growing up and childhood would be absorbed into the finished idea. Therefore, it is useful to look at life through the lens of steps that allow you to separate events and adventures. We used to be at the base of third dimension. Most everyone reading this book will be at the upper overtone regions of third dimension, and very likely fourth and fifth dimensions. Exciting, is it not? You can tell by the way things happen. In third, we learn to hurt and heal, to deal with matters working through the drama of good and evil. In the current, old days, one would want to escape third dimension to go to heaven. Now you understand that you can create heaven on earth. It is from third dimension that you can and will open portals. It is in third dimension that you begin to see the potential to create heaven on earth. Be inspired to create heaven on earth. Creating heaven on earth allows for all the dimensions to coexist. The stage and lighting may change as one evolves to higher realms. My first day of heaven on earth. I accidentally learned the benefit of claiming a day of heaven on earth while traveling home on an overnight flight from the West Coast to Wisconsin. I was disembarking from the plane at 8 a.m. when I was addressed by a familiar United Airlines employee. She greeted me with, "How are you doing, Maureen?" Without thinking, I said, "Fine, considering this is my day from H, since I have to be back here by noon to fly to the East Coast." I used to use that phrase, in the classroom, to provide a graphic description of a painfully intense day. I never had used it in my everyday language until now. Horrified by what had just come out of my mouth, I self-corrected and offered, "But I am having a day of heaven on earth because I'm flying with United." We both smiled and went about the day. Upon my return home, I could hear water running, but no faucets were on. Then I discovered about 1 inch of water on the floor of my basement laundry room, and looking up, I could see water spilling from an open section of the wall. I immediately shut off the water to the house and called my retired neighbor, Gene, who came over to help me assess the situation. We called the plumber and he said he would be there in 30 minutes. Gene said he would come back to watch the plumber so I could get ready for my next flight. I immediately called United to request a change to fly the following day. They could not do it due to an oversold situation, but could offer me the later flight that night and would waive the customary change fee. I gratefully accepted their offer and began to do my errands and repack. The plumber came on time and determined, as we suspected, there was probably a burst pipe between the walls. He thought the upstairs bathroom was the place to start, to cut a hole. I asked my higher self and was told, "No, downstairs bathroom." Handy, is it not? The plumber wanted to know where. My higher self directed us to start in a specific spot in a particular wall. From that point we could see the problem and needed one more hole, nearby, to access the problem pipe. It was fixed in 30 minutes and the bill was only $150. Jean helped me set up fans to dry everything out and promised to come and check it the next day. I was on my way home from my last errand, the bank, when I realized that I really needed only an extra hour. I could have caught my original flight. The phone was ringing as I walked in the door. It was United Airlines advising me that both of their feeder flights to Chicago were running about an hour late today. Because of this, I would miss my connections to the East Coast. She asked me if there was any way I could catch the earlier flight, which was now leaving in about 50 minutes. Because my repacked bag was already in the car and I lived only 15 minutes from the airport, the answer was an easy yes. Sitting on the plane, I pondered this unusual day, asking, what is going on? My higher self informed me it was the statement, I am having a day of heaven on earth, that caused even a crazy day to turn out very well. 2 other times when faced with similar intense days, I decided to invoke this prayer. After that, I figured I could ask for it every day. You can, too. Here's how. I am asking for a day of heaven on earth for me and everyone I come into contact with and everyone with whom I am in contract. Pretty simple. Pretty amazing results. 4th dimension. The realms of big emotions, fantasy beings, and the elemental kingdom all come from the 4th dimension. It is the dominion of Sasquatch and gnomes, fairies, and elves. If you can see them, you are 4th dimensional in the moment and are seeing 4th dimensionally. The legendary stories of King Arthur and Camelot carry much of this 4th dimensional energy. The 1983 historical fantasy novel Mists of Avalon by Marion Zimmer Bradley incorporates the principles that were practiced at that time. In this feminine perspective of the Arthurian legend of Camelot, she describes Morgaine parting the mists. She also shows us the accidental walking into Avalon by Arthur and his future bride. How did they accidentally get there? Perhaps it was the synchronicity of their first meeting within the same location of Avalon, creating a portal that gave them this access. Understand, the mists served as a gateway to the alternate, 4th dimensional world where the fairies and other beings like Morgaine hung out. Their entrance to this land was hidden from anyone who didn't have the ability to slide between dimensions. In the recent fantasy series Harry Potter, it is similar to attending Hogwarts School by running at the wall to enter a part of the train station no one else knows about. Some of my personal experience with 4th dimension has been more prosaic. In 1994, after I had been teaching the Merkaba, I noticed some of my stuff was disappearing. It wasn't the kinds of articles that interest teenagers, so I knew it was not my son's. I would put something away in a drawer and go back for it the next day and it was missing. As a pragmatist, all I really wanted was my stuff to return. This is when I started asking my higher self, where did my stuff go? You may remember from earlier in the book that the answer from my higher self was always the same, it is in a higher dimension. After a while, even that answer was not enough. Half of the time I believed it. The other half of the time I was sure I was making all this up in my mind. One day my son came home from school, threw his book bag on the floor, put something in it, and came into the kitchen to tell me a story. In the middle of his story he stopped, saying, "Here, I will show you what I'm talking about." He walked over to his book bag and reached in to get the item he had just placed in there, but it wasn't there. He turned to me with a shocked expression and said, "Mom, I just put it there," and I said, "I know you did. I saw you do it." Without even thinking, there in my own home with my son, I spoke out loud, "Oh, it is probably in a higher dimension. We will just ask for it to come back." Can you imagine what my 16-year-old son thought at this moment about his mother? I asked him to return to the kitchen and finish his story. By this time he had everything out of his book bag. He put everything back and came into the kitchen to finish the story. After it was finished, we moved back into the living room where he reached into the top of his book bag and retrieved the missing item. I was not surprised as it had happened so many times to me, but my son was flabbergasted. This was the first time I was sure I was not fabricating it. After that, I told students in my classes to just ask for the missing item to come back from a higher dimension if your higher self tells you that. Do you recall the story of the missing cell phone in Chapter 5? Now you know the basis for the mystery of the man finding his wife's cell phone under the seat in his truck. After that I began teaching that there is only one question to ask: what is going on? See Chapter 4. One day when something disappeared again, I inadvertently posed that question instead of my usual, "Where did my stuff go?" The universe surprised me with the answer, "Maureen, you were in a higher dimension when you set it down." Ladies and gentlemen, if I am losing my objects in a higher dimension because I was there, so are you. You may have experienced an extremely emotion-filled moment and manifested your own miracles without realizing that this is normal for 4th dimension residents. For example, in a difficult separation and potential for divorce, and in an extremely distraught state, a woman said with passion, "If I had an extra $2,000, the fee the attorney she wanted to hire needed as the retainer, I would file for divorce tomorrow." The following day, she received a check from a concerned family member for $2,000. In a more positive example, another woman asked the universe to help her find a medical intuitive. This woman lived in a pretty high 5th dimensional state most of the time. The following week, while camping some 100 miles away from her home, she made friends with a fellow camper who just happened to tell a story about her medical intuitive. Where did this woman live? In the first woman's hometown, yet she had not heard of her. The key here is balance. It is easier to laugh, cry, and manifest from 4D. It is also an arena of seduction, which means that on the downside, you can get caught in the quicksand of overly emotional realms. This explains why people tend to repeat themselves when they get emotional. The tendency to go forth is reflected in this pattern of repetition. This pattern of repetition also explains the pull of addictions. Suffering begets more suffering because people want to validate their victim state. They usually look for another person to tell their story to, repeating and reigniting the wounds. 23. The astral plane is found in the lower fourth dimension. I have never recommended that individuals go to the astral plane. The lower part of fourth dimension works like quicksand, making it difficult to pull yourself out of it. The astral plane is full of entities, demons, and other unsavory beings that can attach to you once you visit this realm. I consider it an undesirable part of fourth and recommend you aim to higher dimensions. Now that you have this roadmap, there is no reason not to aim higher. Recognizing fourth dimensional behavior. A way that consciousness seeks to maintain control is to elicit agreement. A group dynamic forms whenever a group of individuals join to commiserate or complain about something. These groups of individuals can be wallowing in emotional energy, which in turn exacerbates the situation. When you are changing how you are feeling about things, this downward energy can be dominant, but it has nothing to stick to permanently. A person can be sympathetic or empathetic. If others in a group ask your opinion, your third dimensional self might offer agreement. However, once you are expressing your fifth dimensional self, you have a detached and compassionate feeling toward this situation. Fourth dimension is still polarity based, so there is a high fourth and a low fourth. Low fourth can pull you into spirals of downward energy, such as crying jags or bouts of depression. On the other hand, the high ends of fourth are very close to fifth and the leap is easy. This is one of the biggest reasons why it is so useful as a bridge to fifth. Because the fourth dimensional energy can vortex downward or spiral upward, the split between energies is more dramatic. Music here is highly emotional, either like the blues, which sing sadness, or hauntingly beautiful melodies that embrace joy. Heart-centered music, such as Mozart or harp compositions, will help you stay in your heart throughout realms so you can move easily into fifth dimension. Fourth dimension is the environment that allows you to create very quickly. For example, imagine the spontaneity of driving by car wash and immediately remembering you wanted to get the car washed, and today there is no line and you have the time right now. The opportunity to co-create when you are in this state is significant. Because the fourth dimension still contains polarity, it can mean your dark thoughts will also quickly manifest. So there is merit to awareness that allows you to practice discernment. In this way you are in a place of conscious creation. From fourth it is easier to get to fifth because you are closer to it. The intervals are like music intervals. There are whole steps between each of the notes of a major scale except 3 to 4 and 7 to 8, where they are half steps. In the same way it is easier to get to fourth dimension from third because it is so close. Once you are in fourth dimension you can easily move to fifth. It is also useful to remember that fourth dimension still carries polarity, even though it appears magical to us from this perspective. The merit to knowing and understanding the fourth dimension is that you can recognize when you are expressing through it and then capitalize on it. Learn to recognize it so you can consciously choose to move into fifth. Consider fourth dimension a portal, a place to pass through, not a place to stay. Moving to fifth dimension. How is this done? Allow yourself to slide into non-polarity or non-judgment when you feel yourself becoming emotional. Allow yourself to feel the feelings and then pull back just a little to move into your heart space, and voila, you'll be in fifth instantly. How do you know you are in fifth? You will act and feel as if you are in love with everyone and everything. Nothing can touch you. You feel only love, joy, and compassion. Fifth can be a place when you are in your joy about some wonderful thing that you have experienced or understood or discovered. According to best-selling author Zecharia Sitchin, the Sumerians had 244 sensories, faculties with which to experience reality, unlike our 5 senses of today. Your conscious choice to experience more of the emotion you are capable of is vested in your willingness to appreciate each and every moment and emotion as being valued. In this way your validated feelings will begin to sort and organize themselves into an understandable pattern that allows you to experience, recognize, and co-create from vaster states. Becoming fifth dimensional. There are many ways to experience fifth dimension. We are discovering more and more each day. One expression that I know for sure is fifth dimension is a place of fearlessness. When you are faced with a fearful situation and you feel no fear, you are fifth dimensional in that moment. Forgetting is another way to experience fifth dimension. Yet another way is to lapse into old behavior issues and think you are having a relapse, but instead you are revisiting one of the versions of your past, while you integrate all of them into universal understanding. I now understand we are folding old timelines like a braid into one single thread. Fifth dimensional fearlessness. In the early years of traveling to present the full workshop I did not have a cell phone. One weekend my host told me when I arrived in Atlanta that she was really backed up at work and could I please take the MARTA, their mass transit train system, to her house, located on the other side of Atlanta from the airport. She would meet me there. Having lived in New York in my 20s, I figured I could handle it. Her instructions were to call her once I was on the correct train. Even though I didn't have a cell phone, I agreed to this, thinking I could call her from the platform of the train. What I did not realize is there are no phones on the MARTA platforms like I remembered in New York. Since I could not call her, I had to get on the train and figure out a way to call her. Otherwise I would be at my destination waiting for her. She knew it took 20 minutes to get to her stop on the direct train, and maybe 30 minutes if I had to transfer. She suggested I hop on the first train that came along, regardless of which one it was. When the first train arrived, no transfers, I grabbed my luggage and boarded, followed by 2 individual women. Then a man about 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing at least 250 pounds got on the car. One woman got off, and then the other, leaving me and this man as the only occupants of the car. I noticed this but thought nothing of it. The doors closed and the train left the station. Immediately the large man came over to me demanding that I give him some money. I said, "No. Give me some money," he repeated. Again I refused. Then I thought that if he had a cell phone I would happily pay him to let me use it. So I asked him, "Do you have a cell phone?" "No," he shouted. "I don't have a cell phone." "Well then I am not going to give you any money." Can you imagine his confusion at this point? Then he said again, "Give me some money." I responded, "I mean no disrespect, but I am having trouble hearing you," pointing to my 3 suitcases in tow. "I just got off a plane and my hearing's all plugged up. Are you asking me anything different from what you asked me a few seconds ago?" "Just give me some money," he demanded. "Sorry, I do not do that." By then the train was in the next station and he moved toward the door. I said to him, "You might try sales, you are pretty persistent." I had absolutely no fear. This man may have been a panhandler and bully, but I felt no harm coming toward me. This is what is meant by being in a fearsome situation yet having no fear. That day I wasn't able to make my phone call, but I knew I had been successful in a more challenging dynamic. I act responsibly and pay attention to my surroundings. I never intentionally walk into a dangerous situation. I have been told to act quickly and change my plans on more than one occasion. Remember, I was told by my higher self to go home immediately after my workshops on September 10, 2001. In the transit car example I knew there was nothing to fear, thus I felt no fear. Changing history. As a fifth-dimensional being you will be able to recall all events without experiencing the pain of moments past. This means you can literally have a memory surface and then choose either to anchor to that or decide, "No, that does not serve me." For example, when you retell the story of your wound, if you find yourself getting worked up about it and expressing emotion, you may be choosing the lower dimensional version of it. The ego holds on to painful emotions and behaviors for self-validation. Not letting go of past hurt, wounds, and so on is a way of the ego staying in control. It keeps you locked in a version of the past that throws an anchor into that dimensional level. It is a form of masking your present situation. Masking keeps you out of the present and does not serve you. It also limits your ascension work. As you remember your past with new, softer memories, you are tapping into alternate versions of the past that carry the wisdom that being fifth dimensional can bestow. This results in your telling your story with a sense of wonder and compassion. It is typical to have a sudden realization that there could be 2 versions of the same story. As you reconnect with your higher self, the need to hang on to old, painful emotions will no longer be appealing. As these memories fade, your recall will be accessing them from the universal mind, or Akashic records, which does not have the emotional charge carried by a person with body experiences. Remember, emotions reside in the body on the fascia and there are many ways to remove them. Use your tools to expedite this process. Thus your memories will no longer be subject to the ego version, which allows great freedom to stay fifth dimensional. Knowing this invites you to access, and have the ability to understand, the many versions of your reality and allows you to shift and let go of pain and suffering. Freedom to remove the mask. Unmasking gives you the ability to see how fast change can move through you. The ego stacks layer upon layer of masks to maintain ego control. In reality you are capable of much more than your ego perceives you are. As you shift, change, and let go, you unmask the limitations you put there to keep you safe. In the same way that parents put their children to bed in a crib surrounded with rails to keep them safe, but remove the restraints as the child grows, as you take off the mask, you will discover you can move through painful experiences very quickly. Just as a snake sheds its skin when it is outgrown, so also we can choose to leave behind any aspect of ourselves that does not continue to serve us. We do not need our painful experiences to define us. We can choose how we define ourselves in each moment. When the pain of the past no longer pulls us, we discover how really free we are. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. In one instance, a student who had cleared herself of a non-threatening mental illness contacted me. She had been well for quite some time but had recently been experiencing feelings of guilt and doubt about whether she really was healed. Because of our connection, she called me when her regular support person was not available. When she heard my voice, she almost instantly reconnected with her true essence in 5D. Prior to that she had been experiencing connections to her past, like a reverse déjà vu. She observed herself in the previous expressions and then somehow slipped into one, like Alice in Wonderland going down the rabbit hole. In her case there were several reality shifts in process. One version, or timeline, which we will call version 3, contained the original template to this dysfunction and is now completely eliminated. Version 4 is still running and she occasionally visits it. It has some references to the former disease and still has a pull on her at the ego level. It is also reinforced by her family and their medical understanding of the reality. They feel the need to be witness to this and for them to be right. Her father, a psychiatrist, projects clinical behavior onto her based on his understanding of it. Her mother carries guilt about her daughter's suffering and worries that she could have done something to prevent this from occurring. Because she loved and respected her parents, she allowed their versions of reality to overlay her own experience. The version 5 timeline is the latest, clean, history, now running in her world. She has access to the memories of her illness, but they are no longer dominant. Version 5 is fully accessible to her family members, who prefer version 4, however for her it is a living, fifth-dimensional field. Seen by her family, version 4 contains enough elements of version 3 to be recognizable to them. Viewed from her vantage point of version 5, she sees the perfection in all of it. She now has the ability to shift into those separately, which she did, so that the last part of her upgrade could be completed. She briefly panicked when she thought she was back in the old expression of version 3, when she was there temporarily before it was completely eliminated. Version 3 was not completely eliminated until after the last bits of adjustments to her version 4 were completed. This upgrade needed to finish, so that when she accesses it in the future from version 5, it will have no attraction to her. In her case, it was a real temporary location, which is why she mistook it for her current residence. She really was there, albeit temporarily. Imagine wearing your old raincoat while your new one is at the cleaners, because not wearing a raincoat was unthinkable. That is, until you access fifth dimension. In fifth dimensional expression, no raincoat is required, which allows her to revisit these memories without attachment at the ego level. As a result, she has presently anchored that part of herself in fifth dimension. In a normal, unevolved human, the ego uses these holding on historical reference points to manage this system of information. As you move from ego, you resolve this issue and move to the universal perspective that embraces all of the versions of experience, and then choose to reside in the one that is most pleasing or useful in the moment. Fifth dimension, first level of non-polarity. Fortunately, with an activated Merkaba you will become fifth dimensional. It is totally amazing and true. Seems pretty simple. Many actually are consistent enough with their practices to achieve this. You can, too. Remember to be aware of what you are eating, drinking, and smoking. If you are being pulled away from any particular substance, let that be the signal to change an old pattern. It is also the time to stop judging yourself no matter what your shortcomings are. Doing the Merkaba, along with your higher self-connection practices, which include claiming those blows to the heart, you stand a very good chance of becoming fifth dimensional right where you are. In my opinion, one of fastest ways to advance spiritually is to keep opening your heart through blows to the heart. See Chapter 2. Fifth dimension is akin to what the rest of the world might call heaven. It is where relationships, body type, size, age, and so on are all perfect. One time I was with my host the day after an amazing class filled with wonderful people and exceptional experiences. We were both extremely joyous. She lives on a hill in the countryside and we were sitting on the front porch watching the morning sunrise. The birds were singing like crazy. It sounded like we were in a jungle. We chatted softly with our hearts so open. My host commented that the bird singing level was unlike anything she had ever experienced on her front porch before. She wondered what was happening. We both were told that we were in fifth dimension in that moment. A few minutes later, when the conversation turned to more mundane things, including complaints and criticisms, the chirping and singing stopped. Listen and the birds will tell you when you are in fifth dimension. Sixth dimension, the first place you start to move toward group structure. Sixth dimension is the place where we often go to during the dream time. It is a place that has structure and form if we desire it, but does not require it. It is the place of all templates for basic structures on Earth. For example, DNA, geometry, and light languages are structures that form the basis for developed expressions and experiences in third dimension. In sixth dimension, you are so sated with individuality from fifth that you are ready to begin to express in groups. Yet the structure of group is still being refined. This is the zone where you might begin to recognize other versions of you and recognize your work in someone else. You are already collaborating in sixth and bringing it forward to third. In order for a group to work together, the members must create a form or template to support their joint efforts. Sixth is the realm of these master templates. You might use your Merkaba to support creative endeavors as the basis of your group forms. Seventh dimension, moving to group expression. Seventh dimension is coming directly in from source, yet it carries the material aspects of precision. The basis for group expression is found here. As such, this is the last place you can experience yourself as separate. As a member of a group, your individuality expands to include group expression. To understand this, imagine MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, can serve as an example of seventh dimension in that it displays group expression. First, the template of the organization is formed, sixth, and then the desired expression moves through the template, group. The MAD organization, group expression, succeeds in getting legislation passed and education into schools, and ultimately the organization saves lives. Seventh is a place where you feel such sweet emotional connection with consciousness, as expressed through souls similar to yours, that manifestation in groups comes easily. Imagine a school of fish or flock of birds that is so connected that the individual members all move in unison. Eighth dimension. Moving to group awareness. Eighth dimension is so vast that from this vantage point, third dimension, it is difficult to comprehend. You not only function in alignment with the group, you perceive yourself as the group. In eighth, one cannot experience the self as separate, as found in seventh and below. Generally, when consciousness is focused here, the third-dimensional self blanks out. The force of life becomes the collective collaborative whole. Although groups exist in this domain, the limitlessness of consciousness permeates. This is the arena where you are more, we, than, I. Ninth dimension, collective consciousness. Ninth dimension experiences life inwardly focused. It represents the collective consciousness of planets, star systems, galaxies, and dimensions, yet awareness is inner-directed. As such, it holds the vastness of collective consciousness. It has no polarity, as with everything above fifth dimension, and as such is not agenda-driven like mass consciousness. Napping during meditation. What is really going on and why? I have encountered many circumstances where individuals have apparently gone to sleep while in deep meditation. I used to wonder why they would do this. Of course, sometimes the body needs to be extremely still. Sleeping is more likely to make that happen easily. I asked my guides about it, and this is what I discovered. When a person is apparently sleeping but immediately wakes when the meditation is finished, she has been in other advanced dimensions, usually ninth and beyond, where there is nothing in common with the third-dimensional reality to make an association. Thus the mind blanks out and the body goes on holiday. It usually is a lovely respite because the sleep is tied to an evolved state, which produces endorphins and energies. Although not consciously understood, they usually can be felt within a short period of time and produce euphoria otherwise unattainable. Twice while writing this, my guides literally gave me this experience. Although I had not done this before, left my body while typing, and the typing stopped, it was like falling asleep. Upper creation realm, 10th through 12th dimensions. 10th dimension is where the beings of the basis for creation exist. Their energy is so vast it is really beyond our initial ability to understand. This is where the divine blueprint is formed. This is the source of the Vedic system of the seven rays and the Hebrew Elohim. It is the source of the great central sun energy as taught by the ascended masters. It is source code at its finest. It is where you will find the source code of the 10 seed groups of humanity. 11th dimension. 11th dimension is a wonderful place of anticipation. It is the place where concept is more alive than form. It is an environment of the integrated awareness of the separated parts of God, held in a place of union and communion. The place of union is so ecstatic that it defies description. We find the Akashic records here. Remember, the Akashic records are a living field that shifts and changes. Even though we use the word records, which implies permanence, it is more of a living, breathing environment. Have you ever been to a wave pool at a water park? It is like that, contained but moving. 11th is the region of the archangels and of Lord Metatron, the keepers and mathematical codes that include the genetic codes for the expression of all the versions of the reality. Even these descriptors are finite. The energy here is so vibrant and kinetic it defies description. It also contains a quality of euphoria that would be akin to the moment before orgasm. Being connected to the 11th dimension, for me personally, has changed my life dramatically. Once you have experienced this, you really are never the same being. In certain environments while working in the Akashic records, I spend 5 to 6 hours a day in this zone. My close associates have commented to me that these extended periods of time in 11th have changed my appearance dramatically, seeing more light emanating from me. 12th dimension. 12th dimension is the place of pure consciousness and light consciousness. It is the environment that is so connected to itself that there is no separation of any kind. It is, for some, the stopping point of creation. 13th dimension. 13th dimension appears to me as unity consciousness and a place for new beginnings. I have experienced this energy as the place where any thoughts of not God would cause pain and are truly unthinkable. Love is the essence of all here, and even this description is insufficient. Becoming multidimensional. I keep forgetting things. What is going on? A multidimensional moment. One of the ways to experience multidimensionality is to completely go blank. Generally, when you forget what you saw or did in your meditation, you have gone so high that there is no reference point. In conceptual terms, it is like comparing a first grader to a grandfather. It may be possible for the grandfather to connect with the child, but the child does not carry any understanding of what it is like to be a grandfather. Another way the mind deals with the overload of changing the way you experience and understand the world around you is forgetfulness. You are about to do something, and then you realize you have forgotten what you were thinking about and you are afraid it might be serious. We addressed this earlier in the section on reverse déjà vu. These moments are a form of unhooking from the ego's holding on mechanisms. Call it a multidimensional moment. Why is this happening? This is a direct result of going fifth dimensional. If you have a TV with a PIP feature, picture-in-picture, you can see more than one channel at a time. In my son's college dorm, they had a bookcase that held 4 different TVs. They did not have the money for fancy equipment, but they accomplished the same thing. You are essentially viewing multiple screens the way these college kids did. You are starting to gain awareness of other dimensions but without the language or full mental capacity to understand how it works. You will simply forget where you were as you shifted from one dimension to another. And where you were could be fifth dimension or beyond that. Initially, the ego thinks it is losing control. This is normal. As your practice of the Merkaba grows, your ego will be able to begin to trust your higher self's knowledge, and this will get more settled. If you have not committed yet to the higher self practices found in chapters 4 and 5, now is a good time to start. Remember that the old life is dying and the new life is emerging. This is nothing to be anxious or concerned about. Sleep and lack of ambition. The best news I have is that if you are finding yourself sleeping a lot more than you used to, you are probably going through an upgrade in consciousness. It is easier for your body to integrate the most evolved version of yourself that you can tolerate on this planet at this time when you are asleep than when you are awake. You find this drowsiness comes up and just knocks you down for the count. Your best choice is to sleep. And then, for heaven's sake, don't judge yourself. Losing your ambition is also related to this. Remember the discussion earlier about a multidimensional moment. Letting go of current motivations that are coming through the ego, which believes in some sort of rules of mass consciousness, is purposeful. If you are feeling this lack of ambition, you might be tempted to reprogram or upgrade your motivations. But sometimes it is easier to release your need to have motivations at all and simply let go. Initially, your fifth dimensional self will appear as a singular, sweet self. If you have any emotional baggage, it can reappear, as you are now able to hold on to more than one version of the reality. This can be quite disconcerting. Just remember, if this happens to you, to ask your higher self for the most evolved version of you to show up and manage this integration. Your higher self will allow your awareness to recognize that you can choose the expression or version of you that pleases you. If you keep doing the Merkaba, these variations will settle down and the version of you in your history that works best for you will become dominant. The Merkaba clears and balances every part of you. Keep your practice going through any crazy times and you will find it is easier to stay centered and in your heart through all of it. 13. Christ Consciousness Grid. What you will learn in this chapter. Where did the grid come from? What does it do for us? What does it look like? What are we supposed to do with it? If you ever see the Christ Consciousness Grid while stargazing on a dark night, you will be awestruck with the beauty and symmetry of it all. The Christ Consciousness Grid is an etheric crystalline architectural structure of energy that envelops the earth and holds the energy of the Christ, or perfected human. 24 is such. It radiates and attracts the vibration of the most evolved possibility of human life on planet Earth. Cheryl Boyk's Earth Grid Image. Visionary artist and somatic psychotherapist Cheryl Boyk created a grid rendering titled Regaining Cosmic Integrity copyright based on a vision of the Earth poised in a starry sky that occurred while she was meditating. I was just emerging from my own dark night of the soul and was accustomed to nightmarish visions, she said. It was most unusual for me to see something so beautiful as the image you see here. Within her vision she heard the words, I becomes, we must become, we to continue. Boyk didn't understand this until a day or two later when a book fell open in front of her to a Native American injunction. You must bring your vision before the people. Although she had no artistic background, Boyk was guided to create a triptych of 3 large light boxes for 3 Apollo space photographs of Earth. Superimposed over the images are polyhedron lines, first fragmented, then linked, and finally encircled by intersecting polyhedron lines of light. Boyk's use of the words, cosmic integrity, is significant. It is a 5th-dimensional expression evoking absolute integrity. Figure 13.1. Cheryl Boyk was guided to create this lightbox image, Regaining Cosmic Integrity copyright, based on a meditative vision of oneness. What is the origin of the Christ Consciousness Grid? We know that the Christ Consciousness Grid comes from the Ascended Masters. Drunvalo tells us that the Ascended Masters built it for us and that it is a tool to assist mankind in its evolutionary process. In Volume 1 of The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life, he reports that the Ascended Masters appealed to the galactic command for ideas to avoid humanity's destruction. I experienced this group as the Council of Light and I believe they are the same beings. We were running out of time and needed a significant boost to achieve ascension, otherwise there was a strong potential for self-destruction. Since we are in a free will zone, this was not an easy matter. Upon examining this crisis, the Council of Light created a plan to construct the Christ Consciousness Grid around the Earth as a solution to help us avoid probable self-destruction. I wanted to know more. I wanted to know where it originated. I wanted to know where the master plan blueprint for the grid was created. What was its source code? I kept thinking that it had to be very specific for the Earth, otherwise it would not work. The answer I was given was deceptively simple. The Christ Consciousness Grid came from our future. Initially, that answer was sufficient. If somewhere in our future the Christ Consciousness Grid had been built by humanity, because we were Christed ones, then it would be perfect for us. But then one day while working on you are the genie in the bottle. Material, the answer just floated into my awareness. What the Ascended Masters did was create a thread toward a possible future that allowed them to see the final result. Much as we create in genie manifestation work, where we imagine beyond our desired outcome first and then create a thread back toward it, I believe the Ascended Masters executed a similar procedure and then followed the thread back to the outcome that showed them the version of the future where mankind had achieved Christ consciousness. In this location there was already in existence a Christ consciousness grid that we, humanity, had built. The Ascended Masters replicated this grid from our future and created it in the present time frame as the Christ consciousness grid. This is exactly what we do to manifest in the genie system. Imagine for a moment that there are many possible futures for evolution on our planet. Some have more energy, a greater likelihood of happening than others. With the help of the Ascended Masters, we have magnetized the one possible future that proves we made it. In other words, of all the possible futures that could exist, the one that proves we made it to Christ consciousness would produce a Christ consciousness grid. With this grid in place in the etheric realm, it is already magnetizing us toward that outcome. With this grid in place, it is far easier to lock into Christ consciousness behavior. Much like a GPS in your automobile locks onto your destination, and no matter what turn you take, it constantly recalculates your next move based on your current position. In the same way, the Christ consciousness grid serves to assist planetary ascension. Now we can understand the statement we have heard from many teachers that our outcome is assured. Every journey begins with movement away from or toward something. When you anchor the destination in your awareness, the remaining issues are what mode of transportation you will use and what route you will take. Thus, the adventure becomes the journey, rather than the decision of where to go. All possible futures can exist. Some have more energy, a greater likelihood of happening, than others. If you were a being of light at any level, and you wanted to ensure that the planetary ascension occurred, wouldn't you pick out something that represented the planet's evolution, Christ consciousness, and anchor it into the present? That is exactly what the Ascended Masters did. They pulled the blueprint of the Christ consciousness grid from a version of the future that says we made it. We arrived at our Christed expression. This way the future would be assured. What impact does that have on you? It means that every action that is fifth dimensional, or operating from a vantage point of unconditional love, will resonate with the Christ consciousness grid, thus attracting more of the same energy to make it easier and easier to resonate for all of us at Christ consciousness level. Every human action that is operating from unconditional love, the fifth dimension, is attracted to the Christ consciousness grid, and each perfected action serves to amplify it. This means that with the Christ consciousness grid in place, perfected human behavior is easier for all to express. Power in the form of the Christ consciousness grid. While on the big island of Hawaii on a dolphin swim, I helped my friend John Emmon build a physical replica of the Christ consciousness grid out of brass rods, using metal solder to connect the points. We were pretty excited about it. We then went to see the Kilauea volcano lava flow with the Christ consciousness grid replica in tow. I had no idea what John had in mind. We hiked into the area and got as close as we could to a moving lava flow, about 3 to 5 feet from us. He set it down on the ground directly in the path the flow would take. Since it was metal, we expected that as the lava moved closer it would melt or collapse the metal structure. What happens next is burned clearly in my mind. The lava moved into the space in front of it and then split into 2 streams around it, like a fork in a river. The lava diverted around it completely and did not affect it. We stayed for a few hours, expecting that eventually it would melt from the heat. By the time we left, it was still fully intact, unaffected by the heat. It was an exciting moment for me, to recognize the sheer power of the geometric shape. Can you see it? Many individuals have seen the Christ consciousness grid. It is an energetic grid that sits above the earth about 60 miles and is described as a beautiful geometric pattern. Some people see its appearance similar to the flower of life pattern. When you are looking at it from the inside, with your energetic awareness, it resembles the flower of life symbol. See figure 13.2. Figure 13.2. Flower of life symbol. In reality, it is a stellated dodecahedron. Its color is whitish with fairly broad lines. Those who have seen it are filled with a sense of gratitude and awe. It is best seen from locations with limited ambient light, such as Alaska, Hawaii, or the middle of the ocean. In truth, you can see it from anywhere on a dark night, as long as you are in a place where the sky has not been artificially lit. A former Navy man, Daryl, used to see it at night from his perch on an airplane wing while sailing in the Pacific. He saw it all the time. Back then he didn't know what it was. Perhaps you have unknowingly seen it as well. I first saw the grid while in Alaska for a workshop. I mentioned it in class the next day and discovered many of the residents in Fairbanks had seen it. One of the things I had been told by my guides that year was that my trip to Egypt was directly connected to my trip to Alaska. My guides showed me that I was building a link between Alaska and Egypt, and it was directly related to the Christ consciousness grid. I would be bringing energy from Alaska to Egypt for the purpose of stabilizing the grid in the Middle East. One participant in my class had traveled from an area very near to Denali National Park and Preserve, midway between Anchorage and Fairbanks. She realized that my connection from Alaska to Egypt was extremely important and offered to ask her husband to bring us heart-shaped stones from their backyard, which was adjacent to this national preserve. She brought 6 heart-shaped stones to me. Our group energized the stones with our own heart energy and energy from Alaska. The Alaskan participants gave permission to create a link to Egypt and the Middle East. I placed the stones in a special bag that would be used during the Egypt trip. I traveled from Fairbanks, then to New York, and then Egypt with a brief stopover in my home city. Each location in Egypt, from Aswan to Alexandria, was energized by the stones, with a culminating ceremony in Alexandria, where the Egyptian Society for Esoteric Knowledge accepted the last stones on behalf of the Middle East. At the temple site of Abu Simbel, I handed the bag of stones to a participant named Donna, who was selected because of a vision she had received some 6 months earlier about our trip. She was leading a special ceremony connecting the grids above Abu Simbel to the Alaskan counterpart. I had been guided that our group was to hold a special ceremony in Ramses Temple, while connecting it, the temple, with its original location on the physical earth. When the Aswan Dam was built in Egypt, much of the surrounding area was flooded by the creation of Lake Nasser. All of the incredible structures of Abu Simbel were in the flood path, so they were eventually moved to their current location. Many other sacred sites were lost or flooded. There are remnants of some of the Egyptian temples in museums around the world, because city after city agreed to dismantle and move these treasures in order to save this part of Egyptian heritage. In the case of Abu Simbel, the entire structure, including the 465-foot statues of Ramses, were carefully cut, disassembled, reassembled, and relocated just a few feet from its original location, which is now underwater. The new location is on the same island in the Nile, but on higher ground. Care was taken to make sure that this temple is facing the direction it was originally facing. However, in order to maximize the mountain that is there, it is just a few degrees off. As a result, the sun enters the temple on October 23rd, one day later than the original date of the coronation of the king, for which it was designed. On this date the sun enters the open door of the temple, penetrates through the pitch-black corridor of the hypostyle hall under 8 pillars, each carved into a colossus of the king, and finally illuminates the seated statues at the back of the sanctuary. It is important to note there was another individual who had intended to join our group, but at the last minute decided to wait until October 23rd to be there. We met later that trip at our farewell party, where another tale of synchronicity occurred. Our connection called us to pass on the lineage of activation. It was imperative that she met me and connect with our energy, as it was needed for the final step of the activation of that temple, which would occur after our group departed on October 23rd. She was called to do that part. On Ellie Crystal's website she told a story about a friend whose deceased father traveled with her in the ethers. Asking her what she saw, she answered, grids. He said, that is correct. That is all there is. Construction issues. Ron Holt, former president of Flower of Life Research, now closed, and a self-proclaimed gridworker, reports there are sections of the Christ consciousness grid that were blown open. He has been guided to work with the grid in healing these areas. On occasion he has asked other grid workers to work with him in performing maintenance and repair. I have seen this in the Middle East as well. Patricia Diane Cota Robles has also reported similar disruptions in the grid and a reflection on the opposite side of the planet expressing these blows. It also makes sense that a calm area across the globe could support its energetic opposite. If you are a gridworker you probably know it. You may have even seen the grid. Many of my students used to belong to the Gridworkers Union, a group of individuals who met monthly, by telephone, to share their work and encourage one another. If you find that you have a keen interest in this subject, you probably are partially responsible for the maintenance of one or more grids. More Middle East stress. Negativity in the Middle East has caused a huge amount of stress on this grid. Because of the fierce antipathy among many factions of the world religions focused in the Middle East, in 2007 my Sacred Journey group was called to place an energetic device in the atmosphere above Mount Sinai. Later it was used to work with a peace grid designed to support harmonizing the 3 major world religions. The Christ Consciousness Grid was activated in January of 2008, birthed with the move of Pluto into Capricorn. I was called into service to be involved in the birthing of this grid, and worked closely with the Ascended Masters and Unseen Helpers along with hundreds of others in programming and supporting the activation of this grid. It was not until after I saw everything go dark, from west to east in a type of power outage occurring within my field of vision, that I realized that mass consciousness had been disengaged from an old grid and the new one activated. The Merkaba field is similar to this, allowing individuals to personally acquire their own perfection suits. These sacred geometry fields are remarkable tools that support the evolution of creation in its return to God. 14. Maintaining balance and staying connected. What you will learn in this chapter. Pulling it together. Contracts with the universe. Multiple versions of the reality. Misuses of emotional energy. Messages from Sanat Kumara, Divine Feminine, and Archangel Michael. Are you wondering how this will all work? Maybe you are excited. Maybe you are scared. For sure there is change in the air. You, and hundreds before you, have felt the same way. It is my great pleasure to participate in assisting this process in reaching the highest potential of your own ascension work. You are an amazing individual to have reached this pinnacle, toward the fulfillment of your destiny. The inner guru is your higher self. This is your time to achieve your fullest potential. The Merkaba is one tool that activates your 5th dimensional memories. You no longer have to rely on some other teacher or leader. The tools and practices I have been given to share with you, dear reader, will connect you with your inner guru, your higher self. Time for celebration. The new Earth is manifesting very quickly. The so-called Earth changes are on a different timetable from what had been given previously. In August 2009, while I was in Japan, I was given a direct connection with Sanat Kumara. He appeared in numerous photographs like this one. His signature is found in the ruby ray. It typically appears as 2 sharp rays at 90-degree angles, aimed toward the Earth as shown in figure 14.1. All of the photos of this sunset taken over that entire afternoon, about an hour apart from first to last, contained this visual confirmation of his presence. I was so intrigued by the presence of this energy in the photos that I asked my Japanese host if she had ever heard of Sanat Kumara. Her response was enthusiastic, so on that same trip we made a pilgrimage to Mount Kurama near Kyoto, Japan, the location where, legend has it, Sanat Kumara's spaceship landed. There is a wonderful collection of shrines there, along with an ancient statue of Sanat Kumara. It was an amazing journey. In the channeling of my own record keepers in Sanat Kumara, they identified me as a most ancient being of light. When I asked the purpose of my trip to Mount Kurama, they said it was to anchor in the ancient memories that I had chosen to continue carrying as enlightenment to the world. We assembled the questions below to clarify some of the information. We have reached the victory celebration. Although we have not gone through the graduation ceremony, enough has been accomplished to assure your outcome. The only remaining question is, how many of you will attend the party? The following section contains questions from my staff with answers from Sanat Kumara speaking for the Ascended Masters and channeled through me. I did not review or plan these questions in advance. Figure 14.1. The signature of the Ascended Master Sanat Kumara typically appears as two sharp rays aimed toward the Earth at right angles. Earth changes from Mother Earth. Sanat Kumara steps forward to speak for the Ascended Masters. The first thing we wish to speak of is the Earth changes. Mother Earth is waiting for mankind to catch up and make its ascension so that when the Earth goes through its changes, those who are ready will be waiting for Mother Earth. Destructive Earth changes will not occur on the version of Earth of the Ascended humanity. The changes will not be noticeable to those who are on the ascending Earth. We want you to understand that the Earth and her people are no longer at risk. The sounding of the alarm is simply to ensure that everyone who wants to transform may do so and take advantage of this opportunity. Mother Earth will ascend. By announcing the opportunity in advance, she gives the ability for many to join in the activity, much as a sale is advertised to give everyone the chance to participate. The Earth is transforming. The Earth is taking her time so that everyone who wants to evolve may do so. There is no rush. Everything is in order. We are not suggesting that you avoid acting as you are compelled. What we are saying is that it no longer serves you to feel anxious about your ego demanding action. There is a definite timeline and all of the forces of heaven are supporting your success. You will not change things through rhetoric. You will only change things by accessing and using the new data. Opening your heart. Do the Merkaba meditation. Always seize the opportunity to accept a blow to the heart. Build a connection to your higher self by practicing your higher self connection. Increase the capacity of your pranic tube through your toning and chanting work. Look at every opportunity to expand your heart as a means of increasing your capacity to carry unconditional love. All this will lead the way to your ascension. What key elements are primary in this book? The first key element is to focus on the opening of your heart. Part of this process is the emotional clearing work that will enable you to expand your heart's capacity to hold unconditional love. In each person, unconditional love is like a seed that can grow and expand. The second key element is the activation and expansion of your higher self connection. Many of you already have a higher self connection, but the tools found in this book will ensure 100% accuracy. Finally, above all else, integrity is required for these elements to work. Misuses of emotional energy. Whether it's the water cooler or Facebook or Twitter, you can find many examples of the slowdown of human progress toward ascension by individuals investing their emotional energy in these things. During the Renaissance, mankind began to remember the knowledge that came from the grid or network of energy that was first formed in the ethers of planet Earth at that time. This cycle was moving individuals very quickly toward ascension. However, at that time even the suggestion that the Earth was not the center of the universe was considered heresy and condemned by the Pope. Where did the Pope get his guidance? It came from the extraterrestrial known as Anu. Not only did Anu, through the Pope, arrest the development of the Renaissance, he also slowed to a crawl the high training that was offered in Egypt centuries earlier. At this time in history there are forces attempting to slow down humanity's progress. This is the subject of many books. Our purpose here is to help you see that outside forces that you may think you should respect may have agendas that you do not understand or know about. Stay with the Merkaba meditation and you will be able to see those whose agendas are counter to humanity's ascension into the light. Every September in the United States there are big ceremonies to commemorate the 9/11 losses. It is a time when many individuals focus on their grief, and their losses are brought to light. You may have felt deep sadness and grief on these days as you channeled the massive energies of the American people. One year I was in another country across the globe and felt immense sadness on September 12th. Only when I asked, "What is going on?" and tied my feelings to the date did I realize I was feeling it as Americans were feeling it, in real time, since I was 12 hours ahead on the clock. Only then did I know I was feeling this particular energy. When you are experiencing deep energies like this, consider using emotional clearing techniques. This will enable you to move through this energy quickly. I wrote extensively about this in Reweaving the Fabric of Your Reality. My point here is to alert you to these deep-seated emotions, such as fear and grief, so you can decide to move through them. Decide that you are the maker of your destiny, not susceptible to some outside force that is throwing you a curveball through these intensely painful memories. And always ask that your helpers be beings of 100% God light. Healing in the King's Chamber. There are many theories about the purpose of the King's Chamber inside the Great Pyramid. Although you may have been told it was an ancient pharaoh's burial site, there has never been any evidence of anyone ever being buried there. No bodies have been found and there is no writing of prayers and spells on the walls, unlike the burial sites on the west bank of Luxor and in the Valley of the Kings, which are covered with beautiful paintings and writing. Duat is the Egyptian name given to the space between dimensions, the space one must cross to return home to God. Just as the Nile River separates the Valley of the Kings from the civilization on the other side, the Duat, or Great Void, is said to exist between the Creator and creation. There is an unusual system of chambers and passages running throughout the Great Pyramid, and this may have represented ancient efforts to create a permanent duat. The Egyptians believed the Nile also represented this duat, and thus associated crossing the Great Void with the crossing of the Nile. I believe the King's Chamber may have been a healing sound chamber. The wavy granite walls above this chamber are open, with a texture reminiscent of the sponge pyramids, found covering the walls of our contemporary sound studios. They are used to break up the standing wave ratio that would occur in any room, especially a double square. The double square shape will give maximum amplification, volume, while embodying the phi ratio in the 90-degree angle. However, the standing wave ratio will cause one pitch to be louder than all the rest. Try this sometime in your bathroom. Sing low to high, sliding through pitches like a trombone or slide whistle. This breaking up of the standing wave ratio produces a normal balanced sound with which to ride the sound wave back home to God. The portal of the sound aimed at the duat, the heavens, filled with 3 layers of granite, each with a rough-hewn side toward the sky, supports this idea of the chamber being an amplifying sound chamber aimed at the heavens. I believe the purpose of the King's Chamber is a healing room where one rides the sound through the duat and reconnects with the Creator. In that special location with the Creator, a new body part can be regenerated that will allow a person to be whole again. This could be true for all kinds of healing, physical, mental, and emotional. Many individuals have experienced sudden or spontaneous healings there. In all cases that I know of, the healings took place during sound ceremonies within the King's Chamber. Toning in the King's Chamber can heal deep-seated wounds. This chamber was designed to concentrate electrons for resurrection. You can experience this energy for yourself through the use of my 2 CD set Sounds from the Great Pyramid. Toning in the King's Chamber, also available as a download. Survival signals. Many individuals have developed gut reactions because of difficult situations they have endured throughout their lives. Those who have developed some sort of survival mechanism that tells them when something is not safe know how to react in similar circumstances. They can sense when a condition is not going well and know they need to get out of it. See Survival Psychics in Chapter 10. When you follow the higher self practice, and the exercise of asking the higher self yes, no questions, you will discover that this type of communication becomes clearer. These signals, once given a voice, will help you be proactive rather than reactive. This will have an impact on your future and quite possibly change your past. You are a magical being and need to honor what you came to do. Even late bloomers can make a difference. Working for social change is important work, no matter what it is, and may be part of your divine plan. Anytime you decide to join others and take a stand for what you believe in, you are making a change for the better. Even your physical ailments may improve. A small body of determined spirits fired by an unquenchable faith in their mission can alter the course of history. Mahatma Gandhi. Manifestation through the heart. Remember that any of your emotions you experience through your heart will serve as rocket fuel for your manifestations. The unconditional love you move through your heart is key to manifesting. Learning to use emotions that you cycle through your heart is an ideal way to manifest. In my You Are the Genie in the Bottle workshop, I encourage participants to spend a certain amount of time on developing their heart energy and growing their awareness of their loving outlook. They learn how to expand the feeling of opening the heart. It is very valuable to choose emotions that you direct and move through your heart, so you are fully connected to your God essence. There are many spiritual practices that can help you, and many examples throughout this book. I encourage you to explore these and practice them until you actually feel different. Look for ways to support this inner growth and you will find them. Sanat Kumara speaks of emotional clearing. Humanity is still hanging on to its emotions, thinking that is who they really are. People need to understand that their emotions are simply something they have manufactured that has enabled them to experience the reality more precisely. Feeling it is necessary, as emotion is an aspect of the polarity creation. Emotion has a life cycle and must be expressed. Once expressed, emotion zeroes out and this neutral chi can no longer contaminate the earth. Emotion is energy, or chi, that has been imbued with feeling that must be expressed. Emotions are useful tools for experiencing the reality. However, when emotion was created, it was not intended to cause so much pain and suffering. This pain and suffering have caused huge rifts in the etheric fabric of mankind and the earth. Much emotional baggage has been seeded in the earth. This is what is now being cleared. Many are being called to clear it. They are experiencing excessive emotion, thinking that they have not done their personal emotional clearing work. Actually, most of that is excess baggage you are clearing on behalf of your brothers and sisters, as well as yourself, in other lifetimes. Fortunately, it is not a difficult task. You do not have to go through a deeply emotional process for this to be resolved and cleared. Think of someone who has a big debt, who is given the chance to pay the debt at 10 cents on the dollar. You are in the final upswing toward God. If you do not allow this to move through you, it will cause further pain. Do your part, Feel pain and release it. We assure you, plenty of opportunity will be given to you to feel emotional pain and heal it. It does not require you to stay in pain. Acknowledge it, release it, and move on. You are not expected to do this alone. Always seek help. There is no reason to suffer or struggle alone. The experiences are noted and validated. This work is personal planetary ascension work. You have the trainers, the cheerleaders, the caterer, the towels, but you still have to do your part. Higher self connection. The second key element of the book is the higher self connection. The higher self will give you everything you need and teach you everything you need to know. It will enable you to be where you need to be and help you to recognize what to do, even when to do it. Some of you will be called to move, some to stay. Some will be asked to sell everything, others will be called to donate to worthy causes. Some will be asked to build something new. Ask your higher self to guide your every decision. Get in the habit of asking about everything consistently. Do not use your higher self to answer a question so that you can get permission to take a deliberate action. If you do that, you are still using your ego to make a decision. Instead, seek to ask your higher self what the best course of action for you and others would be. In this way, you will be merging your ego with your higher self. For example, if you are avoiding someone, and you know the person might be at an event you'd like to attend, do not ask your higher self if that person will be there. Instead, ask your higher self, is it in my highest and best good to go to the event? Integrity. Always act from a place of integrity. Do your best to be truthful. Do your best to be honest and sincere. Do not make little exceptions to the rules you have agreed to and then wonder why the universe treats you like you are in lack. Do not allow a misunderstanding to exist by your default. Do not allow words to be spoken that lead someone in a different direction from what you know to be truthful. So if someone asks you, were you at this place? And you were, but do not want to admit it, tell the truth anyway. Do not say, well, I was kind of busy last night with a friend, and push the question away. That would be a form of concealment that is no longer tolerated. Step into your power and speak your truth. When you deliberately try to trick someone so you will have more money, more power, as in a relationship, or whatever you believe is your right, you are telling us, the universe, you do not trust that the universe can take care of you. The ego is out there trying to make it happen for you. As long as you do these things, you are giving your ego more power than your higher self. We say to you that the new way does not have room for an out-of-integrity response of any kind to any circumstance. If you find you are out of integrity, clean up your messes, like spilled milk. No big deal. What should I do if I was out of integrity a long time ago? Stay in the moment. Do not worry about the past unless it is the immediate past. If the present moment is influenced by the immediate past, then you must speak the truth. You must stay in integrity. However, if your current situation is influenced by the distant past and this information has nothing to do with the present, then leave it alone. Yet, if you are in a discussion and the distant past does indeed have a bearing on the present, then you must speak the truth. Why did Sanat Kumara come forward through Maureen at this time? Maureen's recent visit to Japan activated her memory of lifetimes being with Sanat Kumara. I recognized Sanat Kumara the very first time I saw his image more than 30 years ago. You may have recognized him, too. His representation is found in the familiar painting from the Sistine Chapel of the bearded, long white-haired man, God the Father, reaching for the hand of man. William Blake's popular etching The Ancient of Days, another name for Sanat Kumara, can easily be found on the internet. Any remarks as to the accuracy and validity of the book? Maureen's information is mostly channeled. She is a highly accurate channel. Maureen does not like to be made special and seeks to avoid aggrandizing, so we will leave it at that. Her channeling is 100% accurate. Is it possible to know who spoke through Maureen? It was mostly her higher self and Archangel Michael who provided the information that was given here. Much of what came through was the result of seekers like you who desired to learn. This created the space to hear and know. Additionally, Maureen has access to the dimension that had been closed for millions of years. She wrote of this in the first chapter. Her most significant information came through after that portal opened for her. This information had to be accessed by a human, not the Ascended Masters. She is not the only one who has access, but she is one of a select few. Describe the role of humanity in regard to Mother Earth at this time. Humanity has always had a stewardship role toward Mother Earth that it has abused, but it is now coming back full circle. What about the higher self? The inner guru is your higher self. Do your part so that you have clear communication with your higher self. That is, the higher self is of prime importance, everything else follows. Regarding prediction and prophecy on the planet, like that of the Mayans and the meaning of their prophecy, can you comment on that? You are about to work on co-creating the new reality and the impact on prophecy will be substantial. Prophecy is meant to be wrong. People often overlook this. In order for prophecy to be successful, it has to not happen. Then it accomplished what was intended. Prophecy reveals a potential problem and points a spotlight on it. Mankind is given the opportunity to do something about it. Thus, it reveals a problem, which then causes humanity and individuals to shift and change. The Mayan prophecy did much to gather people. It opened their awareness to circumstances and gave them a working template. It invited people to identify what they needed to understand and got them to do something about it. Humanity needed to have something to work with since most were not aware of the problem. Many have been drawn to this knowledge and shifts have already occurred. Prophecy provides meaning so that the changes can be understood. If that had not been provided as a tool, it would cease to have meaning. Even prophecy itself is subject to interpretation. There are many ways to view and understand indigenous peoples' information. Mass consciousness seems to place value on predictions based on scientific research, particularly that it has been observed that the Earth shifts every 13,000 years and Sanat Kumara interrupts. We disagree. This is not a mass consciousness belief. Those who are using scientific knowledge to propel their own agendas are a small group. Science is useful when it helps consciousness shift and change. It is not useful when it fails to do so. Science is simply one way of interpreting the reality. It is not the only way, as indigenous people will tell you. It happens to be a common way of thinking on the planet right now, and when science provides information for the evolution of mankind that matches with spiritual teachings, then it is appropriate. Otherwise, it is not useful. There has been no real new knowledge, that is, discoveries, in science over the last 50 years. Much has been learned about details that were not known. However, the basic understanding in the quantum physics field has not changed. Science needs to catch up to the whole idea of how consciousness views the reality. Once this occurs, shifts and changes in spiritual thinking will occur as well. Although this process has begun, much more is needed. 25. Rather than using doom and gloom as a reason to change, look upon your own desire to create change as the reason to change. Some will wake up one day and decide they will do something different. So can you. You do not need a crisis in order to change. What should we do if we find ourselves surrounded by persons filled with doom and gloom? Champion their rights to have those feelings. There is no need for resistance in the evolved soul. Evolved souls want their friends to be happy. If doom and gloom is their choice, they may have it. Give up the need to be right, the need to know, to feel above or superior to others. You are moving to a place where you are a perfected one. If they want doom and gloom, that is their choice. They will find others who share that preference. If you do not wish for that, there is no threat to you, as you will find evolved souls who want to share in what you desire. What if we are in fear and want to hoard? Should we just ignore our feelings? Fear is unnecessary. Go back to basics and make sure you are practicing the Merkaba and developing your higher self connection. Then we ask that you check in with your higher self. We ask you to remember the changes that were predicted at the end of year 2000, called Y2K. Remember when you were asked to prepare for computers malfunctioning, stores shutting down, and all kinds of chaos? Many feared this. Maureen asked her higher self what she should do and was told, nothing. She asked, should I set aside water? The answer was no. I do not need to? Again. No. Furthermore, if your higher self tells you not to hoard water, it means the water will be provided for you. Do not manage your system with your ego or fear. Do this from a point of surrender where you have joined with God, making God's will your will. In this way there is no conflict and you will always be guided to go where you need to go or be. Is protection really needed? Do we need to seek protection daily? If you do not have a Merkaba, then yes, you should seek protection. An activated Merkaba does not require protection. How should we call upon Archangel Michael for protection? Archangel Michael is the original sponsor of the Merkaba on this planet. Not many know this. 26 Archangel Michael is here to provide protection if you need protection. However, understand that he had the wisdom to teach mankind the Merkaba so they could become their fifth dimensional selves and not need his protection. For people who do not know what to do, say, Archangel Michael, help me, help me, help me. Help me clear my fear. Do I need to be afraid? Do I need to do something? Maybe the fear is leading you to an important action. Is there a way to seek out others who are like-minded? We encourage you to create study groups. Support one another in your soul's growth. Allow others to be who they need to be. How can someone validate experiences when having thoughts like, am I making this up? Or, this cannot be real? The very act of the ego trying to validate experiences will negate them. We ask you to step back from trying to make things happen, including validating your experiences, and instead allow them to delight and surprise you. When an experience occurs, you have a choice. You may consider the possibility that you are imagining things, or you could accept the possibility that you are not making it up and that it is real. We say do both. This way you offer no resistance to the reality or yourself. Then ask your angels and guides to give you additional information about the experience. It may come in the form of synchronicity. It may come through understanding its purpose and meaning, and what is really happening. Often understanding grows through the higher self educating the individual. Each experience that is explained by the higher self provides a basis of understanding for the next experience. In this way the higher self shows the way. How do multiple realities, alternate realities, and interdimensionality integrate with religious doctrine? Religious doctrine is invented by man. So, too, are multiple versions of realities. They are ways to understand consciousness in form. The body vibrates in agreement with what it needs. When it no longer needs the religious dogma, it will move on to other possibilities. As mass consciousness changes the ability to comprehend greater and greater expanses of awareness, it increases the likelihood of understanding multiple versions of the reality and letting go of the need for doctrine to dictate the reality. Will past life regression help us move toward ascension? We are quite concerned about individuals seeking past life regression information. There is a reason that many who seek do not receive past life information. They then decide they must take a class and learn more. We say to you that their information is locked. Why would they have a past life locked from them? Our answer is that they have already completed their work on earth and are back as helpers or way showers. They do not need to open their records as their ascension is already assured. They are not here to earn ascension, as they are already complete. Instead, these way showers can ask, what am I to do here? There are people who will benefit from regression work. However, if your regression session turns up empty, count your blessings. Do not assume there is something wrong with you. Do not go into ego and reevaluate the situation. Decide to let go of your need to know and move on to the next moment. If you have gone to a reputable person and nothing comes up, it most likely means your records are locked. If you were to access them, it would be a disadvantage. It is like a trust fund, secure, but not available now. What is the most benevolent outcome we can hold for Mother Earth as a vision in our consciousness? See the Garden of Paradise. Do not judge when a species dies. Do not judge when something in nature goes awry. See mankind as being part of the solution in ways that support co-creation of all. In each moment be guided by your higher self. If you walk down the street and are guided to pick up a piece of garbage, do it because you can. If you are led to a homeless person who asks for money, your higher self knows if it will be beneficial to give a gift at that time. Respond with your higher self accordingly. Change your own inner consciousness and all else will follow. Is there a way to change the popular belief that our governments are secretive and self-serving? Pray that each and every government official worldwide will be guided by legions of angels, his own higher self, and beings of light. Do this once a day. This is the end of the channeled question and answer session. Contracts with the universe, advanced contracts. In the polarity world of form, you do not always tend to work in a spontaneous environment. The more you create in the reality, the more you will desire to create. Your desire to create is the inspiration to create bigger plans, ideas, and concepts. Fifth dimension is the world of infinite manifestation. By contrast, in the three-dimensional world of form, manifestation takes time. You are the process. So part of the process of the contract is to examine all the aspects, subsets, and layers of the creation as it becomes manifest, rather than going right to the full expression. In the fifth dimensional world of instant manifestation, if you wanted to have a son, you would receive a completely grown son. You would miss all the fun of enjoying him as a baby, watching him evolve, participating in the process, and seeing him grow and become an adult man. Part of the pleasure that we give to ourselves, and God, in our creation work as co-creators is that we get to examine all the steps of the creation. This is very fractal-like. Have you ever heard that a person's birth experience is just like her life experience? If she has a difficult time in the final hours of her birth, she could have a difficult time in her life when she gets close to completing something. I have seen this consistently. The approach we use to set things in motion at birth becomes a template and a form of a contract. When we are ready for something new, this template supports us by giving us something familiar to relate to with our new experience. Of course, at the end of the day the template tends to be the messenger and the content is the echo of the message. We use this methodology to create what we know, until we decide it is time to create something new and different. Thus we create familiar patterns that come into play through circumstances that unfold. We are in agreement as to what action might be taken. In other words, we agree to do new things in old and familiar ways until we are completely able to adopt new ways. Default template. Our default template shows us the way. We continue to behave in a certain way until we decide we would like to do something different. If we decide to change, we consciously look at an old situation while creating a new template. When we learn something new from a teacher, such as how to stop reacting to people and situations in a familiar negative way, we create our new template for staying in joy, and then we can select new and different experiences to use it more and more. This allows us to shift from our original construct, so we break the pattern and create something new. Our contract, which was the original construct, encompasses a much larger picture. In most cases it is fractal-like, and, like a hologram, has larger and smaller versions of the same picture encoded in it. There are also circumstances where you could deviate from that. When you deviate, what you get is variation on a theme. We find this in classical music. For example, think of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony No. 5. In C minor, Opus 67, ta-ta-ta-ta-a-a. Even without annotated music you can hear that sound by reading my simple phonetic representation. This series of related notes repeats throughout the symphony featuring various instruments in a variety of tempos. The symphony helps us understand the pleasure of working a theme, or way of being. You no longer need to feel bad about doing the same thing over and over again with great variety. Sacred symmetry and contracts. Because we are adding these variations, I believe that everything in creation is not an exact version of sacred geometry. If the manifestation is in perfect alignment with the original plan, then it is a perfect expression of sacred geometry, but if it is not, then it could be something different. This is the difference between a natural course and its variations. We have big contracts that we have agreed to and we do not worry about the details. We let the details take care of themselves. We might set up smaller contracts as we go along. There are other contracts that we get into and later decide that we cannot proceed as we thought we could. As we examine them, we recognize that something has happened, some flaw or deviation. In the reality, we might experience it as deciding not to do something we had signed up to do. It is no longer in our range of satisfying experiences and we do not want to proceed. In biology, we would refer to it as a spontaneous permutation of the DNA or cell structures. Deciding you cannot proceed is akin to the nature metaphor where the plant aborts or dies. When some kind of flaw occurs and adaptability fails, we can choose a way out. When we arrange our contracts, we have circumstances in which we decide to partake. As we discover and explore circumstances, there are times when we decide we want to pursue a different path. We may decide to meet up further down the road in this direction. You might compare it to telling a hiking friend, "I will take this other route and meet you further along the path." Other levels of contracts are the more spontaneous contracts that do not seem to fit the mold. Some of you will find your spontaneous contracts shift and evolve very quickly. As the world shifts and evolves, situations change and people need to change their contracts. Sometimes we volunteer to change contracts, sometimes we are conscripted to change contracts. I believe we are in a zone where our contracts are constantly being renegotiated. This is because we are in a cycle where we are evolving back to God. We are on the in-breath of God. As we undo, clean up, and clear out so much of our history in the miscreation, what we are going to end up with provides many opportunities to change our contracts and take big, big leaps. Why do I keep forgetting important things? We covered this question earlier with reverse déjà vu. Yet many of my workshop participants ask this question. What you are forgetting is something that really does not serve you to know. You are allowing for the reformat of your version of the reality. The old templates are fading and the new ones are replacing them. These are dramatically different compared to those of the past. In another kind of experience, you may think you are forgetting important things when in reality you are moving interdimensionally. The easy solution is to ask your higher self, what is going on? In that way you give yourself the opportunity to hear the whole story. Right now, without your higher self connection providing information, your ego is reframing everything in terms of what it, or mass consciousness, wants you to believe. Ego deliberately takes experiences and puts them into a third-dimensional construct. The bottom line is you did indeed remember correctly, but your mind is trying to make your memory wrong, instead of accepting the multiple experiences of your reality. So open up to possibilities. The fastest way this can occur is to open up your heart, which will enable your higher self to communicate more clearly. Ego wants to show the way and be in control. However, if you allow your higher self to show you what you need to know, you will be using the part of you that is already plugged into God. Your higher self-consciousness provides the information instantly. It has the active ability to find answers, just as when you do a search on the internet. Memory is an ego-based construct. Higher self is not reliant on the past, memory, but the ever-present now. Seek to activate your higher self-connection to know what you need to know, when you need to know it. Multiple versions of the reality. There are three major components to these versions of the reality. There are multiple versions of planet Earth. The first version is the crash and burn version, the second one is an ascension portal, and the third is a new polarity experiment in which you may request to participate. Because we are using multiple versions of the reality, we can literally transform all of darkness into light. We no longer need to do it step by step, correcting each mistake. Instead, by creating from the highest and best choice of any set of possibilities in any given moment, we are experiencing multiple versions simultaneously, which are either God or not God. One toward the light, one toward the dark. Although version 2, the ascension portal, technically contains version 1 within it, version 1 is not really recognized as part of version 2's scenario. Because in version 2, out of both versions being experienced, only version 2 is ultimately recorded. Version 1. Version 1 is the sacrificial lamb, as it is a duplicate, clone, of version 2, but with a crash and burn outcome. Did you see the 2006 movie The Prestige? In a particularly stunning discovery, a magician uncovers a cloning machine. Then in his magic act he drops into a water tank and deliberately drowns himself while a clone of him appears behind a curtain a few seconds later. The movie is filled with macabre twists and turns but does an amazing job of presenting a facsimile of the possibility of being able to clone oneself immediately before dying, albeit in the film's case through special effects and technology. However, it does present an ethical issue, suicide, that I am not commenting on here since my worldview includes 3 worlds. The implications are that although we know version 1 of the reality is set up to allow those who are intent upon destroying the world to have their way, it will not matter because there is another, true, version of the reality where that will not happen. By focusing on the most evolved version of the Earth imaginable, you will ensure you will not be part of version 1. In version 1, the crash and burn version, Earth will follow a course to destruction. It is an interesting scenario, which allows the free will of those determined to pursue greed and materialism to get what they created. Even if you are in this version, and that is not likely, you are probably not fully participating and your existence will become less and less real. If this feels like your current reality, choose to shift your focus to version 2. There is likely a version of you already there, working its way through the ascension energy. We have already moved into version 2. There is still some overlap from the crash and burn scenario, but we are well on our way to creating heaven on earth. Professional trance channel and prolific author Robert Shapiro echoes this sentiment in E.T. Contact Update. A heart-opening encounter, in the January 2020 issue of the Sedona Journal of Emergence. Version 2. Version 2 is Earth and her ascension. You are here. What I have been shown is that Mother Earth is taking her time making this ascension. She wants as many individuals as possible to be able to become ascended beings in their three-dimensional bodies, so that when she becomes ascended, human beings are already there waiting for her. At the end of this cycle, version 2 becomes the beloved choice of mankind, which then allows Earth to make her ascension gracefully, without massive harm or destruction to mankind. Version 2 is the ascension portal where Mother Earth and all her inhabitants will move into a fifth-dimensional expression, and the great golden age that was predicted appears. We are already in the early stages of that. Version 3. Once it became clear that Earth's experiment was successful, there was an immediate appeal to the Council of Light that requested the opportunity for a new Earth to continue the polarity experience, but to allow for a change in the rules. Version 3 is the version of Earth where there will be a new polarity game and the rules are different from the current rules. For instance, the Elemental Kingdom has appealed for, and won, the right to have a say in the way things work. In version 3 you will not be able to just cut down a tree, you will have to ask permission or have some sort of ceremony. Nature will be treated with greater reverence. Version 3 is a place where beings incarnate because they desire the polarity experience. However, compared to the version of Earth in which we are currently involved, beings in version 3 would not have the ability to go as deeply into pain and suffering. Those who are not yet ready to embody their full mastery will have the opportunity to evolve here. Wild walk-ins. I believe that people are time traveling. I have been reminding students over and over that individuals are leapfrogging over themselves as walk-ins. This jumping ahead is easier than trying to learn everything. It is a much faster way of stepping away from polarity experience. The information I received from my guides is that when a person has a walk-in experience, the individual who leaves will go to school in the etheric realms and a more evolved version of the same being will move into that individual's place. Most walk-in experiences are higher versions of you. Who has a better right to walk into your body than you? Other versions of you. I believe that once a being becomes fifth-dimensional, any experience gained with the polarity and scarcity game loses its appeal. I prefer to bring in fifth-dimensional energies rather than stepping up the polarity party. We are changing the way we are experiencing life and not repeating the past. In addition, I have seen multiple versions of the same people on the planet at the same time. If you are playing a game of chess, you are all the white pieces. You are the white rook and the white king, the white knight and the white pawns, 12 players in all. Many highly evolved beings have multiple versions of themselves here on the planet at this very moment. Consider this passage from the book Return of the Revolutionaries, by practicing physician and reincarnation researcher Walter Semke. Perhaps the most dramatic example of Auden Ree's abilities involves the case of Neil Donald Walsh, author of the Conversations with God series. When I asked Auden Ree who Mr. Walsh had been in revolutionary times, he told me that Mr. Walsh was a minister in Boston, a Freemason, who was friends with Abigail Adams. Auden Ree told me the minister's name was Reverend Walter. Though this minister is not featured in any history book that I know of, I was able to find Reverend William Walter through a genealogical society, and his facial features, personality traits, and interests matched those of Mr. Walsh. When this information was presented to Mr. Walsh, he resonated with it and agreed to be featured in my book as the reincarnation of Reverend William Walter. One of my clients approached Dr. Semke after his presentation in Seattle and told him that a teacher she knew, referring to me, said there is more than one version of a person in embodiment at a time. For example, that might mean that there is more than one Martha Washington. She asked if he had any comments on that. He reported to her that indeed he felt that this idea was accurate, as he believed he had met another version of himself in Japan. After giving a lecture, he was approached by a medical doctor from India. They each felt an instant familiarity with the other's work. Dr. Semke discovered this other doctor had been pursuing a similar but separate line of research. This was a line of research Dr. Semke previously followed, but had given it up as his current work took precedence. He has gone on to write several more books on his research into reincarnation. In another dramatic example, two women with the same first name of Bonnie and last names beginning with the letter T wrote to me for Akashic Records readings in the same week. Later they both signed up for the same Flower of Life workshop in Atlanta. In class we discovered they had the same birthday and year. One woman was Caucasian and the other African American. They both wanted to sponsor me in Atlanta for a return class, so we agreed to split it between them, and I would teach one class at each location. One of the women reported that a few months later she was on a flight to Mexico City. Looking across the aisle, she saw the other Bonnie at the opposite window. Interestingly, they were both in first-class seating. There are significant souls who have come onto this planet and embodied in many bodies in order to be part of the consciousness shift. Thus, there really could be two of a famous person. If you were this masterful being, would you put all of your essence into one person expecting everything to work out? Hardly. Their place is purposeful and important, and so is yours. As these individuals shift and get into position, they may develop unique skills, or perhaps, remember them, is a more accurate phrase, and become highly specialized. They will often come together to create, remember, a modality or tool for humanity. Occasionally a walk-in is the oversoul of the individual, in much the same way as the above circumstances we described. The Oversoul is a more finely tuned essential energy that can anchor in more and more of the transformational energy that is part of our new Earth. Bridge of Light. Volunteers from the Gridworkers Union worked with the Hathors to build a complex bridge of light on the planet to open a direct portal from Venus for the Hathors. This occurred around the time of the 3 summer eclipses of 2009. This group of grid workers was asked to focus on one of 4 major areas on the Earth, with each area carrying a specific energy type. With the group's participation, the Hathors then built a pyramid of light that is used as a portal or bridge between here and their home planet, Earth to Venus. Many of the individuals received significant messages, experiences, and tangible gifts as a direct result of this project. You can, too. I now understand the proof that this bridge is active in those pictures where Sanat Kumara's energy is present. Any photos you have taken with this striking appearance are an indication this energy is working with you. Invite the Hathors into your world. Ask them to join you and assist you in becoming the most loving being possible. Then offer yourself in service to the Hathors by being their agent in the physical and moving their energy through you. You will be amazed at how this will improve your life. Memo from the Divine Mother. In the summer of 2009, the planet was bathed in the energy of the balanced female for both men and women. There was a need for a new female energy on the planet. This new energy would replace all the misuses of the Divine Feminine. 27 Even my book editor, who is not prone to messages, was told in the shower, the Divine Feminine wants to speak with Maureen. He doubted it and asked his higher self if that message was real. She answered, yes, his higher self is a woman. When my boys were young I prayed daily for the mantle of the Divine Mother because I was so worried that I wouldn't do a good enough job as a single mom. Maybe I would have, but at that time I didn't want to take any chances. Earlier in this decade, after my own sons were grown, the permanent flame of the mantle of the Divine Mother had been bestowed upon me. When my assistant relayed my editor's message to me, it was not a complete surprise. My Sacred Journey group had been working with these very same energies in Egypt. I had been told that this new energy would finally be installed into the reality by the end of September 2009. These energies would make it possible for all of humanity to embrace their femininity in a balanced way. Here is a note from my journal dated October 2, 2009. Last night I couldn't sleep. I was so excited, like a child before her first trip to the amusement park. One of the Egypt participants, Mark, who had been having pain in his shoulder, had asked if this pain was about the work we did at Isis Temple on Philae Island, and I said it was. Mark could see the image and described it to me. I showed him the Great Winged Disc, see figure 14.2, and his response was, yes, that is it. He, Mark, said he was told in a channeling that when he released this device its purpose was to anchor in the Divine Feminine for all of humanity. I began to realize that my excitement had to do with my soul's joy at these impending events. My guides came in to further clarify Mark's experience and said, this, Mark's message above, we say is true. Claim connection to this Divine Feminine energy. Figure 14.2. The Great Winged Sun Disk is a symbol associated with divinity, royalty, and power. It is said to confer protection against evil. Here is the rest of her message, delivered through me while I was in Egypt. We are here for you. Give yourself permission to be the Divine Feminine in action daily. Take time daily to scribe your thoughts. Invite the true Divine Feminine to speak through you daily. Do it like this. I ask that the Divine Feminine speak through me this day. I ask permission for the Divine Feminine to reside here, in the physical, in my body. Let all aspects of the Divine Feminine be anchored here in my body so that I am expressing the fullness of the Divine Feminine through me this day. Do this prayer daily. Do it 3 times in a row, spoken out loud. Conclude with, I ask this for myself and for all of humanity. Your work with the Divine Feminine was to anchor this very energy into the physical, which you have done. Your ceremony at Philae in the Temple of Isis is significant. You anchored into this reality the Great Winged Disc that represents balance of both male and female. Mark, Egypt participant, carried this device into the physical, as he was a priestess in the sacred temple here in Egypt. He volunteered for this job because of his connection here. You anchored the energy into this crystal with your work earlier. 28 He threw it into the water after the removal and launched the device. Winged Disc. Spreading this energy to the entire planet through the River Nile. Everywhere on the planet the role of the Divine Feminine is changing. Your job is to anchor in this energy through your prayer. I asked, should this message go out to the world? The Divine Feminine responded, yes, in the Beyond the Flower of Life book. This message must be treated with utmost respect. Earlier we came through you when you asked about the sacred sex magic of Isis. The time has come for this magic to be reinitiated on the planet. When you were asked, we spoke through you to explain that the Divine Feminine is to initiate women into sacred sex. They are to learn this and then teach it to their beloved partners. Male impotence on Earth represents the dysfunction of males on the planet who have been emasculated by women and then expected to perform in bed. I asked, what is to be done? Men and women everywhere must learn to embody the Divine Feminine. Only then will this torture stop. Michael's message on light and dark. While in Paris following my sister's funeral, I came up from the Paris metro heading to Notre Dame and saw a magnificent mural of Archangel Michael wielding his mighty sword, artfully assembled into the tiled wall. It was more than 12 feet tall. You may recall that he is the sponsor of this book and of the Merkaba. At that moment in the metro, Archangel Michael showed me the balance of light and dark. It was a huge, aha, moment for me. What he explained is that we no longer have to see an equal amount of darkness as holding the balance for the light. He went on to provide an example. All we need is the equivalent of a homeopathic dose of darkness. That small amount will be able to maintain balance with the light and allow the light to permeate our reality. I leave you with this wonderful message of hope for yourself and for our planet. Footnotes. *1. My first spiritual teacher, an amazing, brilliant, loving woman who inspired and taught me patiently and generously, passed on December 19, 2008. Thank you, Charlotte. May your family of light continue to honor you in your memory. *2. Ascension has many meanings. See my book Waking Up in 5D for a clear and deeper explanation of the ascension I referred to here. *3. As related in Willis Barnstone's The Other Bible, New York, HarperCollins, 1984, 705. *4. For instructions on how to build a cardboard Merkaba, visit the Merkaba page on Maureen's website. *5. The Great White Brotherhood is the body of ascended men and women, regardless of race, whose sole purpose is to assist humankind and move creation toward the light. *6. The Akashic Records are the library of all human existence located in the 11th dimension outside of the Earth. For more on this topic, please refer to my book Opening the Akashic Records. You may also decide a private session is appropriate for your needs. *7. Mantras for Ascension by Maureen J. Saint Germain. *8. Known as a divine being and an incarnation of the one true God, Lord Krishna is a major deity of Hinduism. He is also the hero of the Bhagavad Gita, featured in one of the most celebrated epic stories of the Mahabharata, which was written between the 5th and 2nd centuries BCE. It is required reading for any yoga instructor. *9. Quoted material reprinted with permission from the Hather material by Tom Kenyon and Virginia Essene, C. Publishing. TomKenyon.com. *10. Some individuals are capable of higher connections due to huge traumas they experienced in childhood that caused them to create, workaround, connections. In my book Reweaving the Fabric of Your Reality, I explain them as survival psychics. These connections are a patchwork, evading the heart, not authentic heart connections, and eventually must go through the heart in order to build their God connection authentically. If they do not, they will not be able to achieve full integration of the four lower bodies. *11. An enlightened being is someone completely connected to his or her God sense while maintaining a presence in the physical body. Christ, the Buddhas, Muhammad, and others achieved this. So can you. 12. An extra in the film industry is a member of the unidentified crowd who has no speaking lines. 13. The Lewis and Clark expedition sought the non-existent Northwest Passage in the Louisiana Purchase of the United States, 1804-6. *14. Kinesiology is the technique of monitoring a body response to stimulus. Professionals who use this tool will ask for a physical body response such as being able to resist pressure for the control, and then base further responses on resistance or non-resistance responses. *15. Applied kinesiology tests muscles for strength and weakness. *16. Merkaba 2, Guided Meditation CD, contains these statements after breath 14. *17. It takes 45 days to process a decision before new genetics kick in, according to Donald Epstein. DC, founder of Network Spinal Analysis Chiropractic System and author of The 12 Stages of Healing, 18. The Merkaba 2 CD is available in stores or at the Source Books and Sacred Spaces website. *19. There are many healers available to assist you with that process if you find you want to jumpstart your healing. You might consider emotional freedom and healing, craniosacral work, or NAET, Nambudripad's allergy elimination technique, acupuncture. *20. The body elemental is a type of engineer energy that works tirelessly for the physical human body. It is a gift of Mother Earth to the person and looks just like you, only it is smaller in size. It is your body elemental whose job it is help your physical body running in your earthly body. The physical body and the body elemental are paired, like headphones to your phone. They are joined so you can fit in on the earth. The earthly body needs an engineer to run all your systems, and your body elemental serves this purpose. More information as well as a guided meditation on interacting with your body elemental can be found on my website. *21. If this traveling back in time story is not amazing enough, check out the Wingmakers website about an intergalactic mission that landed on Earth and time traveled backward to create a history. *22. In June 2007, Maureen led a Peru sacred journey to continue the tasks of the gridwork that had been started in Egypt the previous year. *23. I have written about this in more detail in Reweaving the Fabric of Your Reality. *24. The word Christ comes from the Greek word Christos, or anointed. The Christ consciousness grid refers to an energy in the hierarchy held by those who retained its self-mastery. In other words, it radiates the energy of an ascended earth for all to move into resonance with it. It could just as easily have been named the Buddha consciousness grid or Muhammad consciousness grid. *25. What I believe Sanat Kumara was referring to is the growth and expansion of manifestation teachings such as the film The Secret and others. *26. In case you missed it, it was written about in the dedication and in Chapter 1. Asterisk 27. This topic is explored fully in my book Waking Up in 5D, 28. Maureen had been given a crystal that had been mined in the Arctic Circle for the purpose of serving the highest good. She connected it to her Alpha and Omega crystal and her other crystals that carry special programming for the planet. This crystal was given to Mark before the ceremony in Isis Temple so that he would have it to throw into the Nile at the conclusion of the ceremony. Endnotes. 1. History of the Merkaba and important notes for your practice. 1. The Divine Throne Chariot, the Dead Sea Scroll Collection, the Gnostic Society Library, online. 2. James Breasted, The Dawn of Consciousness, Create Space Independent Publishing Platform, 2017, 71. 3. Maureen J. St. Germain, Waking Up in 5D. A Practical Guide to Multidimensional Transformation, Rochester, VT. Bear & Company, 2017. 2. New Tools for Learning and Practicing Unconditional Love. 1. Hiroshi Motoyama, Karma and Reincarnation, London. Judy Pietkus Publishers, 1992, 52. 2. Tony Stubbs, An Ascension Handbook, channeled material by Serapis Lithia Springs, GA. World Tree Press, 2009, 93. 3. Susan Shepard, Illustrations by Tony Taylor, The Phoenix Cards. Reading and Interpreting Past Life Influences with the Phoenix Deck, Rochester, VT. Destiny Books, 1990. 3. Toning, Chants, and Exercises 2. Open Your Heart. 1. Wayne Dyer, Getting in the Gap. Making Conscious Contact with God Through Meditation, Carlsbad, Caliph. Hay House, Inc., 2014. 2. Tom Kenyon and Virginia Essene, The Hather Material, Santa Clara, California. SEE Pub, 1996, 126-29. 3. Kenyon and Essene, Hather Material, 126. 4. Mark L. Prophet and Elizabeth Clare Prophet, The Masters and Their Retreats, Gardiner, Mont. Summit University Press, 2003, 158. 5. Kenyon and Essene, Hather Material, 127. 6. Kenyon and Essene, Hather Material, 127. 7. J.J. Hurdick, The Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch, Lowell, Massachusetts. Academy of Future Science, 2009. 8. Robert Gass, Chanting, Discovering Spirit in Sound, Portland, Oregon. Broadway Books, 1999. 9. Phil Catalfo, Kirtan 101. Can You Say, Om Namah Shivaya? Yoga Journal, online, August 28, 2007. 4. Initiating Contact with Your Higher Self. 1. Maureen St. Germain, Reweaving the Fabric of Your Reality, Self-Study Guide for Personal Transformation, Alpharetta, Georgia. Phoenix Rising Publishing, 2006. 8. Surrogate Merkei Ba, Both Useful and Destructive. 1. Jonathan Cott, The Search for OMM SETI, A True Story of Eternal Love, and One Woman's Voyage Through the Ages, New York. Grand Central Publishing, 1989, 271. 10. Clearing Fear with Dolphins, Whales, and Arrow Mandalas. 1. Patricia Cota Robles, An Opportunity to Help, Era of Peace Newsletter, 2006. 2. Leonard G. Horowitz, DNA. Pirates of the Sacred Spiral, EPUB. Tetrahedron, Elsevier, 2004. 3. Joan Ocean, Dolphins into the Future, Kealakekua, Hawaii, Dolphin Connection, 1997. 4. Lynn Gravhorn, Dear God, What's Happening to Us? Halting Eons of Manipulation, Charlottesville, VA. Hampton Roads, 2003. 11. Working with Earth's Energy Systems. 1. Bruce Cathy, The Energy Grid, Harmonic 695. The Pulse of the Universe, The Investigation into the World Energy Grid, Kempton, Ill. Adventures Unlimited Press, 1997. 13. Christ Consciousness Grid. 1. Maureen J. St. Germain, Be a Genie, Create Love, Success, and Happiness, New York, New York. Rising Phoenix Publishing, 2013. 14. Maintaining Balance and Staying Connected. 1. Walter Semke, Return of the Revolutionaries, The Case for Reincarnation and Soul Groups Reunited, Charlottesville, VA. Hampton Roads, 2003. Glossary. Akashic Records. Akasha means sky in Sanskrit. The term Akashic Records was popularized by Madame Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophy movement, as well as Edgar Cayce, American seer and mystic. When Cayce was asked, in a trance, where his information was coming from, he channeled that it came from the Book of Life, referred to in the Old Testament, and later explained the Book of Life as the same as the Akashic Records. In opening the Akashic Records, Maureen St. Germain channels this message from the Keepers of the Gates of Akasha. The idea of Akash or Akasha is often used to refer to anything unusual in the vast domain of the universe. The actual Akashic Records are a vibratory location that stores possible futures, probable futures, the present, and the past. The availability of information in the Akashic Records is to assist humans in their return home to God. It is to help you acquaint yourself with the bigger picture of life among the planetary systems. Ankh. A device shaped like a cross with a loop for the top. It has multiple spiritual contexts and was used by ancient Egyptians in spiritual ceremony. Ascension. The ritual whereby the soul reunites with the spirit of source, creating the perfected human. This is the first attempt for humans to ascend without death. Astral plane. The astral plane is a vibrational part of the lower fourth dimension. Fourth dimension is a polarity plane of existence where energies vortex upward, high fourth, or downward, lower fourth. It is a plane of seduction and challenging to move away from. Because the astral plane has been muddied by impure human thoughts and feelings, the term astral is often used in a negative context to refer to that which is impure. Bhagavad Gita, a highly regarded Hindu spiritual text telling the story of Arjuna and Lord Krishna. It is part of the larger epic the Mahabharata. Bhajan. Sacred music from India where the songs are sung in unison, saying sacred prayers. Christed. A person earns this title, like one might earn the title of general in the military, by self-mastery through the seven rays and balance through the threefold flame of the heart. Love, wisdom, and power, along with achieving mastery of the four lower bodies, becoming a master like the Christ, Buddhas, or Muhammad. Cosmic latticework. A network of energy lines forming a grid around the planet. The Christ consciousness grid is a well-known cosmic latticework. Dissolving fear of lack grid. A grid that was created by the grid workers to assist humanity through upheaval and changes so that people do not create more fear. Double square. This is two squares side by side, and has been used to define the space within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid. Elemental. A fourth dimensional being or energy that may interact with third dimension. Elementals do not have free will and may operate in individuals, such as the body elemental, take the form of large energies, such as the elementals of earth, air, fire, or water, or operate singularly as in the elementals of fire, salamanders, earth, gnomes, elves, fairies, air, sylphs, and water, undines. Elemental kingdom. The seen and unseen forces that animate the flowers, plants, trees, soil, sand, rocks, stones, crystals. Although humans also have a body elemental, it is not quite the same, and you may work with your body elemental in a very personal way. Your body elemental is equivalent to an engineer, running the autonomous systems, and does not have free will. See also elemental above. Elohim. Creation beings who came out of source, God. They are the builders of form mentioned in the first verse of the Bible, also referred to as the morning stars. They hold the highest concentration and vibration of light that we can comprehend. They oversee the four elements of earth, air, fire, and water. Fifth dimensional. A category of vibration without polarity. It is the equivalent of what traditional religions call heavenly. Fractal-like. Fractals are a term invented by mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot, who created the term referring to the resulting images created from massive iterations of fractions representing irrational numbers. Fractal images have a quality of appearing self-referencing, even though they come from irrational, not resolvable, numbers. Implants. Specifically refers to alien implants that may be positive and or negative in influence. Lord Metatron. Overseer of the angelic realm, he burst forth from God, yet is not God. He sits at the right hand of God, and stands between creation and the void. Perfection suit. A term I created to help you understand that your ascended master body will be the equivalent of perfection. Pranic tube. An 18-inch or wider cylinder-like tube that resembles a fluorescent light bulb, running from above your crown chakra, about 5 inches above your head, to 5 inches below your feet. Rebirthing. A specialized healing modality created by Leonard Orr to facilitate out-of-body spiritual experiences that advance the consciousness of the individual. Seed groups of humanity. According to esoteric tradition, there are 7 primary seed groups, known as the 7 root races. The earliest root races achieved ascension before the fall of Adam and Eve. It was during the 4th root race that incarnated on Lemuria that the perversions of free will occurred. Sechum Reiki. A modified form of Reiki that utilizes a high vibrational energy and heals on a deeper level. Star tetrahedron. 2 tetrahedrons nested midway to produce a 6-pointed 3-dimensional figure. Stellated dodecahedron. A regular polyhedron with 12 pentagonal faces, which have an elevated point in the center connected to the intersection of each edge. Each face looks like the Chrysler symbol. Toroidal, torus. A torus vortex is an expression of dynamic life force whether in climate, ocean currents, chemistry, or many other vitally charged energy forms. Its shape can have many variations depending on the medium in which it exists. For example, a smoke ring in air or a bubble ring in water both form the toroidal shape of a donut. And yet an apple, pinecone, or barrel cactus are torus forms but are more overtly spherical. Plants and trees can display the same energy flow process, yet exhibit a wide variety of shapes and sizes. Hurricanes, tornadoes, magnetic fields around planets and stars, and whole galaxies themselves can be toroidal energy systems. Since the study of sacred geometry has observed this dynamic shape to be a consistent flow form in the quantum realm, we can postulate that atomic structures and systems are also made of the same dynamic form. Physicists who witness this energy form indicate that, for the most part, its influence is not in the visible realm. Undines. Commonly referring to the elementals of water. See elemental above. Vedic system of the 7 rays. an organizing system of wisdom, law, and thought initially taught in the Western world by Theosophy and later by the I Am movement. It is defined by color, as well as ascended masters, and location, i.e., Mount Shasta. Violet flame. The seventh ray energy of transmutation and forgiveness, established by the ascended master Saint Germain, to assist humanity on their return path to source. Walk-ins. Individual souls who have desired death or had near-death experiences and trade places with another soul willing to take on the physical body position in order to continue a mission. A walk-in is always by agreement. About the author. Maureen J. Saint Germain is the founder of Transformational Enterprises and Akashic Record Guides International. An internationally recognized teacher and intuitive, she is the author, musician, and producer of more than 15 guided meditation CDs, and she is the author of 4 books, including Waking Up in 5D. She lives in San Diego and New York. About Inner Traditions. Bear & Company. Founded in 1975, Inner Traditions is a leading publisher of books on indigenous cultures, perennial philosophy, visionary art, spiritual traditions of the East and West, sexuality, holistic health and healing, self-development, as well as recordings of ethnic music and accompaniments for meditation. In July 2000, Bear & Company joined with Inner Traditions and moved from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where it was founded in 1980, to Rochester, Vermont. Together Inner Traditions. Bear & Company have 11 imprints. Inner Traditions, Bear & Company, Healing Arts Press, Destiny Books, Park Street Press, Bindu Books, Bear Cub Books, Destiny Recordings, Destiny Audio Editions, Inner Traditions en Espanol, and Inner Traditions India. For more information or to browse through our more than 1,000 titles in print and ebook formats, visit www.innertraditions.com. Become a part of the Inner Traditions community to receive special offers and members-only discounts. Books of related interest. Waking Up in 5D. A Practical Guide to Multidimensional Transformation. By Maureen J. Saint Germain. Opening the Akashic Records. Meet your record keepers and discover your soul's purpose. By Maureen J. Saint Germain. Healing with Light Frequencies. The Transformative Power of Star Magic. By Jerry Sargent. Unlocking the 7 Secret Powers of the Heart. A Practical Guide to Living in Trust and Love. By Shai Tubali. The Cosmic Hologram. Information at the Center of Creation by Jude Caravan, Ph.D. Forward by Irvin Laszlo. The Council of Light. Divine Transmissions for Manifesting the Deepest Desires of the Soul. By Danielle Rama Hoffman. Bringers of the Dawn. Teachings from the Pleiadians. By Barbara Marciniak. Cell Level Meditation. The Healing Power in the Smallest Unit of Life. By Barry Grundland, M.D. and Patricia K., M.A. Inner Traditions. Bear & Company. P.O. Box 388. Rochester, VTO 5767-1-800-246-8648. www.innertraditions.com. Or contact your local bookseller. Bear & Company. 1 Park Street, Rochester, Vermont, 05767. www.bearandcompanybooks.com. Bear & Company is a division of Inner Traditions International. Copyright 2009-2021 by Maureen J. Saint Germain. First edition published in 2009 by Phoenix Rising Publishing under the title Beyond the Flower of Life. Multidimensional Activation of Your Higher Self, the Inner Guru. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or utilized in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, without permission in writing from the publisher. Cataloging and publication data for this title is available from the Library of Congress. Print ISBN 978-1-59143-4054. Ebook ISBN 978-1-59143-4061. To send correspondence to the author of this book, mail a first-class letter to the author C.O. Inner Traditions. Bear & Company, 1 Park Street, Rochester, Vermont, 05767, and we will forward the communication, or contact the author directly at maureenstgermain.com. Index. Page numbers in italic type refer to illustrations. All page numbers are referred to the print edition of this title. Abuse, Healing, 32-34, 137. Abu Symbol, 232-33. Advance Awareness, 82-83, 187-88, 246-47. Akashic Records, 40, 40N, 217, 223. Alexander, Charlotte, 1. Aliens, 140-41. Ambition, Lack of, 225. Ancestral Clearing Exercise, 38-40. Angels, 6, 80-81, 153, 156, 161, 169, 200, 223. Ankh, 27. Anu, 239. Apartment Protection Story, 156. Armor, 41-42. Arrow Mandalas Orion Essential Oil Blends, 47, 169, 174-77, 200. Arthur, King, 210. Ascended Masters, 6, 46, 228-29, 238. See also Sanat Kumara, Ascension, Ascension Work, 27, 36, 130, 229, 235, 238, 239, 249 and Blow to the Heart, 43-45. And Chanting, 67-69. Defined, 6, 6n. And Emotional Healing, 54, 67-69. Fear and 169-71. Golev, 72. Implants and 190, 195. Merkaba and 16, 18-19. Ascension Portal, 254, 255. Asking for what you need, 74-75. Asking twice, 3. Asking your higher self, 127, 131. Astral Plane, 212-13. Attention, 127-28. Author, C. Saint Germain, Maureen J. Author. Autopilot, 204. Avalon, 210. Beethoven's Fifth, 252. Belief, 101. Barazan, Jennifer, 64. Bhagavad Gita, 54. Bhajans, 54. Bible Code, the, 183. Black Helicopters, 139-47. Described, 139-41. And Merkaba Fields, 139-47 Sightings, 143-44. Time Travel and 144-47. Bliss, 46-47. Blow to the Heart, 40-47, 219. Bodies, 4 Lower, 52-54. Body Confirmation, 160. Body Elemental, 176, 176n. Boyk, Cheryl, Earth Grid Image, 227. Book of Knowledge, The, Herdic, 60. Braden, Greg, 62, 160. Breaths and Mudras, 9-14, 17. Bridge of Light, 258-59. But Now, 34. Kathy, Bruce, 187. Celebration of New Earth Changes, 236. Cell Phone Story, 110. Chanting, 60-69. See also Toning. Additional Powerful Chants, 62-64. And Ascension Work, 67-69. Hebrew Chant, 60-62. Timelessness of, 62-64. Chariot to Ride In, 5-9. Checking In, 145. Child, Being Like A, 113. Child with ADD, Merkaba Story, 153-54. Christ Consciousness Grid, 6, 16, 197, 226-34. Christed, 196-97. Christianity, 9. Clarity, Lack of, 93. Collective Consciousness, 221. Commitment, 23, 96-97, 116. Communication, 94. Condo Sales Story, 132. Consciousness, 21, 51, 56-57, 213, 221, 223. Contracts with the Universe, 250-51. Cosmic Latticework, 135. Coda Robles, Patricia, 173. Council of Light, 228. Creativity, 213-14, 250-51. Crystals, 89, 119. Curry Lines, 187. Dark Energies, Dissolving, 187-90. Date Question Story, 78. Dead Sea Scrolls, 8-9. Death, 40. Diva Premal, 62. Devices, Implanted, 195-96, 197-98. Dimensions, 206-25. First, 208. Second, 208. Third, 109, 123, 208. Fourth, 210-14. Fifth, see Fifth Dimension. Sixth, 220. Seventh, 220-21. Eighth, 221. Ninth, 221. 10th, 222. 11th, 222-23. 12th, 223. 13th, 223. Becoming Multidimensional, 223-24. Disappearing Objects, 109-10, 137, 211-12. Dissolving Fear of Lack Grid, 192-93. Divine Light Body, 9-10. Divine Mother, Memo from, 259-62. Divine Plans, 173. DNA, 13-14, 134, 170, 181. Dolphins, 181-84. Fear Clearing with, 168-69. Healing with, 167-69. Keeping Peace, 184. Sacred Journey Dolphin Swim, 177-80. Swimming with, in Meditation, 181-82. Double Square, 241. Dreams, 119, 191 to 93. Precognitive, 187 to 88. Drugs, 18 to 19, 125. Drunvalo Melchizedek, Ix, 2, 6, 7, 12, 15, 16, 19, 22, 26, 75, 127, 228. And Dolphin Swim, 167 to 68. On Surrogate Merkei Ba, Ix, 2, 6, 7, 15, 16, 19, 22, 26, 75, 76, 127, 228. Duat, 240. Dyer, Wayne, 49, 62. Earth, See Mother Earth, Earth Changes, 238. Earth Grid Image, 227, 227. Earth's Energy System, Ley Lines, 186 to 87. Working with, 186 to 202. Ego, Eliminating, 98 to 100. And Higher Self, 254. And Trusting Higher Self-Knowledge, 224. Egypt, 9, 27, 29, 65 to 67, 151, 160, 170, 240 to 41, 260. Travels to, 65 to 66, 231 to 33. Einstein, Albert, 126. Elementals, 57 to 59. Elements, 7. Link to the Elemental Kingdom, 57 to 59. Elf Waves, 191 to 92. El Khalim Om Chant, 50 to 52, 54 to 60. Emergency Room Story, 85 to 86. Emotional Body, 53 to 54. Emotional Energy, Misuses of, 239 to 40. Emotional Wounds, 49, 67, 175, 217. Clearing, 54, 136 to 37, 174 to 77, 243. And Essential Oils, 175 to 77. And Hebrew Chant, 61. Emotions, 3 Key, 169. Enlightened Being, Defined, 73n. Essential Oils, 47, 169, 173 to 77, 200. Etheric Body, 53. ETs, 140 to 41. Evolution, 170, 173, 183, 253, 254 to 58. Exercises. Ancestral Clearing, 38 to 40. Forgiveness, 37 to 38. I Love You, 30 to 36. Self-Forgiveness, 36 to 38. Toning, 50. External Merkaba, 149. Extras and the Polarity Reality, 73 to 74. Family Matters and Higher Self, 86. Father Sky, 21, 31, 58. Fear, 187 to 88, 215, 248. Clearing, 167 to 85. Facing, 171. Fearlessness in Fifth Dimension, 215 to 16. As Fuel for Ascension Work, 169 to 70. Of Lack, 192 to 93. Misuse of, 173. Purpose of, 170. Of Shame, 173 to 74. Fear of Water Story, 168 to 69. Feeling Body, 165 to 66. Fifth Dimension, 123, 149 to 50, 183 to 84, 224, 225. And Changing History, 216 to 17. Emergence 2, 47. Fearlessness in, 215 to 16. Forgetting in, 215. And Heaven, 203. Moving to, 214 to 16. And Non-Polarity, 219 to 20. Privileges in, 150 to 52. Verses 3rd, 109. Flower of Life, Ix, 230, 231. Forgetting, Important Things, 253 to 54. Forgiveness, 36 to 38, 42, 118 to 19. Forgiveness Exercise, 36 to 38. Freefall, 194. Free Will, 94, 154, 157. Fungus Clearing Story, 175 to 77. Future, Assurance of, 194. Gandhi, Mahatma, 242. Gas, Robert, 63. Geometry, Sacred, Ix, 4, 67, 91, 118, 234, 252. Glass, Philip, 63 to 64. Gnomes, 58 to 59. Golden Rule, 193. Good, Bad, 152. Governments, 250. Great Pyramid, 65. Great White Brotherhood, 20, 74. Grids, 186 to 202. See also under Individual Grids. Gridwork, 186 to 202. Key Elements of, 198 to 200. Process of, 200 to 202. Gridworkers Union, 190 to 93, 198, 234, 258 to 59. Group Awareness, 221. Group Dynamic, 213. Group Expression, 220 to 21. Group Mind, 182. Group Structure, 220. Guides, 80 to 81. Guru, Inner, 235 to 36. Hallelujah, 62 to 63. Harry Potter, 211. Hartman Lines, 187. Hadim, 65 to 66. Hather Chant, 50 to 52, 54 to 60. Hather Material, The Kenyan in a Scene, 27, 50 to 51. Hathors, 28. Humor of, 59 to 60. What to Ask, 30. Working with, 27 to 30. Heart, as Translator for Higher Self, 43. Heart, Blow to the, 40 to 47, 219. Heart Connection, 26 to 27. See also Heart Opening. Heart Grid, 195 to 97. Heart Knowing, 165 to 66. Heart Opening, 26 to 27, 30 to 36, 43, 68 to 69, 171 to 72, 238 to 39, 242 to 43. Heaven, 203 to 4, 219. Heaven on Earth. Author's First Day of, 209 to 10. Creating, 203 to 25. Hebrew Chant, 60 to 62. Hebrew Tradition and Egyptian Tradition, 9. Helicopters. See Black Helicopters Help, Asking for, 74 to 75. Higher Self, 77. See also Higher Self Connection, Lower Self. Communications from, 72 Defined, 70 to 71. Distinguishing from Lower Self, 78 to 81. Emergency Room Story, 85 to 86. Family Matters and, 86. Full Integration of, 100 to 102. As Guide, 244. Initiating Contact with, 70 to 95. As Inner Guru, 235 to 36. Inviting, 115. Logical Reason for Following, 108 to 9. 911 and, 83 to 84. Signals from, 86 to 91. Teaching Its Signals, 87 to 88. 3 Agreements with, 115. What is a Real Signal from? 86, 91 to 92. Higher Self Connection, 4, 12, 43, 75, 239.